Good morning, everyone. If you haven't already done so, I'd like to ask all of you to make your way to the main room or to take your seats. We're getting ready to begin today's program. But once again, good morning, and thank you very much for coming out to join us today for the Global Taiwan Institute's 2025 annual symposium titled A New Era for US-Taiwan Relations in a Changing International System. I'm John Dotson, the director at GTI. GTI is a 501c3 think tank located here in Washington, D.C. that is focused on programs related to current Taiwan issues and US-Taiwan relations. Our mission is to enhance the relationship between Taiwan and other countries, especially the United States, through policy research and programs that promote better public understanding about Taiwan and its people. We pursue this mission through a variety of programs to include the Global Taiwan Brief, the publication that goes out every 2 weeks on our website with short articles about, again, current Taiwan-related issues or matters affecting US-Taiwan policy. We do a number of public seminars throughout the course of the year where we draw together experts on particular policy issues to discuss these. We have podcasts, particularly Taiwan Salon and Global Taiwan Insights. For Global Taiwan Insights, more focused on sort of traditional political, diplomatic, security issues, and Taiwan Salon being more focused on social, cultural issues in Taiwan, as well as some longer research reports that we do, which you can actually, if I can be forgiven a shameless plug, if you look out on our display table, we have signs for some of those with codes you can scan to access them. The most recent of these reports is one we released just this past week about temples, or the connections between temples and organized crime and the United Front system in Taiwan. So I would highly recommend that to all of you. And of course, we also pursue this through our annual symposium, and we thank you very much for joining us today. If you've not already done so, be sure to stop by the registration table, either today or on your way out, where you can find the QR codes allowing you to check out our most recent programs. So we do have a full program ahead of us today, so we'll go ahead and get started. I was going to make one programming announcement, one change to the agenda for today. Unfortunately, one of our planned speakers will not be able to join us. That's Ms. Ingrid Larson, the director of the D.C. office of the American Institute in Taiwan. Unfortunately, because of the government shutdown, she is unable to join us today and cannot come. But we will still have the one lunchtime speaker. We'll have a recorded speech by Taiwan's Foreign Minister, Lin, and we're going to plan to play that about 12:40. So if you just note that on your agendas, on your schedules, and we'll have a little bit of a longer time for lunch. But once again, we do have a very full program today. So without further ado, I'm honored to introduce the speaker for our morning welcoming remarks. That's a co-founder of GTI, our president and chair of the board of directors, Ms. Jennifer Hu.
Good morning. Thank you, John. John is GTI's director. Many of you were familiar face of our inaugural executive director, Russell Hsiao, who has gone on to greener pastures. He's on the Hill right now, still really supporting Taiwan cause. But we have John, who many of you know, and we're continuing the great work. I kept them very busy, I promise. But I hope they don't all want to take a break right now, like tomorrow. All at once, right? So thank you again very much for joining us this morning, both in person and virtually. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this year's annual symposium, A New Era for US-Taiwan Relations in a Changing International System. It is always nice to see so many of you early in the morning, and thank you for your support. I know I see a lot of familiar faces. You come to our roundtables, to our events, and I know for sure that you read our reports. So thank you. That means a lot to us. We just finished our board meetings over the weekend, and we had another great year to show our co-founders, whom I really want to take a moment to thank, our co-founders, board members, and donors for what they provide to GTI's programming and all the work that we do in DC. I also definitely want to thank all of our staff and interns led by, as I just spoke, Director John Dotson, for their hard work organizing this event. Without your time and dedication, none of this would be possible. Thank you also to the distinguished group of speakers, including many of our advisors and fellows that we have with us today. I also want to point out this year we brought quite a few people from Taiwan. One of them is a really long time mentor and great friend, also very, very well respected, former Deputy Minister of Economic Affairs at C.C. Chen. And thank you for joining us today. It's a great honor to have you with us, sir. We're very excited, of course, to engage with all of you. Since our last annual symposium, there have been significant international shifts. Under the Trump administration, the United States has placed a greater focus on balancing trade relations and burden sharing, which has led many countries to evaluate their existing agreements and defense budgets. For Taiwan, this creates both opportunity and uncertainty. As countries look to forge new economic ties and consider their commitments to peace and security, Taiwan is a key region for both. Not only does Taiwan have a pivotal role in the semiconductor supply chain, but international support and stronger defense postures are essential for securing peace in the Taiwan Strait. Unfortunately, opportunities for Taiwan are also opportunities for the People's Republic of China. Just this past week, the Wall Street Journal reported that PRC leader Xi Jinping intends to use Washington's interest in striking a trade deal as leverage for securing U.S. opposition to Taiwan independence, demonstrating that the PRC has and will continue to use any tools it possesses to undermine Taiwan's international position. As our series of reports on the CCP's usage of political warfare shows, China continues to use its economic and global heft to isolate Taiwan from its partners and erode Taiwanese society itself. The impacts of these influence operations are deep and real. They contribute to political polarization in Taiwan. They threaten the US-Taiwan relationship by amplifying US skepticism, and then undermine Taiwanese citizens' will to fight. Of course, Taiwan and its allies have not taken these threats lying down. In response to calls for Taiwan to spend more on its defense, President Lai Ching-te has announced his intention to raise Taiwan's defense spending to 5% by 2030, demonstrating that Taiwan has the capacity and willingness to match NATO's defense commitments despite not being a partner. In addition to initiatives led by the government, efforts are being made by Taiwan society as a whole that enhance Taiwan's strategic and mental resilience. Civil defense organizations like Kuma Academy, who we hosted at a public seminar this month, and media such as Zero Day Attack, which we screened 2 episodes of in early September, show that Taiwan is facing these challenges head on. At the same time, the United States and regional partners continue to stress their commitment to security in the Indo-Pacific. As stated in a joint statement by US Secretary of State Marco Rubio and the Quad foreign ministers, our 4 nations maintain our conviction that international law, economic opportunity, peace, stability, and security in all domains, including the maritime domain, undermine the development and prosperity of the peoples of the Indo-Pacific. We also strongly oppose any unilateral actions that seek to change the status quo by force or coercion. Recognizing the importance of countering China's unlawful actions in the South China Sea, the US has pledged over $55 million in new maritime law enforcement funding for countries in the Indo-Pacific, including Vietnam, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and the Pacific Islands. Another constant in the midst of recent global changes is the US Congress's enduring and cross-party support for Taiwan. In May of this year, Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy introduced a bipartisan bill to codify the 6 assurances to Taiwan as its as official U.S. policy. This shows the strong bipartisan support in Congress for Taiwan. In the end, the partnership between the United States and Taiwan endures thanks to the work by tireless leaders in both Taipei and Washington, and actually around the world as well, many of whom we'll hear from later today. And very immediately, I have the honor again to introduce our next speaker, our keynote speaker, Ambassador Alexander Yudale from Taiwan. Ambassador Yu, as you all know, is Taiwan's representative to the United States, a role he assumed in December 2023. He has over 35 years of experience in diplomacy and previously served as Taiwan's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs from 2021 to 2023. His past overseas assignments include serving as Taiwan's representative to the European Union and Belgium, as well as Ambassador to Uruguay from 2015 to 2018. Ambassador Yu has held various leadership roles within Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, focusing on Latin America, European, and global affairs. Throughout his career, he has worked to expand Taiwan's global partnerships and strengthen its international presence. His extensive experience includes postings in New York, San Salvador, and Geneva, reflecting his commitment to advancing Taiwan's foreign policy goals around the world, and now in the US. Ambassador Yu received a Bachelor of Arts in Politics and Foreign Languages and a Master of Arts in Spanish Literature from the Texas A&M University. So please welcome Ambassador Yu. Thank you very much again for your strong support and for gracing your coming to GTI's event again. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Nice to see a lot of friends, especially Chen Zhenqi. He has a nickname in Taiwan. It was called the Vice Minister Woody. And if you don't know why, just take a look at him. Just kidding. But he is a very well respected colleague and a mentor. First of all, thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, John, for hosting this. And always very, my kudos for the admirable job you're doing to raise the issue of Taiwan, to make the Taiwan relevant issue of discussion here in Washington, D.C. and across the United States. Forgive me for my voice. I had a very tight scheduled week in New York last week, and traffic was terrible. The worst week to be in New York it was last week, UNGA week. So I was chasing cars more than the cars were chasing me. So I thought, coming back to DC, it would be a walk in the park, traffic. But today, this morning, I thought, government stopped working. They should be, all roads should be clear. But apparently, not all people work for the government in DC. So had pretty tight congestion this morning. So sorry also for my little delay. But people who are gathered here basically are people interested in the issue of Taiwan. So you're all knowledgeable of Taiwan. You do best at what you're doing. You've been involved personally with US-Taiwan policy and work. So for me to give a speech here is, I think, almost beside the point. But I wanted to be here to highlight the importance of this event, and also like to sit in at least the first panel discussion to hear some of the experts to talk about US-Taiwan relations and perceptions. There's a lot of talk about Taiwan nowadays. Some good, some not so good. There's even some voices about saying that we shouldn't get the dragon mad. So let's appease and give Taiwan to the Chinese, and all things will be nice. Well, I think history tells us that that's the worst thing you can do, just to appease to the bully, because they'll just keep coming back at you. So what I've been doing here since I arrived almost 2 years ago now, it's been, when they asked me, when reporters asked me, what are your priorities? Well, obviously, there's obvious national security, defense, trade, investment, and international participation. So I think we've advanced quite a bit, and there's, when people ask me, well, is there any difference between last administration, U.S. administration, and this current one, or whether this current administration, you've seen that U.S.-Taiwan relations has been lessened, put aside, or diminished? I don't think so. Things are pretty much going on course. We have very strong contacts and continuous working relationships with the U.S. government. I know the U.S. government has a lot of things at hand in international affairs, especially Ukraine, Middle East, and others. But the Indo-Pacific, particularly on Taiwan Straits, is an issue. So if you think that Taiwan has been put on the sidelines, just last week during UNGA, a lot of sideline meetings, G7 meetings, and also the US-Taiwan, US, Korea, Japan foreign ministers meetings. They all mention, what Jennifer said, the importance of keeping the peace, stability of Taiwan Straits, and no against any unilateral change of status quo on the situation in that area. So it's still a very relevant issue in U.S.-Taiwan relations. But and also you've seen last week, was it? Well, 2 weeks ago, we had a very large agricultural delegation who came here to D.C., congregated to D.C. We had a ceremony at Congress, and then from there on, they went to 8 different states to do the procurement of agricultural products, specifically in wheat, corn, what is the other one? Beef, and what's one more? Huh? Soybean, yes, soybean, very important soybean, sorry. Acetaminophen does that to you, sorry. And it was well received, at a time when prices are a little low and there's some fluctuations in international markets, some countries not buying from another, but and also currently, or just until yesterday, there was the Undersecretary of Agriculture was led of also a fairly large delegation of U.S. agro companies to Taiwan to promote, the U.S.-Taiwan agricultural exchanges, where the Undersecretary also announced a very good news to us, which is the allowing Taiwanese pineapples to reach U.S. shores. So finally, you will be eating pineapple cakes not from people who buy it at the airport in Taiwan and bring it to you, but you'll be able to buy it, made in the USA, Taiwanese pineapple cakes. Also, earlier this year, Select USA, we had again the largest international delegation coming in, large presence, showing our commitment to furthering or strengthening U.S.-Taiwan investment and trade relations. And I've been repeating this continuously, but again, it just makes a point. Our investments to the United States has been increasing steadily, as well as our investments in China. PRC has been decreasing steadily. So it is a shift of our investment strategy on a global scale, and USA is obviously for our companies a trend to have more presence in the United States. And I think this aligns itself with what President Trump and this administration is trying to do, is the renaissance of U.S. manufacturing, and especially in high tech, especially in semiconductors. And it just so we are. It's a perfect match for what we're trying to achieve. Again, 10 years ago, 84% of our FDI was going to China. Last year, it was, I was saying 7.5%, but actually it's much less than that. Last year was probably less than 7% of our FDI going to mainland China. But last year, 40% of this investment from Taiwan was coming to the United States. So that was before President Trump came to government again. So you may have noticed also that throughout this year, there's been a lot more Taiwanese trade delegations coming into the United States. We had also a big event in Dallas recently to showcase Taiwan's products excellence. Also to try to find matchmaking in finding partners for Taiwanese companies to land manufacturing, not only just Texas, California, you name it, Tennessee, Mississippi, etc. So this will be the trend. Well, many of you, this was somebody's usual wake-up time. Boy, 9 o'clock. Just kidding, I'm kidding, just kidding. Yes, recently there was another round of face-to-face trade negotiations in Washington, as now the news has come out, and I think the outlook is positive. I think again, both sides' intentions and objectives are actually aligned, and we want to find as soon as possible a conclusion to our negotiations where the conclusion will be a trade package or a result that will be beneficial to both sides, and I think that will be the best trade deal for Taiwan and the United States. On the security issue, Jennifer mentioned President Lai has already announced that he's determined to increase our defense expenditure as China PRC's aggression is ever growing and getting more and more emboldened. So we have to face the challenges head on, and it is our homeland. We have to protect it ourselves, and we will spend what is needed to improve our military capabilities. But also, it's not just the military aspect, which most people, well, not you because you're all very knowledgeable, but most people look at just the military aspect of the aggression of PRC against Taiwan, the planes and the ships that are buzzing and circling around Taiwan. But it's a lot more. It's about the whole of society resilience, about the FIMI, foreign intervention, manipulation, information that is constantly being added on to Taiwan. It's the infiltration of their messages into Taiwan, trying to again mess our minds and have doubts on the United States, and also here in the United States doing the same thing, and that's one thing that we are also working on, doing a better job on our reserves, Coast Guards, the gray zone tactics, and have a better plan Bs for in case all the undersea cables are cut. Enough food to feed Taiwan in case of an embargo, etc., or energy. All of this, we're putting a lot of effort to make sure that we are resilient and let the other side know that we are preparing for these worst case scenarios, and don't take us for granted. And we are determined to make sure that we will preserve the same way of life that we have chosen to live, and we'll determine to preserve it. But again, we have many friends, including the United States, and internationally, there's been a lot of challenges. Obviously, we have very few diplomatic allies. We have 12. But these countries, though may be small, but they have been very brave and also determined to offer Taiwan's support in the international arena since the early 90s, when we started the campaign to re-enter ourselves into the international scenery, particularly United Nations and its specialized agencies. They've been raising their voice in support of Taiwan continuously, be it here in New York, be it in Geneva, be it in another, or ICAO, etc. But they've been at the beginning. They were just them, our allies, diplomatic allies. But because of their insistence and because of their determined raising of the voice for Taiwan. And nowadays, more and more countries, including the United States, including Europe, including Japan, etc., also joining hands to support Taiwan's participation. And that's a very encouraging trend. So, for example, I'd like to express my appreciation to Secretary Duffy, who also spoke in ICAO on behalf of Taiwan's participation. So that's one of the trends. So again, the outlook between Taiwan and the United States is positive. Again, there may be a lot of uncertainties, including today's government shutdown, but U.S.-Taiwan relations continues to be strong, determined. You can see it in Congress, you can see in government, and you'll be seeing a lot of Taiwan in terms of trade and investment here in the United States. I'll stop at that. I'd like to listen to what you want to say. And again, appreciate your presence, because your presence here means that you do care about Taiwan. Thank you very much.
All right, good morning, everyone. And once again, thank you for joining us for today's 2025 annual symposium of the Global Taiwan Institute. Our first panel of the morning, I think, is going to be sort of a general framing overview panel. Oh, and once again, I should reintroduce myself. I'm John Dotson, the director at GTI. But for this panel this morning, I think we'd, as I said, I'd like it to be a framing discussion to sort of take a look at some of the broader trends in perhaps the triangular relationship between the United States, Taiwan, and the People's Republic of China. I think it might be an understatement to say that there have been a number of very significant changes over the course of the past year in both cross-strait relations, but maybe one might also say cross-Pacific relations as well. And that's played itself out in a number of forms. From the PRC side of the equation, there's been continuing very heavy PRC pressure directed against Taiwan. The most obvious form that's taken has been in the military activity around Taiwan, the military aviation, the naval activity, and also, I think one might add, sort of the Coast Guard activity, encroaching more and more upon Taiwan's air and sea space. But beyond the military realm, this has also played itself out in the diplomatic realm, with continuing pressure placed on other countries by the PRC to exclude Taiwan from international engagement, as well as the continuing political warfare and subversive efforts that the PRC has directed against Taiwan. And this has played itself out alongside sort of a continued sort of a freeze in formal engagement across the Taiwan Strait, with Beijing continuing to refuse to sort of acknowledge any legitimacy for Taiwan's government, and denigrating Taiwan's government as being composed of separatists and so forth, but really refusing to engage in a constructive fashion. And with all this also playing itself out against the backdrop of uncertainty regarding developments within the PRC itself, particularly regarding the status, the position of Xi Jinping. The Chinese government is very much a black box, and trying to understand what's going on inside of it involves a great deal of guesswork. And I think we'll be able to get into some of that today. From the side of the United States, with the change to the second Trump administration, there's been sort of uncertainty voiced regarding the nature of U.S. security commitments to Taiwan, as well as the disruption that's been brought about by the tariff policies of the Trump administration, and sort of the uncertainty that has injected into the global trade system. And I think from Taiwan's end, this has created a lot of uncertainty as to how to constructively engage with Washington, D.C., and has sort of left Taiwan in the position of trying to figure out, I guess, both how to engage with its ally across the Pacific, and also while also trying to figure out how to best handle policy with its rather aggressive authoritarian neighbor just across the strait. So there's a whole cocktail of very complex issues to get into, and I hope we can address some of them in our panel today. And we do have three, I think, very distinguished experts to discuss these issues with us. My own personal preference is to sort of hold off on making the more detailed introductions until an individual person's opportunity to speak. But we do have with us Ms. Ann Kowalewski, who has a long pedigree of working on Indo-Pacific issues within the U.S. government in Congress, as well as in the think tank sector. We were also joined by Dr. Hong Jin-Fu, or Bernard Hong, from National Chong Kung University in Tainan, in Taiwan, as well as Dr. Willie Wolap Lam. And I think I'm going to approach the speakers in that order, if I could, perhaps starting with you, Ann. Ann Kowalewski is a senior non-resident fellow with us at the Global Taiwan Institute. And again, she has extensive experience across both government and the private sector working on foreign policy issues. She's a former senior staff member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, where she worked on a number of issues, in the Indo-Pacific portfolio area, including matters related to U.S. strategic competition with China and policy towards Taiwan. Outside of government, she's held a number of research positions, including with the American Enterprise Institute, the Georgetown Center for Security Studies, and the U.S. Institute of Peace. She's also an undergrad graduate of the University of Edinburgh, and holds a master's in security studies from Georgetown University. And Ann, I think we'll turn to you to kick off for us this morning. The floor is yours.
Sounds good. Do I need to press anything?
I think it's active.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you, John, for having me, and GTI for pulling together this very timely conference. There's a lot of doom and gloom in the news about Taiwan, so I'm not an optimist by nature, but I'm going to try to paint some more optimistic views of the US-Taiwan relationship, informed not only by conversations with this administration, but also from a recent trip from Taiwan. So I think the ambassador ended his comments in a very accurate way that I'm going to pick up and just reemphasize that I do see that a lot of Taiwan policy has continued to be a steady drumbeat from this administration. There's a lot of news about potential changes to Taiwan policy and discussions that might be happening in the administration about the status of Taiwan. However, I think what we're seeing from public comments from the State Department, Speaker's Office, Deputy Secretary Lando, and the White House itself is that there really is a commitment to what the United States views as the one China policy, and ensuring that any type of change in the Taiwan Strait includes both the views and participation of those on both sides of the strait. I just came back from Taiwan, so apologies if my jet lag brain fails me. But I also saw a really steady drumbeat on our defense relationship in Taiwan. There's really strong training programs. There's a lot of strong defense investment happening in Taiwan, a lot of indigenous defense investment happening as well. And there's still a continued private sector interest in expanding the footprint in Taiwan. I actually met with a couple of U.S. company heads that were in Taiwan that recently opened up offices. So I think all of that goes to show that there is a lot of optimism about the U.S.-Taiwan relationship. Of course, there are continuing questions on whether or not this optimism is shared by the president. However, I do think I was looking through some of the president's statements on Taiwan since he took office in Trump 2.0. And besides the trade comments, I really actually have seen the president be rather cautious in his public commentary on Taiwan. He hasn't actually, changed strategic ambiguity at all. He hasn't, bluntly, stated one way or another on how he feels about the future of Taiwan. And, besides, there was some reporting about the $400 million of PDA that was held. It seems that is a little bit more about the payment of the PDA and the drawdown authorities rather than, a commitment to Taiwan's arms sales and defense as a whole, the president has actually been rather supportive of private companies that have wanted to invest in Taiwan and sell directly to Taiwan via DCS. So I think that those little bits give me a little bit of optimism, too, on how the president views Taiwan. Of course, you've probably seen this week, the Wall Street Journal was reporting that she asked for potential changes in U.S. government statements about opposing Taiwan independence. This is also a PRC ask that they have made of the Obama administration, Trump 1.0, and the Biden administration. So I think the fact that the PRC is asking for that change in language is not necessarily as flashy as the media might want to make it seem. The third point I wanted to make, too, is just that Taiwan policy is unique because of the status of Taiwan. Typically, the executive branch has authority over foreign policy, but because Taiwan is not a recognized country by the United States, there is a lot of opportunity for other branches of government, as well as the U.S. private sector, to really set Taiwan policy in a way that it can't really do with other countries. So, for example, the ambassador mentioned that congressional support for Taiwan remains really strong. I think that's absolutely true. We saw Senator Wicker visit Taiwan and say some really strong statements of support. And we also have seen, as I mentioned previously, a lot of private sector expansion in Taiwan, too. So I think all of that is to say that Taiwan policy is unique. The president, may not share my full optimism on where the relationship with Taiwan is going, but I haven't seen anything that makes me believe that the president has done a complete 180 on where he was in Trump 1.0 on Taiwan, and also that when we're looking at things that are happening on the ground in Taiwan, it seems like a pretty steady drumbeat of our Taiwan policy and a continuation of the Taiwan policy that we've seen over the past two administrations. Quickly, I know John had also asked about trip insights, and I'm happy to talk a little bit about some of the long-term trends that I saw while I was in Taiwan, and what maybe that means for the United States and where there might be some concerns that we should be thinking about. In terms of trip insights, we saw the Taiwanese government really market itself as an important node in U.S. AI dominance, and that's not a narrative that I had really heard previously. Secondly, the Taiwanese government is all in on unmanned systems. We had the privilege of being the first foreign delegation to visit the UAV Army Training Center in the south, in Jiayi. And in addition to that training center and also NCIST, indigenous drone production, and also talking to a couple of U.S. companies down there, we've really seen a concerted effort to address some of Taiwan's asymmetric capabilities gaps and workforce challenges with unmanned systems. And I think that's a really interesting development that has accelerated a lot even in the past year. There's been a lot of progress made on civilian defense and resilience, not only from communication from the Taiwanese government to the people, but also NGOs, local government, and provincial government levels that are working on building civilian defense and resilience. And lastly, which I think is just something that I have noticed in both Taiwan and U.S. policy circles, there does seem to be a little bit of a shift in the narrative from talking about deterrence to resistance and resilience. And I think that goes to show that there is an understanding on both sides of the urgency of the state of the Taiwan Strait. And as John pointed out in the introduction, there's a lot of accelerations of PRC movement around the island. But I think the fact that the narrative now is more about resistance and resilience does show that both sides have kind of finally grasped the urgency of the situation. Of course, not everything is rosy, and there are concerns that we continue to have. I'll pinpoint three and then happy to talk more in the Q&A section. But one concern that I do have about unmanned systems is whether or not this is a little bit too little too late. As we've seen in Ukraine and other battlefield spaces, volume really matters, and I'm not sure if the U.S. production capability and Taiwan's production capability is really churning out the volume that Taiwan would need to see to make a difference on the battlefield. Secondly, there's continued will to fight questions. I think the progress made on civilian defense and resilience is impressive, but there's still, I know, especially in the halls of Congress over the past year, there's been a lot of concerns about will to fight. This is a narrative that we see cycle through every so often in U.S. policy circles, and this is one of the peak cycles that's happening right now. So I think anything that supporters of Taiwan can do to pinpoint specific data points that might suggest that there is a stronger will to fight than maybe some policymakers think is going to do a lot for U.S.-Taiwan relations. And then lastly, I think this is more of a message for us on the American side, who are strong supporters of the US-Taiwan relationship, is I think there's still a lack of messaging that's happening about why the support for Taiwan is good for American interests, right? I mean, protecting democracy, protecting the livelihoods of 23 million people are all very noble goals, and that's absolutely something to aspire to. But I think at the core for a US policymaker, and at the core for myself as well, is the idea that supporting Taiwan is best for American foreign policy, and it's best for America's future as well. So I think pulling together those narratives is something that maybe US policymakers aren't doing the best job of trying to push for. And I think as we're looking at this community of non-governmental folks who are very supportive of the US-Taiwan relationship, there's ways to perhaps publicly talk about how this is important for American national interests too, that can really resonate with this administration. I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you very much, Anne. I think it's really interesting to hear from your comments, your discussion of, I guess, sort of a continuity in U.S.-Taiwan policy. I think, amidst a lot of flashy headlines or when, statements are made by prominent policymakers, as with, President Trump's comments that Taiwan stole the semiconductor industry, that gets a lot of media attention and so forth, but it can sort of distract from what might be greater continuity under the surface or underneath the headlines. But thank you very much. I'd like to turn next to our second speaker, Dr. Jin-Fu Hung. Dr. Hung is a professor of political science at National Cheng Kung University in Taiwan, as well as the vice president of student affairs. Over the years, he's written on a number of topics related to the PRC, including China's political economy, PRC politics, Chinese Communist Party propaganda and ideology. He obtained his undergraduate degree from Fungjia University in Taiwan, which I personally know. I should make the note that Jin-Fu is an old personal friend of mine who I first met in Taiwan when I was an exchange student in Taichung in the mid-90s. So it's very good to have him with us here again. And then he completed his PhD at the University of Warwick in the United Kingdom. But he's flown a very long way to join us today. So without further ado, Jin-Fu, I'll turn the floor to you, sir. Yeah, it should already be on. Is it on?
Okay, works. Thank you, John. This is my great pleasure and great honor to be invited by the GTI annual conference. And today I'm not going to talk about the PRC. Mostly I'm going to share my observation with regard to US-Taiwan relations from Taiwanese perspective, especially Taiwan's policy toward the United States under President Lai Ching-te's regime. So I'm going to talk into three parts. Firstly, I'm going to share my general observation with regard to the overall political direction of Taiwan toward the U.S. As we understand, China is now leading an authoritarian bloc that is working closer and together and trying to infiltrate and weaken democracies. They use military pressure and hybrid warfare tactics, things like disinformation, cyber attacks, and gray zone harassment to test limits, divide Taiwanese society, and slowly change the regional and global order. And Taiwan is now right in the middle of the Indo-Pacific first island chain. So we feel this pressure every day. We know that keeping our country safe and ensuring peace in the Taiwan Strait is absolutely essential. The people of Taiwan need to stay determined to protect our sovereignty and our democratic way of life. At the same time, we back a rule-based international order because peace and stability in this region benefit the whole world. But there seems to be a shift happening in Washington. Unlike the Biden administration, Trump and his team may not see global politics mainly as democracy versus authoritarianism. Perhaps they want to avoid a war with China at all costs. And in the current global climate, with war already in Ukraine and the Middle East, they may expect Taiwan to play a more practical, responsible role in keeping the strait stable. That means Taiwan can't just frame our situation as a global battle of great power. Trump team wouldn't buy into that. Trump doesn't automatically value alliances the way Biden did. Instead, his team prides itself on tough, transactional deal-making. For Taiwan, the key might be take a long-term, open-minded approach, build goodwill, and push forward on issues that we both care about. That's how we could make the US-Taiwan partnership stronger and more stable. President Lai Ching-te is pushing his 4-pillar of peace plan. That is strengthening defense, building economic security, deepening ties with democratic partners, and managing cross-strait relations steadily with principle. Taiwan is now undergoing pressure from Beijing, things like propaganda, disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, military drills, and constant harassment by Chinese ships and aircraft. These are real threats to our democracy and our society unity. The only way, I guess, to push back is through the stronger cooperation with democratic allies, especially the US. Washington has been building a mesh of partnership across the Atlantic and Indo-Pacific. Taiwan definitely wants to be part of that, creating a stronger democratic shield against authoritarian expansion. Of course, we will still shut off the United Nations, as seen again at the recent US General Assembly in New York. China worked hard to isolate us, but Taiwan will keep finding creative ways to take part in global affairs. We will keep our neighbors, we will helping our neighbors, and with U.S. support, we can still show that Taiwan is responsible and important global player. And next, I'm going to share with regard to the trade and economy relations with the U.S. During Trump presidency, the U.S. slapped tariff on many countries under the idea of fairness, and Taiwan wasn't spared. We got hit with a 32% tariff. For a trade-driven economy like ours, that is a big challenge. Still, Taiwan's economy is resilient. In 2024, we exported 111 billion US dollars worth of goods to the US. That is 23.4% of all our export. And 2/3 of that came from competitive sectors such as ICT products and electronics. We are not planning, I guess, to retaliate with tariff of our own. And Taiwanese company will keep investing in the US as long as it makes sense for our national interest. In fact, Taiwan has already invested over 100 billion in the US, creating around 400,000 American jobs. Beyond TSMC chip plants, other industries such as electronics, ICT, petrochemicals, energy, and so on, can also expand the US footprint of Taiwanese companies. We are also stepping up purchases from the US to cut the trade imbalances, especially in agriculture, industry, oil and gas. Recently, our president said that over the next 4 years, Taiwan will buy 10 billion US dollar in US farm products. The government has already organized Team Taiwan investing in America. And I guess I would like to echo President Lai's argument. And we do hope that Washington will respond with a Team America investing in Taiwan, working together with other like-minded countries too. We can integrate our industry more closely. That means a more stable and complementary US-Taiwan economic partnership, especially in semiconductors, ICT, smart manufacturing, and AI, and so on. Taiwan's goal is to become an AI island and move forward to a smarter, more sustainable, and more prosperous future. Of course, Taiwan also needs to work with Washington to address issues like the high-tech export controls and preventing illegal rerouting of low-cost goods. And lastly, I would like to share my observation with regard to military and security with the U.S. President Lai has also mentioned and made it clear, Taiwan must get stronger at defending ourselves. We have already raised our defense budget to a record of 31 billion US dollars, which is almost 3.32% of our GDP for the next year, 2026. And it is claimed that we are also aiming to 5% of GDP by 2030. For the first time, we are adopting a NATO-style model that also counts civil defense and social resilience as part of our national defense. This demonstrates both Washington and the world that we are serious. Taiwan is developing an asymmetric defense strategy. We are buying things like drones, missiles, and sensors from the US, while also working toward joint R&D and production. We want to deepen defense cooperation with the US step by step. Given China's constant military pressure around Taiwan and in the South China Sea, this cooperation is urgent. Taiwan also needs to work with the US and other democracies on counting disinformation, improving cybersecurity, and building resilience. Real peace depends on real strength. That means not only weapons, but also a society that is prepared and united. That is why Taiwanese Defense Ministry has published a new civil defense handbook, which is called When Crisis Comes, with the subtitle Taiwan's National Survival Guide. July, the month of our annual Hanguang military exercises and local resilience drill, has now been named as our National Unity Month. We count on goodwill from Beijing to keep the peace. The only way, I guess, is to prevent war, is to stay prepared, to build defense power and social resilience. In this tough environment, cooperation with the US and other like-minded democracies is so vital. The stronger Taiwan's tie with democratic society, the more resilient our democracy becomes. And the more resilient we are, the better we could deter authoritarian regime from creating more crises. Taiwan's democracy didn't come easy. It was built 3 decades of struggle and sacrifices. That is why we never bow to aggression. We will stand tall, protect our way of life, and to continue to shine on the world stage together with the United States. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you very much, Jin Fu. I think in your comments captured a couple thoughts for me. One is that, something that, in our work at GTI, when we have conversations with interlocutors from Taiwan, one thing that always comes through, or certainly over the course of the past year, is the high level of uncertainty regarding U.S. policy. You know, what's the Trump administration going to do about on this issue or that? But I think it's sort of your comments towards the end, I think, really helped to emphasize the measures that Taiwan itself is taking, both in the military realm and in the economic realm. I think a lot of the conversations that take place in international media about Taiwan, we can often just sort of almost treat Taiwan as an object, like as if there's nothing happening inside Taiwan itself. It's, you know, sort of a just sort of an issue being knocked about between the United States and China. But I think your comments really do help to bring a little bit more to the fore a lot of the actions that Taiwan's government itself is taking to improve its international and its security posture. So thank you very much. I now want to turn to our third speaker, Dr. Willie Wolap Lam, who's visiting us from Canada today. Dude. Willie is, I think I would also like to consider him an old friend, having met him a number of times in the past, including going back to a number of years ago when I worked with the Jamestown Foundation, where Willie is a senior fellow and has written for them for many, many years on PRC elite politics. And Dr. Lam is a recognized expert on elite politics within the highest echelons of the Chinese Communist Party. He's also had an academic career mixed in with his private writing and research, including past teaching at the Chinese University of Hong Kong. Over the course of the years, he's written many books about Chinese politics, including most recently the Fight for China's Future, about civil society in the PRC. Two books about Xi Jinping, Chinese politics in the era of Xi Jinping, and Xi Jinping, the hidden agendas of China's ruler for life. I know for myself, before I came to GTI, when I myself worked at Jamestown, or before that in government, and did writing on PRC politics, I think if you look at anything I wrote back from those days, if you look at the list of footnotes, you're going to see the name Lam quite a bit over and over again. I really relied a lot on his work. His newest book, published this year, is a bit of a departure from Confucius to Xi Jinping, the DNA of Chinese politics. So taking a longer view at the history of political philosophy in China and how that legacy is still felt in the current day. But we've asked Dr. Lam to speak to us, provide some insights on Taiwan policy, sort of from Beijing's perspective. And again, without further ado, Dr. Lam, I'll turn the floor to you, sir.
Oh, thank you, John, for a very generous introduction. And first of all, I must express my feeling of pleasure and privilege at being invited to this very important conference by the GTI. So I'll stick to the rules by talking just for about 10 minutes and then leave it to Q&A afterwards. Well, first of all, I have been to Taiwan 2 times in the past 3 months, and I would like to address some of my perceptions regarding Beijing's strategies and mechanisms regarding its so-called perennial wish for national reunification. But first of all, having written about Xi Jinping for the past 10 odd years, I have to say that it now is quite certain that in spite of repeated speculation and rumors that he might soon lose his job, he will definitely stay around at least until the end of his third 5-year term. That means from 2022 to 2027. And my prediction is that there is at least a 50% chance that he would stay number one. That means General Secretary of the CCP, as well as, more importantly, Chairman of the Central Military Commission. equivalent to the commander-in-chief position until 2032, when he will be 79 years of age, which by Chinese standard is just a middle-aged figure. You remember that at the military parade, which took place on September 3rd, there was some small talk between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin, which was deliberately leaked to the public, in which Xi Jinping unabashedly said that he will live until 150 years old. Well, but more seriously, Xi Jinping is not a person who respects rules and regulations as well as conventions within the Chinese Communist Party. We remember very clearly that Deng Xiaoping and previous leaders laid down strict regulations that the number one of the party and army can only stay in power for 10 years. And the justification which Xi Jinping has given to the Chinese political elite for staying on in power for as many as 20 years, that means from 2012 until 2032, is that he is the only person qualified enough to accomplish what the great Mao Zedong failed to do, and that is to liberate Taiwan, to bring about national reunification. So from the Chinese point of view, which of course I think most of us realize is partially internal and external propaganda, Xi Jinping is committed to taking action on Taiwan before 2027 or before 2032. However, the one reason behind the speculation about Xi Jinping losing power, that his hold on the army as well as economic and financial policy making has been called into doubt, is that he's not a good manager, and he has repeatedly violated party rules and regulations. So, for example, look at the most important element in question, the top brass of the PLA. Since the middle of 2023, that means 1 year after the 20th Party Congress in 2022, which I would argue marked the apex of Xi Jinping's powers. Since the middle of 2023, more than 24 full generals and full admirals have been removed from office. This is partly due to, of course, infighting amongst the different stakeholders within the PLA elite, but also partly due to mismanagement on the part of Xi Jinping. I'll just give you one example. He, at the initial stage of the Soviet-style purge, well, I don't have time here to make a comparison between the purge of the PLA in the past few years to the infamous Stalinist purge of the generals in 1937-38. But anyway, I just give you one example. Xi Jinping has removed both the commander and the political commissar of the rocket forces, the commander being Li Yuchao and the political commissar being Xu Jinbo. Well, according to PLA tradition, the commanders and senior officials of the rocket forces usually come from technical backgrounds, because some of them are rocket engineers and well qualified in high technology, space technology, and so forth. But he has replaced the commander of the rocket forces with a career naval officer who knows very little about space warfare or rocket engineering and so forth. The replacement is General Wang Haobin, who is a veteran naval officer with minimal exposure to the high technology required of a usual commander of the rocket forces. And for the political commissar of the rocket forces, he has chosen a career Air Force official who, again, has very little exposure to space technology, missiles, and so forth. Another example I could give you, even though this is not within the PLA, is his very strange replacement of the head of the United Front Department and the head of the organization department. What I meant was his replacing Li Ganjie, the veteran head of the organization department of the party, with the head of the United Front Department, whose name is Shi Taifeng. So I would argue that the military, as it stands, is not a either united nor efficient team if they were to undertake such a major adventure as taking on Taiwan. This is apart from the fact that unlike the early days of Mao Zedong, when military officers would unquestionably obey the commander-in-chief and sacrifice their lives for the so-called aim of national reunification, the generals today value their life highly. They do not, most of them, as far as I'm aware, do not want to go to war. Moreover, most of the senior generals have already sent their spouses and children to the U.S. The CIA has very good information about the bank holdings as well as the real estate holdings and other properties of these spouses and children of senior generals, and there is a fear amongst these senior generals that if they were to go to war with Taiwan, then these assets might be frozen by the U.S. government. So this is another consideration which they have to give before they, assuming that Xi Jinping really gives the go-ahead for a major adventure towards Taiwan, either before 2027 or before 2032, that the generals would have second thoughts about doing this. Plus, you know that warfare today in the 21st century requires instantaneous coordination amongst the different branches of the PLA. So if the generals themselves are in a very shaken position, nobody knows whether his position will still be there tomorrow. And we have seen, of course, the second round of the PLA musical chair, and that is the fact that in the first round, Xi Jinping might be in control in removing senior generals, some of whom are his protégés, including the two former defense ministers. But in the second round, it seems that particularly regarding three major figures, that is General He Weidong, who is the second-ranked vice chairman of the Central Military Commission, including Admiral Miao Hua, who is in charge of the political department of the CMC, as well as the commander of the Eastern Military Command, Fu General Lin Xiangyang. These three, the disgrace seems to be the handiwork of Xi Jinping's enemies in the PLA plus the handiwork of the party elders who do not see eye to eye with Xi Jinping. So my first argument is that the PLA top brass is in disarray and not in an ideal or a efficient position to undertake such a major adventure as breaking the peace with Taiwan. However, let me take a different perspective, and I have to first of all admit that this is the result of my own investigations, and I would sometimes be it would be difficult for me to provide hard and fast evidence for my my theory. But on the other hand, in the first part of my presentation, I mentioned the difficulties faced by the CMC top brass. But at the same time, the PLA, United Front, and propaganda machinery have been very successful in co-opting politicians from the KMT, from the Kuomintang, including, of course, the former president Ma Ying-jeou. The PLA has also been fairly successful in co-opting members of the Taiwan People's Party, formerly led by Dr. Ke. And I would argue that the degree of infiltration, that the CCP and PLA infiltration in Taiwan is such that, according to a trusted source in Taiwan, the United Front Department could take up the phone and call up senior legislators, KMT legislators serving in the current Li Faiyuan, the current legislature in Taiwan. And the infiltration is so complete that many senior legislators, they are doing big business in China. China has deliberately given them immense business opportunities, as well as in some cases second wives and so forth. This also applies to a number of retired KMT generals who is earning big money in Taiwan, to the extent that some of these fat cats from Taiwan who have made a lot of new money in Taiwan, they have been persuaded to go back to Taiwan and operate TV stations and so forth, propagating the Chinese point of view. So one line of thinking, which is perhaps a bit contrary to the first part of my presentation, is that the entire Taiwan society and political operatives have been infiltrated to such an extent that if the United Front Department, under this very capable so-called teacher for 3 generations, Sanqiao Yuanlao, Mr. Wang Huling, who is the chairman of the CPPCC, who had served and who had advised Jiang Zemin, Hu Jintao, and now Xi Jinping. Wang Huling is a very capable and very efficient administrator, so he has played a big role in infiltrating the entire political scene and society in China. So my impression from my 2 previous visits to Taiwan in the past 3 months is that all the Chinese need to do is they will send 4 or 5 submarines to impose the naval blockade of the island. And mind you, even U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has admitted that the Chinese shipbuilding ability is many times that of the U.S., that the U.S. has basically lost its shipbuilding industrial base. China also leads the world in the production of drones and robotics. According to different statistics, China produces about 60-70% of the entire world's drones, as well as a comparable percentage of robots being used in both industrial and military purposes. So, my speculation here is that if Xi Jinping does give the order to make a big move on Taiwan, then all they need to do is to impose an effective naval blockade of the island, which they could do quite easily. And I believe, according to my conversations with my friends, including Taiwan officials, is that Taiwanese will not fight back. They would acquiesce in the inevitable circumstances, because you might remember that in most opinion polls, the KMT still captures about 30% of popular support. This is in addition to the Taiwan's People's Party, which is labeled a neutral party, but which seems to bend towards the KMT. At this stage, the prestige, the political power of the DPP, including President Lai, is at its all-time low. Look at the records of the recent so-called grand recall of about 16 KMT legislators. The grand recall has been a miserable failure for President Lai, and to stick to my limited time, I have to say that according to one scenario, Beijing doesn't need to move even one soldier in its effort to accomplish so-called national reunification, because Taiwan, according to different reports, of course there have been different estimates as to the extent of the emergency supply of oil and gas, energy, and food in Taiwan. So if the Chinese could impose a naval blockade, which they could do quite easily, then it is very doubtful whether the bulk of the Taiwan population might not acquiesce in the inevitable outcome. And it's quite possible that if the DPP would be further isolated, then the majority of the Taiwanese political forces, that means the KMT plus the Taiwan People's Party, might be given the power to rule Taiwan on behalf of the CCP. And as I said, the infiltration is to the extent that cadres in the United Front Department could pick up the phone and pass instructions to major KMT legislators. So this is just one scenario, and This scenario, of course, runs counter to the scenario which I lay out in the first part of my presentation, and that is the PLA top brass is in no position to engage in such a major adventure, which might also jeopardize the economic interests of the children and grandchildren whom they have moved to the U.S. So I'm sorry I have gone over time, and let's have some give and take during the Q&A period. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lam. I do want to now turn it to a few minutes for Q&A. I should have made the announcement at the beginning. Well, of course, we'll be taking some questions both from those who are in our live audience, but for those of you who are watching the live stream, I always like to say that you're part of the conversation as well. And if you have a question that you'd like to direct to one of our panelists, you may do so either in the chat function on YouTube or by emailing them to contact@globaltaiwan.org. Again, contact@globaltaiwan, one word, .org. So please feel free to do so if you'd like to send in a question remotely. In the interest of time, I think I'll forego the normal moderator's prerogative and go directly to the audience. If anyone in the audience does have a question, please feel free to raise your hand, and we'll get a microphone to you for that. If we could bring a microphone up to the first table up here. All right, and let's go with Ambassador Yu. Start with you, sir.
Thank you for the comments of all the the main presentation. I was particularly quite impressed with Dr. Lam's comments. That only takes 5 submarines to sink Taiwan. I don't think so, sir. And you've been in Taiwan twice in the last 3 months, and I don't know who you talked to. Maybe you talked to precisely the same people who you say were infiltrated by the Chinese. But I think the determination for the people of Taiwan to defend themselves is pretty strong. I will not debate you, but I just want to say one thing. First of all, thank you for all the support and expressions of sympathy for the people of Taiwan during the last Hualien disasters that happened recently because of the typhoon. But just look at what happened after the typhoon. The scores of thousands of people who voluntarily rode the train to Hualien to help the people of Hualien clear the debris, help voluntarily, not by mobilization. And the orderly things that were done, that shows the determination of people of Taiwan of doing things together. And don't tread us, but Taiwan is determined to help and defend itself. So your comments on Taiwan is fragile. It only takes a phone call from the United Front to sink Taiwan. I don't think that will happen, sir. Thank you.
All right. Let's go. I think this gentleman had his hand up as well.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. My name is Mark. I'm from United Daily News, based in Taiwan. I have just 2 questions. First being that on the ongoing trade negotiation, we're seeing a rare back and forth this week between the Secretary of Commerce made a proposal that wanted to shift the 50% of Taiwan production of semiconductor to U.S., and the Taiwan delegation said not discussed in the negotiation and pretty much just rejected the proposal. I'm just wondering how should Taiwan posture on this trade negotiation? Should we play soft or should we play hardball or somewhere in between? What's your opinion? And second question, if the topic of Taiwan does come up during the Xi and Trump meeting at the APEC in October, what do you think how Xi would approach this topic, and how would Trump respond? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Would anyone of the panelists like to answer? Anne, would you like to tackle that one?
Yeah, I think for the first negotiation question, Taiwan should negotiate based off of Taiwan's best interests. And I think I don't think that there's like a magic bullet of, oh, if you take this stance, you're going to break through the impasse. I think we're seeing this all across. I mean, if you look at the trade negotiations across all the Asian countries, each Asian country has really taken its own stance on that and has fallen into kind of their own impasse with the negotiation. So I mean, I would just say Taiwan should continue to negotiate in its best interest and remain flexible. In terms of the Xi-Trump meeting, I think something that I am looking for is a situation where Xi would get Trump to just say something, either oppose Taiwan independence or that the U.S. wouldn't defend Taiwan, or just something off the cuff that the PRC side can capitalize on its statement. And even if it's not a direct quote, we saw this with the foreign minister of India, it's just something that they can really emphasize in their foreign quote and inject enough uncertainty into the narrative that this administration might not necessarily be prepared to combat. So I think it's less about, getting some sort of concession or some sort of deal with Trump. I think if I was Xi, I would be more about trying to get that off-the-cuff remark about a comment that maybe the president isn't fully aware of the implications of that comment, and then really capitalize on that on the public statements.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Jin Fu, you had a thought?
I would like to echo Ambassador Yu's comments. I certainly agree with you while acknowledging the comments made by Willie. The day when Taiwan was greatly hit by the typhoon, I was in Taidong, somewhere near Hualien. I observed that Taiwanese people has been working so hard, especially we are being polarized. We have seen the polarizing society. On the one hand, the pen blue and whites are so divided internally. But on the other hand, the society is growing stronger, especially when it comes to civil society. So we have seen volunteers all over the corner of Taiwan to come and rebuild the Hualien society without receiving any compensation from the government or any organization. I do remember one thing from the TV saying that one volunteer refused to get back the money the victim of the floods gave, because he said, if you want to give me the money, I would return he would simply, remove the kind of rocks and slide back to the house, because he wasn't paid to come and help rebuild the society, but because of their goodwill. So we were so touched, we were so moved by the volunteerism of Taiwanese people, because, on the one hand, Taiwan is being polarized in many ways, especially the Chinese propaganda work, the United Front work. I do admit that we are suffering quite a lot, especially when it comes to the legislature. But on the other hand, civil society in Taiwan is growing ever stronger without considering you are from the KMT or DPP. So this is the value of our Taiwanese society. And I also share this kind of concern with regard to the 50% of TSMC, because this morning, actually, I was reading the newspaper whether or not our Vice Premier Zheng Lijun, whether or not she has made any compromises or not. I guess this is a very tough question, and Taiwanese people do support our government when it comes to engage with the U.S. representative. Taiwan is so afraid that we might lose our TSMC. But on the other hand, TSMC is our national digital shield. So how we strike the balance between investing in China and when it comes to the high advanced chips making here, and Taiwanese security. So this is really a tough question. Hopefully, there will be way out. And our representative, our vice premier says she will be responsibly addressing the issue when it has reached agreement between the U.S. and Taiwan economic negotiation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jin-Fin. Would anyone else like to offer a question? I think, how about the young lady here at the table? If we could get a microphone to her.
Thank you so much.
If you could please identify yourself first and ask your question, please. Yes, please, go ahead.
My name is Katie. I'm a master's student in the Democracy and Governance program at Georgetown. And I learned a lot, and thank you so much to all the panelists. My question also kind of goes along with this idea of democracy and governance. We talked about how Trump hasn't really changed his position towards Taiwan, but with the alleged or the backsliding that's happening in the United States when it comes to democracy and democratic principles, how does that affect this protection we're seeing of Taiwan's protection of democracy against authoritarianism and autocracy, and how does that affect our relationship with Taiwan?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I guess if, as I would understand the question, I guess sort of the question directed to the panelist would be essentially with the Trump administration, the second Trump administration, sort of taking perhaps a less ideological policy, in terms of supporting democracies and so forth, and perhaps more a transactional one. Like in what concrete ways would that impact policy towards Taiwan? Would any of you care to take a crack at answering that one? Willie, please go ahead.
Well, my immature perception is that compared to the previous presidents from both parties, including George W. Bush and President Obama and so forth, Trump's idea of international affairs is more markedly transactional. That means, as we all know, he is most famous as a deal maker, and there are fears in Taiwan when I was there 2 times in the past 3 months that he might, one cannot rule out the possibility that he might strike a big deal with Xi Jinping. According to reports, there would not be a summit or a detailed exchange on the sidelines of the APEC meeting in Seoul in November. In fact, there was one report that Xi Jinping might not even show up. But Trump apparently, according to his own admission, he would make a state visit to Beijing in 2026, early 2026. And that was also Xi Jinping's preference, because Xi Jinping badly needs a full state visit from President Trump to justify his claim onto full power. So Trump's visit is very important for Xi Jinping to reassure his domestic audience, in addition, of course, to the international audience, that he's still number one in China, and that he can readily handle the mega chief. So the possibility, I think I can only say that one cannot rule out the possibility that a so-called big deal might be struck between Trump and Xi Jinping.
And thank you. And you wanted to, you had a comment you wanted to offer on that?
That's a really good question. I think you kind of struck on a shift in American politics now, with American foreign policy, and there is a need. I think I mentioned in my opening too, there is a need to kind of do some political maneuverability and really ensure that support for Taiwan isn't just a narrative about saving democracy, but it really aligns with the America First policy agenda. But I do think that there's a lot of positive ways that Taiwan can do so, right? I mean, I think in American national interest to ensure that there's not a cataclysmic global economic event, American national interest to ensure the PRC doesn't get additional holds in the Indo-Pacific, which Admiral Paparo has said the Indo-Pacific is the homeland. There's a lot of reasons to still support Taiwan that align with an America First policy agenda, but there is a little bit of political maneuverability and a shift from just looking at it from a purely democratic governance lens.
Okay, thank you, Ann. I think we'll conclude our first panel here. Let me ask you for just a brief round of applause for all of our three speakers. I'm going to propose a slight shift to the schedule. Let's start panel 2. We're going to take a short break, and let's start panel 2 at 10:30, and we'll take that one from like 10:30 to 11:50. But yes, we'll have a break for a few minutes, and we'll reconvene shortly. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you all for taking the time to join another great GTI symposium. My name is Alex Gray. I'm a non-resident senior fellow here at GTI. And this panel is one that I'm particularly passionate about, having worked in the U.S. government for a number of years on Taiwan's alliances and partnerships in a variety of different forms. This has been really, I think, a undervalued and underappreciated topic, and I'll go out on a limb and say I think it's been underappreciated by the U.S. government. I think for many years, the U.S. government failed to value just how significant Taiwan having a robust international presence and a robust kind of international space really meant not just to Taiwan's autonomy and standing, but really to U.S. interests and to the U.S. interests that we have in a vibrant Taiwan that flourishes on the global stage and what that means to our partnership. So I think we've got a great panel assembled to have that conversation from a number of different angles. So I'll introduce our panel. They're going to give some opening remarks on different aspects of Taiwan's international space, and then we'll throw it open to questions. And I think we're going to be able to unpack what I think is a very nuanced, but also a very rich vein of discussion for as I said, an underappreciated part of both the U.S.-Taiwan relationship and what I think is going to help define Taiwan in the years ahead as an important actor on the world stage. So with us, we have Thomas Shattuck from Perry World House at the University of Pennsylvania. We have Yuki Tatsumi from the Institute of Indo-Pacific Security. We have Leland Lazarus from Lazarus Consulting, and we have Adrienne Wu from GTI. We're going to throw it over to start to Tom Shattuck.
Thanks, Alex, and thank you to John, and congratulations to GTI and the staff. I know the amount of work it goes into putting something on like this, so I appreciate your efforts, and you're doing double duty speaking on a panel too. I was asked to focus on developments in the Philippine-Taiwan relationship, so that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to focus on developments over the last few years under President Marcos, how the relationship has changed, and what I believe is the trajectory, and I'll end, if I have time, with some recommendations. So first, why do we think the Philippines and Taiwan are natural partners, or why do I personally think that? I think there are 4 factors. The first is geography. The second is the presence of overseas Philippine workers. Third is PRC coercion. And the fourth is similar issues at home. For geography, the Philippines is right to the southern part of Taiwan. There are actually parts of Philippine islands that are closer to southern Taiwan than they are to what we would consider the mainland Philippines. We've had similar analysis and debates about islands that Japan holds that are very close to Taiwan. The Philippines actually has the closest foreign island to Taiwan. It is not Japan. And there are two strategic and linked waterways that connect Taiwan security to Philippine security, the Bashi Channel and Luzon Strait, which we see the PLA and PLAN regularly using for transits in between the Western Pacific and the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait. For overseas Filipino workers, they're between, no one knows exactly the number, they're vastly different ranges cited, but it's somewhere probably between 150,000 and 200,000 overseas Filipino workers in Taiwan spread out through all the country, and primarily are in the healthcare industry or domestic care. The Philippine diaspora, whether it's in Taiwan, the United States, anywhere else in the world, is probably the most important external issue for the Philippines with its foreign policy. Protecting overseas Filipino workers is number one. And if they're in danger, that means whoever is in charge in Manila has to figure out a way to protect them. Cross-strait tensions, whether that is a blockade or some sort of conflict, will endanger those people and would be an issue for Manila to have to address. Members of the Philippine House and Senate in 2022 and up until present day have noted the need for a plan for evacuation of these hundreds of thousands of people. That plan, or the need for that plan, has sort of come about in the Balagatan exercises since the Nancy Pelosi visit in 2022. And members of Congress there have been much more vocal about the need to continue to make those preparations, not just because of the OSWs, but because southern Taiwan, anyone there would go south towards the Philippines. And there needs to be a preparation for how would you address a large humanitarian disaster and refugee crisis in the Philippines. The third factor that would make them natural partners is similar PRC coercion that they both face. Both the Philippines and Taiwan are on the receiving end of massive coercion at sea, air, and at home in a variety of ways. It's the Philippines in the South China Sea, it's Taiwan in the Taiwan Strait, and in cyberspace and elections and disinformation. Over the last few years, we've seen very vividly on video how the PRC has treated Philippine Coast Guard and Navy with rammings, firing of lasers, water cannons, swarming around islands and features, overflights over these areas. In Taiwan, it's prodding of pressure points and sovereignty for Taiwan, disinformation, and the United Front issue. So the two of them can learn from each other with tactics on how to properly respond, what's worked, what hasn't worked. And finally, similar issues at home. We've seen with the recent typhoon, both the Philippines and Taiwan were hit by it. They both have archipelagic geography. They both have mountains. They're both islands, tropical climate. They have similar climate change issues related to flooding, and they both have very densely populated cities. That means that domestically, when you take out the foreign policy, there are things that they can learn for best practices on search and rescue, humanitarian disaster relief, that would just help the well-being of both populations. Now, we have those four issues. Why has the Philippines been reluctant to enhance the relationship with Taiwan? I think there are three. PRC influence, its one China policy, and the South China Sea being the predominantly more important issue for the Philippines. When it comes to PRC influence in the Philippines, politicians there are deeply influenced in a variety of ways by the United Front there, and also just illicit funds. When politicians may or may not go to China, there are reports that their hotels are greeted with some nice lavish gifts. The recent Senate elections this summer with the Philippines, there were candidates who espoused pro-PRC political leanings, which was a little more surprising that when Marcos was expecting a much higher support rate, it was the Duterte clan and more pro-PRC people took those seats. And for the PRC influence, there's also the Duterte effect, that Duterte Rodrigo was president for his constitutionally allowed one term, and it is likely, unless his daughter gets impeached and removed from office, which seems more and more unlikely based on the midterm elections there, that she is the front runner to become president after Marcos. So if there is another swing back to a more pro-PRC foreign policy in Manila, then we would see Taiwan once again be de-emphasized. When it comes to the One China policy, it is a self-restriction. The communique between PRC and Manila does not use the word acknowledge like the United States does, but fully understands and respects. You would think that allows a lot of flexibility, but Manila's own interpretation is much more restrictive. In 1987, Manila banned official visits to Taiwan or the Philippines. 2001, there's a ban on official Track 1 engagement. However, in 2025, Marcos eased those restrictions and had a travel ban only on the president, vice president, Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Minister of National Defense coming to or from Taiwan. We saw that ban actually did not apply to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Taiwan, who recently visited the Philippines. And third, with the South China Sea influence, obviously they have a much higher foreign policy priority to its west, not to its north. The Philippines is every day fighting against China over sovereignty issues there, so they don't want to waste manpower and limited resources in the north. However, that does seem to be changing significantly. Some key shifts that have occurred over the last few years under Marcos. 2022 is the most important year, one, because he took office, but two, because of Nancy Pelosi's visit when she was Speaker of the House, was probably the first major foreign policy crisis that Marcos had to address. And since 2022, he has significantly changed his tune on, this is usual cross-strait issues, to saying, quote, when we look at the situation in the area, especially tensions in the Taiwan Strait, we can see that just by our geographic location, should there in fact be a conflict in the area, it's very hard to imagine a scenario where the Philippines will not somehow get involved. And the word involved has come up a lot with Marcos and his cabinet and military officials. They've all been saying, yeah, of course, based on geography or refugees, we're going to be involved. They don't say what that means, but there is now an acknowledgement of involvement, whether it is a blockade, a conflict, or some other thing. That has happened multiple times since he took office. And the South China Sea under Marcos I became a hotbed that was de-emphasized under Duterte, and now the logic in Manila is if we're both being victims of PRC coercion, we may now have things in common, and there is a need and a desire from people I've talked to in the Philippines, at least in the Philippine military, to meet with counterparts in Taiwan to learn lessons learned, particularly on the disinformation issue. I will wrap up so I don't go over my time, but the recommendations that I would provide for Taiwan would be to not slow down. In the Philippines, the president gets one term and you're done. There's no re-election. So you now have momentum over the last several years. Keep that momentum going. Minister of Foreign Affairs in Taiwan visited. That should probably be now followed up by a legislative UN delegation. There is a friendship caucus that was established in the LY in 2024. A little odd that it took till 2024 for a friendship caucus in Taiwan to be established for your closest neighbor. But send a delegation or receive delegations. Put pedal to the metal when it comes to that people-to-people exchange. Something that Manila has said very frequently is that the Philippines should be strongly considered for a location for decommissioned Taiwanese assets. So when U.S. things go to the Taiwan, if Taiwan were to decommission things, if particularly in the Coast Guard, because the Coast Guard is what needs a lot of resources, the Philippines could be a location for that. There is an existing MOU between Taiwan and the Philippines that allows for cooperation. There are a variety of ways that that cooperation could be expanded. We do know that the Taiwanese contingent of Coast Guard men and women actually were in the Philippines in the last couple of years, so continue to expand that exchange and cooperation. Recently wrote a piece on Taiwan and the South China Sea. Taiwan-South China Sea policy is 10 years old. It's time to update it. That came out after the arbitral ruling, and Taiwan was not very happy with that ruling. So Taiwan needs, and under the Lai administration, to come up with something new on what it actually is claiming. Are you just claiming what you have, or are you going to actually continue with more expansive viewpoint? And that could help settle tensions with Manila. And the last would be to connect the Taiwan Strait and security in the Taiwan Strait to South China Sea security. All the waterways in the north and the south, and even separating Taiwan from the Philippines, are all connected. In the event of a blockade, would be devastating for the Philippine economy, because those vessels would be stopped because southern Taiwan would be blockaded, which would mean northern Philippines would be directly affected. If there is a conflict over Taiwan, again, there would be a refugee crisis. but Taiwan has not done a very good job of connecting regional security to specific countries, in this case, the Philippines' priority in the South China Sea. So by connecting South China Sea issues to spillover effects in the Taiwan Strait or vice versa, you may be able to change hearts and minds in leadership positions in Manila, or at least get those questions in the Filipino everyday people's minds of what's actually going to happen to us should there be the worst case scenario to our north. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Great overview of a complicated situation. So let's throw it over now to Yuki Tatsumi to talk about the Taiwan-Japan relationship.
Great. Is this on? Is the microphone on? Great. Thank you, Alex, for the introduction, and congratulations to GTI for this annual conference, and thanks for having me to this great opportunity. So my job is to talk a little bit about the Japan-Taiwan relationship, so which I'm going to stick to that theme, but I'm really glad that Tom actually talked about Philippine-Taiwan, because I think those three places are the area where I really see the potential of growing more exchanges, more cooperation, more unofficial dialogue, and particularly on the maritime security issues and maritime security and safety issues, because that is like one issue that all three parties share an interest. Just to give you an quick overview, Japan-Taiwan relations has always been very friendly. They enjoyed the very closer economic and cultural ties. Japanese public feeling toward Taiwan has consistently been very friendly and warm, and I think it's very reciprocal, vice versa, between from Taipei toward Tokyo. And but I think the area that has been relatively restricted historically has been more on the security cooperation. But then I think that particular aspect of the relationship still remaining unofficial, but has been particularly energized after 2012, when the late Prime Minister Shinzo Abe came back to the office. He's known to be a friend of Taiwan, and Taiwan was very excited about him returning to the office. And then I think under him, Japan began to make all this kind of a great deal of adjustment and recalibration of its a national security policy and defense policy. And one important pillar of that recalibration was Japan's cooperation and relationships with the allies and partners. And we often hear about U.S.-Japan Australia, U.S.-Japan Philippines more and more, and U.S.-Japan India is another long-standing one. U.S.-Japan ROK, obviously, although it's a little bit complicated all the time. But I think more and more since late Prime Minister Abe returned to the office in 2012, this relationship between partnership between Japan and Taiwan is getting a really kind of a refreshed look from his strategic point of view, that which actually now being very much widely shared among the most of the political spectrum within Japan, which is if something goes badly in a cross-Taiwan, cross-strait situation, this is not a regional contingency, something like, that's happening across the shoreline, but it is very much of Japan's own national security crisis. And when I think Prime Minister Mr. Abe was the first one to really articulate and verbalize that and start talking about that in a more public domain. And nowadays, most of the Japanese politician talks about it in a public domain, and no one blinks. It really has been this narrative and this notion that security and peace and stability of the cross-strait circumstances is very closely tied to Japan's own national security. And therefore, Japan has a critical national interest, its own interest in ensuring that the cross-strait relations remains peaceful and free of coercion. And Japan needs to continue to support the democracy in Taiwan. And I'm really glad that I got the tail end of Annie's remarks in the previous panel, where she talked about some kind of a recasting of the narrative that goes beyond the advocacy of the democracy needs to happen, especially under the particular political environment that we're seeing in Washington, D.C. I think Japan-Taiwan relations, or the importance of a U.S. sustained engagement in U.S.-Japan alliance, US-Taiwan relations, and most of all, sustained U.S. interest in the cross-strait relations. Japan and Taiwan has a lot in common in terms of making sure that they can kind of cast that and adjust that narrative to fit into current administration's America First policy agenda, that how U.S. sustained engagement in this area parts of the world will make America more prosperous and safer and more peaceful. And very quickly, I think in recent years, couple of notable trend is that as the Japan-Taiwan relationship gets closer, Japanese public and then also political leaders get very much sensitized with a lot of the things that wasn't unheard of before. So, for example, I think the most recent example that I can think about is former President Tsai Ing-wen's visit to Tokyo earlier in September. I still remember back in the day when I was a student in Tokyo that when then former President Lee Teng-hui visited Tokyo for his alumni gathering for his university, it was a huge issue of whether does Japan issue a visa. PRC protested. No media makes a big deal out of President Tsai's visit to Tokyo. And then part of it is because now Japan and Taiwan has this visa-free arrangement, so we don't have to make a headline. But it just goes to show you that everybody kind of accepts that, yes, former senior official in Taiwan, former senior official from Taiwan can visit Tokyo. What's wrong with it? There's nothing newsworthy about this. It is just another former senior official visit, just like senior officials from any other countries visit to Tokyo. So I think that is one kind of a sensitization that is happening, which kind of like normalizing this relationship. I think it's one positive trajectory, and I'm noticing from my angle, I'm noticing more and more active engagement among the retired senior military officers, amongst U.S., Japan, Taiwan. I almost on a regular basis hear about my friends in the Japan, retired self-defense force officers or retired U.S. senior military official talking to me about their visit to Taiwan because they had TTX on this subject and that subject. And it's happening more and more on a regular basis on a wide variety of scenarios, from everything from really frontal military crisis to something more subtle, like what happens in the gray zone, what happens when the economic coercion happens. So that also goes to show you the depth, deepening of that relationship, even though that relationship still remains unofficial. And another trend that I'm noticing is that I am hearing more and more from my Japanese colleagues in Tokyo who goes to Taiwan or Philippines that there are more connectivity between Tokyo, Manila, and Taipei because of that same shared interest about making sure that this whole big swath of the water between Taiwan Strait to Vassie Strait, leading up, connecting the East China Sea area and the South China Sea area, making sure that area is free of navigation, free of transportation, free of coercion. And basically freedom of global commons is the shared interests that are shared across those three capitals. So very quickly to wrap up, I think I do see this trend only to continue. PRC's continuing coercive behavior is really kind of the gift that I put it in the gift that keeps on giving, that it gives overall narrative of why each Tokyo, Philippines, Manila, and Washington needs to advocate the stronger connectivity and relationship amongst the three. So I think that's that's one area that I would definitely expect more conversation happens down the road, and actually in more concrete efforts that takes place at the initiative of either Tokyo, Taipei, or Manila. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yuki. And now we're going to give Leland Lazarus opportunity to talk about Taiwan and Western Hemisphere Latin America.
Well, first and foremost, thank you so much, Alex, and thank you to John, and thank you to Adrian for the invitation to be a part of the GTI Annual Symposium. It's a pleasure to be here. I also want to start off by also sharing my condolences to the people of Taiwan from last week's Typhoon Ragasa in Hualien. And so to the 17 people who have perished and for the thousands who've been impacted, our hearts and our prayers go out to all of them. I think when we talk about Taiwan's engagement in Latin America and the Caribbean, and it makes the headlines, it only makes the headlines when something bad happens, right? When another diplomatic ally flips. That was the case with Honduras a couple of years ago, and Nicaragua before that, and then a couple of years before, Panama and El Salvador and Dominican Republic before that, and then Costa Rica before that. But rarely do we ever actually talk about what happens in the in-between, right, in the interim, the ways in which Taiwan tries to engage with its diplomatic allies in order to shore up its partnerships, but also the very real ways in which the PRC is actively trying to undermine Taiwan in these countries. And I think that if we look at those, it shows microcosms of the PRC influence playbook, right? Not just in the diplomatic allies, but also other areas around the world. And so if you will bear with me for the next couple minutes, I want to take you guys on a little tour of Latin America and the Caribbean. Strap in. We're going to go kind of every country to give a pulse of where Taiwan is and where the PRC is in each of those countries. But before that, I want to take a step back, assuming that folks are not necessarily focusing on Latin America and the Caribbean on a day-to-day. So I first want to just set the stage about the top 3 issues impacting this region right now. The first is a huge rise in violence and crime and transnational criminal organizations. Especially in the Caribbean, the per capita homicide rate in these small island developing states has really skyrocketed. Not just in Jamaica, not just in Trinidad and Tobago, but in Taiwan, recognizing countries like St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and other areas as well. And so security forces, local police, that is their number 1 priority right now in trying to deal with these gangs who are also receiving a lot of guns, I gotta say it, from the United States, right? From importation from guns from the United States. The second is, of course, fragile economies that are very import dependent. If you are a small island developing state, it's very hard for you to grow your own food, and importation of food is very expensive, and it's become even more expensive given the current global tariff issues. And so a lot of countries are trying to find innovative ways to boost their yield of different crops, of animals, innovative technology, innovative seeds and things like that for crop cultivation and self-sufficiency. And then the third is climate change. I know that's not a sexy word in Washington anymore, but it is a top national security issue for Latin American and Caribbean countries on the day-to-day, right? Especially in the Caribbean, where rising sea levels or a hurricane can drop multiple percentage points of GDP, right? Or in Central America, where a typhoon or a hurricane, just like what happened in Taiwan last week, can wipe out whole communities in Central American countries, right? And so that is, again, an existential threat to many of those partners. So it's in that context where Taiwan is really stepping up to try to provide real, tangible benefits to its allies and partners in the region on those 3 key issues. And I was heartened by recent news that the Taiwan Ministry of Foreign Affairs is going to increase their foreign aid to the region by 1 billion Taiwan dollars. That's about 23 million US dollars to the region. That might sound small on sort of the US scale, but actually, $23 million can go a long way in small countries. And we also know that President Lai was supposed to have visited the region in July. He had to postpone it. The reason for that, we can debate whether it was because of the natural disaster or was it because of pressure from the Trump administration to not rock the boat in the trade negotiations with China. So I'm going to start with this tour, going country by country, and real quick. We're going to start in Belize. Belize is in Central America, but it is an English-speaking country. It very much views itself as a Caribbean country, right? It's a part of CARICOM. And this year is the 35th anniversary of Belize-Taiwan diplomatic relations, and in celebration of that, Taiwan elevated the economic relationship. They've allowed the importation of frozen white-leg shrimp from Belize. I think my analysis is that that's actually quite symbolic because neighboring Honduras, right, which just flipped diplomatic recognition, they flipped diplomatic recognition in part because of pressure from the shrimp producers in Honduras, right? And they thought they were tantalized by the big Chinese market. 2 years later, the shrimp producers aren't doing too hot. The price of shrimp has decreased. And so this may be Taiwan's way of saying, hey, look, these are the benefits, the real benefits that we're giving to Belize. And so sorry, Honduras, you made the wrong decision. The ICDF is very active in Belize. They just concluded a decade-long sheep and goat breeding program, as well as chronic disease and broadband projects that are ongoing there. Now let's go to Guatemala. President Bernardo Arevalo, he just visited Taipei back in June. And so he met with President Lai, and they reiterated collaboration on public health, education, agriculture, technology, and infrastructure. The ICDF has, of course, an ongoing portfolio in health, disaster early warning, maternal neonatal care, and they also provided 990 tons of rice in a healthcare project recently. In Haiti, there's not much that can be done given, of course, the dire security situation going on in Haiti, but the ICDF is still working on food security programs like rice production enhancement and vegetable and fruit cultivation. In Paraguay, the ICDF just rolled out a countrywide health information system, right? So over 1,000 public hospitals all throughout Paraguay, they now have digital access to healthcare data, right, for Paraguayan citizens. And they also supported a textile, like 3D printing, small and medium-sized business training program. And then in the Three Saints, so St. Lucia, you had a recent deputy prime minister and ministerial visit to Taiwan just last month. You have ICDF small business revitalization program in St. Lucia. In St. Kitts and Nevis, you have a rollout of a digital identity and civil registry upgrade program, as well as various mental health services. And then in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, this is very interesting. The ICDF rolled out an AI-enabled public safety program that includes 300 surveillance cameras, a command center upgrade, training for the local SVG security forces. That seems to me like a specific answer to China's global security initiative projects, safe city projects in the region and beyond. And so I'll close with what the Chinese are doing on the ground in each of these countries. First, let's start with SVG. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're having their election next month, and the Prime Minister, Ralph Gonsalves, he has said repeatedly that the PRC is trying to back the opposition candidate to get St. Vincent and the Grenadines to flip. And this allegations is centered around what's called citizenship by investment. Allow me to get a little bit wonky here, but citizenship by investment program is actually extremely important in the Caribbean. I also think it's extremely important in the Pacific Islands as well. CBI in some of these countries represents upwards of 30% of their GDP. 30%, right? And each of them, St. Lucia, St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Vincent and the Grenadines does not have a CBI program. They've seen a massive increase in Chinese nationals who have gotten new citizenship through the CBI program. And there's concern, Taiwanese diplomats have told me that there's real concern that this could be one of the ways in which the PRC could leverage these newfound wealthy Chinese individuals with new citizenship with various ties back to Beijing to either bribe local officials or use their new voting power to vote in a new government that can make the switch. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines is not a CBI partner yet, but the opposition party is advocating for that to happen. In St. Lucia, in St. Kitts and Nevis, another issue with regard to CBI, there was a scandal there a couple of years ago of a woman by the name of Ying Jin, who is a Chinese national. She worked in a real estate company, and basically she was selling citizenship by investment opportunities to Chinese nationals at a much lower rate than the national standard, and that is illegal. And so St. Kitts and Nevis is now going through a whole CBI reform project. St. Lucia and Haiti, they sent representatives to the China CELAC Forum in May in Beijing. That raised some eyebrows. Why are two Taiwan recognizing countries sending representatives to that kind of regional dialogue? That was concerning. In Guatemala, there's still some elements in the Guatemala elite that are still vying for Guatemala to make the switch. And then, most importantly, Paraguay. Earlier this year, there was a Chinese diplomat named Xu Wei, who visited Paraguay ostensibly to attend the UNESCO event. He skipped that event, went to Paraguay's parliament, and then made a speech to basically say that Paraguay should make the right decision and make the switch. So he was considered persona non grata, and he was expelled from Paraguay. And then, I don't know if people have seen this, but in the past 2 or 3 days, Al Jazeera came out with a very interesting documentary. It was a 3-year undercover investigation in which they talked about a Chinese national who's a criminal who's been operating in Paraguay over the past decade, where he meets closely with the United Front. He goes to Brazil and meets with the Chinese embassy there, the Chinese consulate there, to take orders on how to pressure Paraguay. He bribes local officials, and he's even trying to set up pig butchering scam farms in Paraguay, the same thing that we kind of see in the Philippines and other areas in Southeast Asia. So again, these are the very specific ways in which the PRC is trying to actively undermine Taiwan diplomatic allies in the region. And I think it's something that we really should be looking for, not just when the bad things happen, but in the interim as well.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Leland. What a tour de force of the region. Really appreciate that. And then obviously last, but very much not least, Adrian Wu is going to do more on the soft power side of Taiwan's international space.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much, Alex. So I would like to shift the conversation a little bit to not just focus on specific partners that Taiwan has, but more on how Taiwan is engaging in the international space, and specifically in terms of soft power. And the reason why I wanted to talk about this topic is I feel like it offers an opportunity for Taiwan to engage in the international space in a different way. Of course, Taiwan faces a lot of challenges when it comes to traditional diplomacy diplomacy. So soft power can offer some different perspectives and ways of engagement. And I was actually just talking with Leland right before this panel, and we were talking about zero-day attack, which we recently screened at GTI, and he was noting about how media is such a window to society. And I said, oh, I'm going to talk about this topic soon, so please wait to hear my comments. But not only is soft power in media a way for different cultures to learn about each other, but it also has some other more tangible benefits as well. There have been surveys, like for example, from the Reagan National Defense Survey that show that Americans are actually more supportive of coming to Taiwan's aid if they know more about Taiwan. So if they know about Taiwan's commitment to democracy, about Taiwan's semiconductor industry, then they are more likely to want to help Taiwan. So there are also some benefits in to letting Americans and publics around the world know more about Taiwan and give Taiwan more visibility. And within this soft power framework, of course, there's many things I could talk about. I could talk about Taiwan's role as an aid partner. I could also talk about Taiwan semiconductors and how that focuses on, how that can increase Taiwan's visibility worldwide. But I'm going to focus specifically on Taiwan's cultural and creative industries. So in recent years, the Taiwanese government has acknowledged Taiwan's cultural and creative industries and has been doing things to try to improve them. One of the main things that they have done is they established the Taiwan Creative Content Agency in 2019, so TAICA, and TAICA fills a number of different roles. Taiwan's strategy towards developing their cultural and creative industries has been more in terms of market competition rather than state intervention. So Taiwan's government strategy has been more looking at how to build up workshops, training programs, business matching programs, forums, so ways in which Taiwanese creators to make connections with other international partners. But there also are funding programs as well. One of the major funding programs that they have is called the Taiwan International Co-Funding Program. So this is funding that is given to Taiwanese creators that partner with production companies from other countries to make productions together. And TAICA also signed an MOU with Netflix. So this allowed Taiwanese productions to be more widely available on Netflix as well. You might have seen some of them on Netflix, I hope so. Stuff like Wave Makers, Incantation, Mom Don't Do That. So there's a number of different series that are also available on Netflix as well due to the MOU that TAICA signed with Netflix. But at the same time, there's a number of different barriers and challenges that Taiwan has in terms of trying to expand its cultural and creative industries. And I think some of these are unique to Taiwan and some of these are not unique. But I really wanted to also focus on this question that I hear all the time, which is, can Taiwan be the next South Korea? I think everybody, after seeing the rise of K-pop and success of Parasite, they're now saying, well, how can we harness that energy for our own country? But I think that Taiwan faces some very unique challenges in terms of trying to address that question, so I also wanted to focus on those as well. So when it comes to challenges within Taiwan's domestic industry, one of the main challenges that Taiwan faces is that actually Taiwanese citizens themselves do not watch a lot of Taiwanese media. So when you look at data from 2024 from Taiwan's Ministry of Culture, if you look at the number of films that are available to see within Taiwan, Japan had the most films with 23%, US had 20%, and Taiwan, there were only 10% of films that were shown were Taiwanese films. But then if you look at the box office numbers, US films outperformed all other films by far. So US films took home 54% of box office earnings. Japanese films took home 20% and Taiwan only 10%. So there needs to be more of an effort of trying to create media that also the Taiwanese domestic public want to watch and will support within their own domestic environment. And there also are some issues at times where local industries, because a lot of the production industry within Taiwan are SMEs, very small organizations, and there are organizations that will organize things like music festivals, et cetera. And these types of events also have to compete with things that might be sponsored from the government that are free programs, so that can lead to a loss of income for their own domestic earnings. And that can also make it a little bit challenging for some Taiwanese creators that are trying to improve the Taiwanese creative markets. One unique issue, though, when it comes to Taiwan is also the government has very different perspectives regarding what it means to be Taiwanese and what is considered Taiwanese culture. So for the DPP, they take a view of Taiwanese culture as being more of Taiwanese with Chinese characteristics. So Chinese culture is one aspect of Taiwanese culture, along with indigenous cultures, migrant workers. So it is just one facet of a multicultural Taiwanese identity. Whereas the KMT takes the view that Taiwanese culture is Chinese with Taiwanese characteristics. So Chinese culture is seen as the main determinant, and Taiwanese culture is just part of that flavor of the Chinese culture. So as you can see, these are very different perspectives, and it leads to a lot of infighting in Taiwan's domestic political space about how Taiwan should approach cultural policy. So in January 2025, there was an issue where the Ministry of Culture had requested 29 billion NTD as part of their budget. But then this led to a lot of pushback from the KMT, and it was then later cut by 1.1 billion, and a further 3.4 billion was frozen. So an overall reduction of 15% of the Ministry of Culture's budget. Due to some protests and petitions by the Taiwanese public, some of these cuts were actually reversed, but still the media and promotion budget for the Ministry of Culture was completely cut. So as you can see, it'll undermine Taiwan's efforts in reaching out through cultural and creative industries if they can't promote the media that they are producing. Additionally, things like Taika as well as Taiwan Plus began during the Tsai administration, and so I think there's a lot of perception of these programs as being seen as more of DPP programs, and they are not open to working with the KMT, or that they are pushing forward certain narratives that the KMT doesn't agree in. So there's a lot of debate over how these certain programs should be approached. Another area of scrutiny has been some of the funding programs that Taika has. I was mentioning the International Co-Production Program. So within that program, there actually is a certain amount of funding that is given for Taiwanese elements. And so when they are evaluating different production companies that apply for these sorts of grants, they will evaluate them on a number of different factors, and one of them is Taiwanese elements. So I actually looked at what sort of elements are considered Taiwanese elements to try to see if they were pushing forward a certain narrative. But I was quite surprised to find that actually Taiwanese elements is mostly just ensuring that a number of people within the crew, as well as the production team, the filming locations that these are Taiwan locations, so that it's filmed in Taiwan, and that the people that are being involved in these projects are overseas citizens. So actually there's no mention of any sort of narrative about how Taiwan should be viewed. So I'm not sure if there's other elements that people might take issue with, but to me it felt like it was a very neutral sort of Taiwanese elements. But at the same time, having greater transparency around these funding programs, allowing people to see that a lot of the ways in which different creators are being chosen for funding, and trying to dispel some of these myths about certain recipients being prioritized over others, can also help to hopefully reduce some of the political polarization surrounding cultural policy. And then apart from the domestic industry, of course, there's also the China factor. So China is always influencing Taiwan in many different ways, and cultural and creative industries is no exception. So similar to Hollywood, some of you might have seen PEN America's excellent report about Beijing and Hollywood and how there are a lot of Hollywood production companies that will try to enter the Chinese market, and because of this, they will change the way they do things or censor themselves. So this also is true for Taiwanese creators as well. So, and even more so because the Taiwanese identity and being able to say that you're Taiwanese is also, not really acceptable within a Chinese market. So I have heard from people like Xin-Mei Zhang, who we interviewed at Taiwan Salon, that there are a lot of contracts among the Taiwanese entertainment industry where Taiwanese actors, producers are asked to sign contracts to say that they will not discuss politics. And partially this is because this may be because of Chinese production companies that don't want Taiwanese entertainers or people in the entertainment industry to discuss politics. But it's also, these contracts are also being pushed forward by Taiwanese companies as well, just because they are trying to avoid any sort of risk or liability if people within the production talk about politics, and they could potentially lose out on Chinese consumers. So there are, while this happens within Chinese production companies as well, there are a lot of Taiwanese companies or even US companies or international companies that are complicit in pushing forward these frameworks of censorship as well. And I mentioned, for example, Netflix and how there's a lot of different Taiwanese productions on Netflix. One thing that I thought was very interesting is among all of these productions, none of the media talk about cross-strait relations. So even with these MOUs that allow Taiwanese productions to reach greater audiences, there are still certain topics that cannot be discussed. For example, Wavemakers is a series that talks about domestic Taiwanese politics, but there's no mention of cross-strait politics at all within the show. And, this could be seen as a pro or a con. I mean, I think there's some perspectives of saying like, oh, well, this could be an imagining of how Taiwanese domestic politics could be without thinking about China. So I think that, there are some opportunities for expanding the story and not thinking about China. But at the same time, if these stories are being limited because people can specifically not talk about certain parts of the Taiwanese experience, then of course that is an issue. So lastly, I just want to talk about some overall recommendations. So of course, more money can always help. So increasing budgets around productions and helping Taiwanese productions that might have issues in getting funding because they are seen as too controversial for discussing Taiwanese topics or cross-strait relations, maybe through through some state funding or through other sources. Definitely more funding is always helpful. Also, it would be helpful to move the conversation away from a Taiwan-China dichotomy within the Taiwanese domestic political environment around cultural policy. If we can find a way to talk about Taiwanese identity in a more inclusive way and not just see it as either or, but both and, then I think that would definitely be helpful for the Taiwanese creative industries. Also, we need to continue drawing attention to self-censorship and actively reduce these implicit pressures. There was one Taiwanese director that recently said, we've gotten to a point where to even reflect the reality of Taiwan is to be provocative, and I don't agree with that. So calling out people that say that, oh, just to say that you're Taiwanese is a provocative thing, and say, well, why? I think that we should start allowing Taiwanese people to just reflect the reality of Taiwan without being seen as trying to be provocative or changing the status quo. And also, if we can find more ways to incentivize foreign investment into Taiwanese cultural and creative industries, that would also be helpful. So if there is a US-Taiwan double taxation agreement, or to continue allowing incentives for more co-production programs, that would also be helpful as well. All right, thank you.
That was great. Thanks so much. And I think the point about, from my experience, the point about increased awareness of Taiwan and the Reagan survey, how that moves policy in a positive way, I think that's a really important point, that awareness is critical for public opinion, and the public opinion is critical for good policy. So we've got about 25 minutes left. We're going to move into Q&A. For our online audience, I would just say, please send your questions through the YouTube live chat or by emailing them to contact@globaltaiwan.org. Include your name and affiliation when you do so. I'm going to ask one question, then we'll throw it over to the audience, both in person and virtual. My question to everybody, and maybe we can start with Yuki and work our way down, is, so these relationships are all different. Some are formal alliances with diplomatic recognition, some are more nuanced than that. One thing that I think is a common thread across all of them is PRC coercion and PRC pressure to shrink that operating space for Taiwan within those relationships. I would ask all of you, what are you seeing that's working in terms of pushing back against PRC coercion in the space that you're focused on? So basically, what are some best practices for international partners that you're focused on in terms of pushing back against that PRC coercion? So maybe Yuki, if you want to start.
All right. So in case of Japan's effort, I think what it comes down to is really raising the awareness of what this coercion is doing and what is happening. And I think it really started from Japan also came to really realize the power of PRC coercion and also their willingness, quite frankly, to mix all kinds of national tools, from politics to diplomatic to economics, when they had their own incident with PRC in the when the Chinese PRC's Coast Guard ship basically, rammed into Japan's Coast Guard ships. Actually, it was a PRC's fishing boat. And Japan Coast Guard basically tried to exercise its legal authority to detain, and with pretty much of the pressure of stopping of the export of the rare earth to Japan, detaining some Japanese businessmen with the kind of unfounded allegation of suspicious economic activities and so forth. Japan really came to realize that their traditional approach always has been that let's keep political military dialogue lane and commerce, economic commerce trade lane separate conversation, and PRC doesn't follow that model. So that really brought Japan's own awareness about what this really is. And then I think that really broadened the scope of Japan's own sensitivities toward all kinds of PRC coercion. So I think it was no coincidence that when late Mr. Abe came back to the office, the first major foreign policy speech he delivered happening actually here in Washington at the CSIS, that he really advocated for the freedom of global commons and freedom from coercion. And that is his kind of a nuanced way of calling out what PRC has already been doing. And I think from his time on, all his successors, including Kishida, more recently Shiba, it's really all about pushing back on PRC's effort to kind of divide and conquer approach that PRC clearly intentionally try to divide what's happening on the cross-strait East China Sea space versus South China Sea space. And I think Japan's consistent effort to calling out that, no, these two seas are connected. And Mr. Abe talked about, no, these waterways, not just these waterways, but this waterway also connects the Indian Ocean. I think that persistent effort from the Japanese leadership on an international stage really, I think, made other countries, including countries in Europe, kind of, realize more, basically raise their sensitivity toward, what kind of coercion is this? And then, long and behold, we did start hearing more about the kind of a domestic, political intervention potentially in Australia happening. ROK also faced a major coercive attempt when government in Seoul decided to allow U.S. deploy their missile defense assets. So that kind of, I think one thing I would say is awareness and persistence, and kind of a persistent messaging and calling out PRC's bad behavior on international stage. And I think, Japan nowadays, as soon as some incursion happens, you will see press release from Ministry of Defense or Coast Guard. I think that kind of a consistency and persistence, I think it doesn't have a direct impact of, kind of PRC rolling back their activities, but it definitely keeps them at bay, and they will not up the ante in retaliation.
Yeah, establishes the left and right goalposts of
Yeah.
what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Leland?
I agree 100%, and I think one way to kind of summarize that is that light is the best disinfectant, right? With regard to some of the malign activities that the PRC is doing in all the countries that we talked about on the stage, and I just want to give some examples of that happening in this region. The word I think that Latin American and Caribbean countries jealously hold and protect is the word sovereignty. And so come hell or high water, they do not want any large country to impinge on their sovereignty, even the US, by the way, right? And we can talk a whole nother thing, but I was in Mexico a couple of weeks ago for another conference, and it was interesting to see the agenda. One of it was like, how do we stop influence from other great powers? And it said China, Russia, and then now the United States. So anyway, that's a whole nother story. But with regard to sovereignty, really highlighting the ways in which Chinese activities are hurting local sovereignty. Most important, elections, right? So upcoming elections happening in each of these democratic countries. As I mentioned before, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, their next election is in November. Haiti is supposed to have an election in November. St. Lucia is supposed to have their next election in 2026. St. Kitts and Nevis in 2027. Paraguay in 2028. Belize in 2030. At the China CELAC, right, Community of Latin American and Caribbean States meeting in Beijing in May, they came out with this joint action plan, which really lays out China's engagement for the region over the next 3 years, right, 2025, 2026, 2027. The first thing that it says in that joint action plan is they want to bring 300 politicians from the region to Beijing every year over the next 3 years, right? So 300, 300, 300, 900 in total. I guarantee you that they're going to focus on bringing local politicians from these countries to Beijing as an influence effort. So letting those countries know from now, right, to keep tabs, who is going there, who from the opposition are going there, who is potentially getting paid by the PRC to be influenced, who are local influential people in the Chinese diaspora in those countries. And I want to be very specific and nuanced about this, right? We don't want to demonize the Chinese diaspora that has been in the region for decades, if not centuries, right? But we do realize that, again, there are certain elements, certain individuals in the Chinese diaspora in many of these countries who are receiving benefits and operating on behalf of the PRC. From the CBI program, I told you about citizenship by investment earlier and how important it is to the economies, especially in the Eastern Caribbean. Well, that scandal that I mentioned in St. Kitts and Nevis of the Chinese national underselling citizenship, that precipitated a local conversation and debate about, yes, it's a huge economic driver and benefit for us, but are we giving up our sovereignty to the wealthy, right? And so now there's this massive national reform of the CBI program in St. Kitts and Nevis, and actually across the Eastern Caribbean. They're going to create a regional-wide CBI transparency program that's going to be run by the OECS, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States. And I think that would go a long way in really increasing the transparency behind the CBI program. Another thing I would mention is highlighting broken promises, specifically broken economic promises. I think the case of Honduras is a perfect example of this being tantalized by access to the large Chinese market and then realizing after the fact that imports are only going to increase exponentially, but the exports don't necessarily go the same way, right? And we know about, of course, the global expansion of Chinese overcapacity, right? Of not just electric vehicles or solar panels, but also electric vehicle batteries and just manufactured goods in general. A lot of these countries that have, of course, switched diplomatic recognition are now receiving a flood of Chinese products that are undercutting their own local producers and manufacturers, right? So really highlighting the broken promises from the economic side is really important. And then lastly, this nexus of what I've heard the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, they call this the theory of geocriminality. So the ways in which states leverage criminal networks, criminal individuals in order to further their national interests. This is an understudied topic, but we keep on seeing this happening time and time again in different countries around the world. And when it's just a one-off, when you see it in one or two countries, you realize that's just a one-off thing. But if you see it in multiple areas happening in different regions all around the world, you start to realize that it's a potential trend, right? I mentioned the Paraguay case, but there was also a Taiwan case, right? The Washington Post came out with it just yesterday or the day before, right? Of a Chinese criminal, right? Used to be head of the Bamboo Union, head of the Taiwanese, a small pro-unification political party in Taiwan, getting paid by the CCP in order to further for unification. So this strategic use of criminal enterprise in order to further state goals, I think something we should really research more and highlight more to the vulnerable parties.
That's great. Thanks, Leland.
Can I have a two quick intervention? I mean, two quick addition to that one, since we're talking about this investment. So in Japan, obviously there is an investor visa, like entrepreneur's visa for non-citizens, and they are actually raising the bar for the eligibility to be categorized as investors and entrepreneurs. And one of the very important requirements that are going to be added is the proficiency in that official language of Japan, which is Japanese. And this is for all non-citizens, but the reason behind this, really, one of the driver was this sense of concern that basically PRC citizens are getting into Japan using the visa because it was, and then stay for a longer term. And the requirement for visa was so not hard to fulfill, so including language requirement. So this was one of Japanese attempts, without naming the names, but restricting those access to the potential economic influence inside Japan.
Thank you. So Tom and Adrian, I want to get to some audience questions before we end. Maybe some really quick answers from both of you, and then we'll throw it to the audience.
It's similar to what Yuki was saying about Japan. I'll just add one other thing. When President Marcos congratulated President Lai for winning the election on Twitter, he got a lot of gruff and hellfire from PRC officials, and instead of being quiet, the minister or secretary of defense in the Philippines told him to get your mind out of the gutter and stop the crap. So letting your government officials push back in the same, if needed, aggressive and inappropriate way that you are being victimized by China. I think the Philippines has done a much better job at its transparency against PRC coercion in the South China Sea than Taiwan has. Ben Lewis, who's in the back, and I have done a lot of criticism of the MND and the lack of good effort on transparency from Taiwan. I'd say also don't push back and cede. If you're getting PRC coercion, force the PRC to escalate to show that it's not a good neighbor or a good friend and that you're just protecting your own sovereign rights.
I'll just add quickly, in terms of cultural and creative industries, I think the more that the CCP is trying to control different media and narratives, it actually really backfires on them quite a bit. So in terms of Hollywood-China collaborations, it's actually on the decline because a lot of Hollywood production companies have found that actually the entry to Chinese market is not guaranteed, so they might jump through all of these hoops that their Chinese investors want in trying to enter the Chinese market. In the end, they aren't even able to enter the Chinese market. And then also Chinese consumers are actually preferring domestic films now instead of foreign films. So really the economic benefits that they tried to chase in the past are not really being seen as much before. So in the end, actually, it's sort of solving itself in some ways due to the CCP's need to try to control and make so many restrictions.
Thank you. All right, let's throw it to the audience. Right here in the front. Do I need a mic or should I just? She's got the mic right here.
All right. Well, first of all, thank you so much to the panel this morning. My name's Angelo. I'm a State Department Rango Fellow, formerly Georgetown MSFS, and also formerly a local hire for the TECO in Guam, which reopened during the pandemic. I'm going to throw a slight curveball and bring in the Pacific Islands and a recent multilateral meeting. John, I think, teased out the theme of this question in his intro for the earlier panel. But I wanted to ask maybe how we should contextualize the recent banning of all external dialogue partners from the recent Pacific Islands Forum leaders meeting. Of course, as you know, the host was the Solomon Islands, which, as far as Pacific Island countries go, is probably one of the closest to Beijing. And also, as kind of like a two-parter, if you have any sense of like maybe things to watch out for maybe next year's PIF multilateral meeting, because the host of that will be Palau, which does recognize Taiwan. So a bunch of interesting things going on there that I wanted to see. Of course, like some of the dialogue partners that were banned, of course, it was US, China, Taiwan, but also Japan and the Philippines are dialogue partners of the PIF. So I wanted to just tease out any like reactions or thoughts on that. Thank you.
Maybe I could just do moderator's prerogative since I've spent a lot of time on the Pacific. One quick thought, the dialogue partners are great and the dialogue partner framework is important. I think it's also important that both the United States, Taiwan, and others don't lose sight of the fact that this is about the Pacific Island states. One of the quickest ways to alienate them, and I say this from the perspective of wanting Taiwan to have as many diplomatic relations with the Pacific as possible, is to make it look like the United States and Taiwan are trying to force our competition with China into multilateral forums with the Pacific Islanders. So we need to tread very carefully in how we allow this to play out. Anybody else want to take that?
I think I should probably connect you to one of my colleagues at the IPS. She's actually running a project on what U.S. Japan needs to be in the lookout for vis-a-vis Pacific Islands. So if you can give me your business card, I'll be happy to connect you.
I want to actually highlight some similarities, right? Because I think, again, small island developing states writ large, right, both in the Pacific Islands and in the Caribbean, I think they share a lot of challenges, right? Including the same kind of PRC playbook, right? So you mentioned Palau specifically, and I remember, was it earlier this year, there was this great Reuters article, right, that goes step by step. It was crazy because I read it and I said, my goodness, you can take the word Palau out and you put St. Lucia, you put St. Kitts and Nevis, and it's the same damn playbook. Broken Tooth, Wan Kwok Koi, right? For those who don't know, he's a businessman who is also connected to the 14K triads, right, Chinese criminal group, and he has wielded his business and criminal influence in order to basically influence various Southeast Asian countries, and then specifically Palau, right? There's also this idea of an influx of wealthy Chinese individuals who have various ties back to Beijing, buying up property in Palau that may or may not be close to some U.S. military, things like that. Same playbook in the Eastern Caribbean, and so I think, going back to this idea of light being the best disinfectant for some malign activities, to really make those connections, because I feel like those connections aren't necessarily being made across regions. Being able to really show the global playbook is, I think, a good way for us to really come out with our own playbook to stop it.
Let's throw it open, try and get another question or two in. Maybe back on the right there. Yep.
Hi, Dennis Yang from the Jamestown Foundation. This question is mostly for Leland. I'm just wondering about some of the pathways for engagement with former or non-diplomatic allies of Taiwan in Latin America. One of an interesting case earlier this year was engagement between Costa Rica and Taiwan. So Costa Rica actually took a delegation of their intelligence agency to Taiwan and got heavy PRC pushback from it. But President Rodrigo Chavez actually came out and confirmed the trip, which was followed by a Costa Rican trade delegation. So I'm just wondering if this is potentially a new model for Taiwan to engage former allies in LATAM.
People don't realize that, in addition to the 7 countries, diplomatic allies, Taiwan also has 9 economic and cultural offices in the big economies, right? Brazil, Argentina, Mexico. Last year, there was also a Taiwanese trade delegation that went to Mexico in order to explore investment in whether it be semiconductors for the auto industry and other things. Also, Foxconn has an office in Sao Paulo. And then the Costa Rica engagement that you just mentioned. So I really do think that there is space for increased engagement between Taiwan and even the large economies that it doesn't have formal economic or diplomatic recognition with. I do know, for example, that Taiwan is looking to get into the CPTPP, and I think that's also another important way to, again, engage even on an unofficial diplomatic level. I think this idea, when you think about the narrative about Taiwan, I think in this region, but also around the world, about a decade ago, it almost seemed like it's going to be inevitable that the number of Taiwan diplomatic allies are going to get down to 0. But I think now that narrative has kind of changed, right? I mean, I think now people realize Taiwan's global importance. Everybody wants a fab, right? Without realizing, do you have $40 billion to create that fab? But I do think that there's real ways in which countries like Costa Rica, right, that wanted under the Biden administration. I'm not sure whether this is going to continue under the Trump administration, but certainly under the Biden administration, there was this talk about bringing in Costa Rica, bringing in Panama as part of the regional semiconductor supply chain, not actually creating the semiconductors themselves, right? Because again, everybody knows, right? Needs a lot of water, needs a lot of high-skilled workforce in order to do that, and of course a lot of capital. But maybe in advanced semiconductor packaging. Costa Rica is really, really great in terms of producing medical manufactured goods, and IBM has a history of investment there. And so I think they're well poised for tech trade with Taiwan in ways that other countries might not necessarily be able to get a hold of.
All right, we're at time. Please join me in thanking this great panel. Thanks so much for everyone's time and for another great GTI forum.
It's a pleasure. I did not know about this, the Japan.
All right, everyone, very briefly, just to let you know, we'll be breaking now for a lunch, which is available outside in the lobby area. Please avail yourself of that opportunity. As I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the morning, we do have a slight change to the agenda in that Ms. Ingrid Larson will not be able to speak today. We will still be having a speech by Taiwan's Foreign Minister Lin. We're going to plan to project that here at about 12:40. All right, so you've got about 50 minutes or so to grab yourself something to eat, to chat for a little bit with other attendees, and once again, we'll show that speech at about 12:40. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're now going to play or have projected here on the screen a recorded speech by Taiwan's Foreign Minister, Lin Jialong. Unfortunately, could not be here in person, but very generously agreed to record a speech that we could play at our symposium today, and we're going to get ready to play that now. So if I could ask you to quiet down just a bit, and we're going to play that now.
Hu, Chair of the Global Taiwan Institute, Mr. John Dawson, GTI Director, dear friends and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to participate in the Global Taiwan Institute's annual symposium. This is my second invitation to speak at this event as Taiwan's Foreign Minister. In 2016, I had the pleasure of taking part in GTI's founding and have been involved in its subsequent development. It quickly rose to become one of the most influential think tanks in Washington, D.C., focusing on Taiwan-US ties. I commend you all, and your efforts have bolstered Taiwan-US relations, which continue to go from strength to strength. We live in a time of unprecedented global transformation. Three major shifts are reshaping our world. First of all, strategic competition between nations is intensifying. Secondly, technology is changing the nature of our economies and security. Finally, supply chains are being fundamentally restructured. In this new era, Taiwan plays a key role in the global democratic value chain, the first island chain in the Indo-Pacific, and non-rate supply chains. Because of Taiwan's strategic importance, Taiwan-US cooperation is essential. Today, I will discuss ways to broaden our partnership in defense and security, economic cooperation, and technological innovation. Taiwan faces a number of security challenges from China. In recent years, China has escalated attempts at military intimidation, gray zone tactics, economic coercion, and cognitive warfare against Taiwan. China has also sought to use lawfare to frame Taiwan as an internal matter. In this manner, China has been trying to downgrade Taiwan's international standing and laid the groundwork for a potential military invasion. Taiwan has responded with concrete action, demonstrating its staunch resolve to defend itself. Special attention is being given to asymmetrical warfare capabilities to leverage Taiwan's advantage. And the 2026 government budget proposal earmarked a record 3.32% of GDP for defense-related spending. This number will steadily rise as Taiwan aims for 5% of GDP by 2030. Moreover, this year's inaugural urban resilience exercise demonstrated the importance of Taiwan's whole-of-society approach. With realistic simulations, Taiwan raised public awareness enhanced coordination between civilian and military agencies, and achieved the largest civilian defense mobilization in our history. Peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and the Indo-Pacific are vital to the interests of both Taiwan and the United States. U.S. arms sales and security assistance boost Taiwan's self-defense capability while also benefiting American industries. Taiwan hopes to elevate bilateral cooperation to include joint research, co-development, and co-production. This would help overcome weapons delivery delays, shorten development cycles, and ensure that both our military stay agile. Security and economic resilience are interconnected. China has repeatedly sought to weaponize trade and tourism against Taiwan, but each time, Taiwan has successfully adapted and diversified. This resilience is a testament to Taiwan's economic might and the growing Taiwan-US partnership. In 2024, the United States was Taiwan's second largest trading partner, and Taiwan was the United States' seventh largest trading partner. What's more, the United States has recently become Taiwan's most significant foreign investment destination. Last year, direct and indirect investments in the United States accounted for more than 40% of Taiwan's total overseas investments. TSMC's U.S. investments alone are expected to reach $165 billion, and in May, at the grand opening of Global Wafers America, the first and only 12-inch silicon wafer fab in the United States, the company announced its intention to increase investments by $4 billion. Also in May, I led a cross-sector delegation to Texas and addressed the Texas-Taiwan AI and Innovation Summit. I'm encouraged that Texas has become a hub for Taiwan-US technological cooperation. Taiwan is a strategic partner for the United States as it works to secure its position in AI and other emerging technologies. And Taiwan remains committed to expanding its investments in the United States. Such efforts will help revitalize America's manufacturing industries and further our bilateral economic ties, creating jobs and prosperity for both sides. Without a doubt, Taiwan is an indispensable partner and trusted link in the global AI supply chain. President Lai Ching-te continues to promote the 5 trusted industry sectors, which include AI, and the Executive Yuan has launched the 10 major AI infrastructure projects. They will position Taiwan as a leader in silicon photonics, quantum computing, and AI-driven robotics. In July, US President Donald Trump announced the AI Action Plan, presenting unique opportunities for deeper bilateral cooperation. Taiwan's specialized chips manufacturing could accelerate America's AI development, and US quantum computing research would complement Taiwan's expertise in advanced materials. Faced with today's dynamic international landscape, Taiwan and the US are forging stronger ties built on trust and innovation. This mutually beneficial partnership enhances our defenses, economies, and technological capabilities. It also helps safeguard regional stability and global supply chain security, serving the interests of our people and the international community as a whole. Taiwan looks forward to continuing to stand side by side with the United States, and together we will navigate common challenges and explore possibility for future collaboration. Thank you.
Thanks everybody for settling down. We're very excited to be here for this panel today. We've heard about the political dimension of the US-Taiwan bilateral relationship this morning. We'll hear about the defense and national security dimension this afternoon. But it actually makes a lot of sense to have us on the trade and economy panel to be here in the middle, because it's such a cornerstone of the US-Taiwan bilateral relations: technology, trade, business. The expansive business relationship between the US and Taiwan is essential for the overall bilateral relationship and underpins all of the mutual prosperity and national security between the United States and Taiwan. For the first 7 months of this year, Taiwan actually ranked as the #6 largest trading partner for the United States in goods. And as, of course, we all know about the importance of Taiwan in the technology supply chain, and where companies like TSMC and others are critical partners for the United States and for our businesses on all these important things that underpins the technology and trade relationship. So today we're going to talk about trade and economic relations from a U.S. and Taiwan perspective. We have also a discussion on interplay between that and technology policy. With us today, we have 3 extremely well-regarded experts on these issues. To my first right here is CC Chen, who has now in the private sector, but has spent 30 years plus in Taiwan trade and economic policy. He has been the Deputy Minister of the Minister of Economic Affairs. He has been at the Office of Trade Negotiations, and I first met CC when he was the head of the TECRA Economic Division here in DC. So welcome back to Washington. Really excited to have you. Next, we will hear from Riley Walters, who is with the Hudson Institute. He's an expert in trade and technology, and also their intersection with the economy and national security. He has been at think tanks in DC for a long time, so he's also a really well-regarded expert. And then we'll hear from Libby Lang, who is with the Special Competitive Studies Project, and she is working on technology policy and on things like Chinese influence operations and misinformation issues, and then as well on Taiwan issues, because she was with the Office of the Taiwan President, and she is also a graduate of National Taiwan University, so she has a lot of background on Taiwan issues. You can all read their very impressive resumes in your handout, so I'm just going to go ahead and get started with CC, who has a presentation, I think, if the AV could bring that up.
Okay, thank you, Lotta, and congratulate GTI for this very important and timely symposium. And I want to take this opportunity to thank GTI for inviting me to join this discussion. And I'm very privileged to be able to be on this panel. My presentation today will help us to look back the historical development of Taiwan's industry, and which will conclude that the Taiwan is a natural partner of the U.S. reindustrialization. Let me start. How this work?
You have to put it the other way, like the other.
Oh, the other way?
Point it the other way.
Oh, okay. No.
There we go.
Okay. Well, after the World War II, U.S. has about half of the manufacturing capacity globally. And that's the American policy to help countries to revive their economy so that the U.S. can sell their products worldwide. And that was the background at the time. And America was very benevolent at the time. The U.S. aid extended to the Asia areas, including Taiwan. So Taiwan, after World War II, actually was an area economy. We export like rice and sugar, not very much industries. But through American investment in the early 1970s, Taiwan started to have its initial stage of industrialization. And I want to mention one thing very important is after World War II, there are both Taiwan and South Korea were former colonies of Japan. And the two governments made a very different decision regarding how to deal with those Japanese assets. They confiscated all the Japanese assets, of course. But the Korean government privatized the Japanese assets and then concentrate on creating the conglomerates, the big financial group, to start their heavy industry. While the Taiwanese government, they just lost their civil war in mainland China. They are more conscious about the distribution of economic welfare. So they nationalized all the confiscated Japanese assets, and they started to push for small and medium enterprises. Nowadays, the SMEs occupy 98% of Taiwan's economy, provide more than 80% of the employment. So in the 1970s, through the US investment, Taiwan started its industrialization. And then in the 1990s, you will see that was the time of what we call the Pax America. US promote globalization. Taiwan went through democratization. And then from the internal force, people asked for distribution of economic power. So we liberalize and open up a lot of economic sector, including privatize the state-owned enterprises. In the 2000s, from nowadays, Taiwan joined the international supply chain. I would go further detail in a minute. I'm not very good at the...
Get the next slide.
Okay, now we are. So Taiwan is an economy dominated by SMEs. The SMEs, they have, I would say, three characteristics very unique to Taiwan. The first one is flexibility and agility. Because they are the products of American investment. So they always follow what American investors want to invest in Taiwan. That you can see from 1970s onward, Taiwan's major production of industrialization changed over time, from textile to mechanical equipment, to shoes, to umbrella, to automotive components, to fasteners, and then to nowadays we have electronic and semiconductors. It's not like, again, we look at the Korean history. From day one, Korea is from heavy industry. Until now, Korea is super in producing ship, steel, and of course, at a later date, biotechnology. We look at Japan. Before World War II, Japan was good at mechanical and machinery and electronic, and nowadays, still, Japan maintains superiority. But Taiwan changed over time. Each stage, you will find the products exported from Taiwan is changing. That's because the characteristics of Taiwan's industry, they are small, they are medium enterprises, and they need to be agile and flexible. And second characteristics, I would say, is a complementarity that makes Taiwan a supplemental economy to American economy. What do I mean? Taiwan's small and medium enterprises, as they are the products of American investment, so they adopt the business model of so-called OEM and ODM, which means I manufacture for you, and I only manufacture for you to fit your need. The SMEs, they invest heavily in research and development, contrast to people's understanding. The people who think SMEs, they just manufacture. No, they have to upgrade, transform over time, and constantly very alert to what their customer needs. In other words, the SME's investment in research development is only good within the ecology of their customers. If their investment on research development was separated from their customers, their commercial value will greatly diminished because they only focus and concentrate and specialize in one of the components, in one of the features, in one of the manufacturing process for their customers. And their customers do not have to worry about their manufacturing partners use the technology to serve others because the commercial value will be diminished. This is a customer-made, bespoke, and tailor-made technology. So that makes the supplementary economy, which is Taiwan, and the brand leaders, which is American, a very good match of as partners. And then the third characteristic is Taiwan's SMEs, because they only feature in one component or even part of the one component. So they must cluster together. Taking their investment in China, for example, Taiwanese investments will concentrate on Shenzhen instead of Guangzhou, concentrate in Suzhou instead of Shanghai, concentrate in Tianjin instead of Beijing, because they don't compete. They are not brand leaders. They cluster together in the export-oriented areas, serving their American customers and international brands.
Next slide, please.
Yeah. Does it move?
I'm not sure.
This doesn't. This is not my SME partner.
All right, next. There you go.
Now I will switch to U.S. and US-Taiwan trade relations. So in the 1980s, American investment in Taiwan started to focus on electronics. That was the time when U.S. enacted the Omnibus Trade Act, the 1988 Super 301 clauses. President Reagan used that Section Super 301 and Section 301 and Special 301 to open up the market in East Asian countries. Taiwan started a trade negotiation. That's Taiwan's first ever trade negotiation with a trading partner, which is the United States. During this time period, the trade negotiation focused on opening up of Taiwan's market, and then also forced Taiwan to make some trade reform. The most difficult part of the trade negotiation probably covers three parts. The first one is tariff, of course. Taiwan's tariff were very high, and during the time asked them to lower the tariff and open up the market. A second category is the opening up of the financial market, because American financial power, they need to extend to the area to help to serve their customers who are the American investors in manufacturing. And the most difficult part is IPR negotiations. Because when you become an OEM manufacturing partner of your customers, intellectual property protection is the core to keep your customer trust you. So Taiwan started to become a supply chain, and then started to build up the trust with American partners. Through technology licensing and manufacturing partnership, starting in the 1980s, Taiwan's SMEs integrated into American supply chain. I'd like to share with you a small story. In the 1980s and the early 90s, we hired an American consultant to make a study of Taiwan's export to the U.S. because Taiwan was under tremendous pressure from the United States to open up agricultural product. And then the conclusion was, whatever Taiwan produced, actually 70% of Taiwan-U.S. trade was intra-corporate trade, which is American company trading with American companies. They are manufacturing based in Taiwan, trading with their headquarters in the U.S. And second stage came with what I mentioned about 1990s. That was the time of globalization. That was the time of Taiwan's democratization. And that was the time of Taiwan privatizing the state-owned enterprise. That was also the time of Taiwan negotiating for the accession to the WTO. This negotiation forced Taiwan to rewrite, to enact, or to amend more than 100 laws and regulations. Almost the entire trade regime were modernized, rewritten and remodernized. This served as infrastructure, the legal infrastructure and the foundation for Taiwan to be integrated and join the international supply chain. So U.S. engagement with Taiwan actually helped Taiwan to become an international supply chain partners. And then we all know the story is in 2015, China has that policy initiative of Made in China 2025, which made America alerted of the Chinese ambition. So in 2018, there was a Section 301 investigation against Chinese practice by Trump administration 1.0. So in the 1990s, that was also the time when all the Western companies, the multinational companies, they invest in China. Taiwanese supply chains follow the American customers, also when in large numbers invested in China. That made the China the manufacturing base of the whole world. And that made China owned 1/3 of the manufacturing capacity of the whole world. In the 1990s, also a very big trend happened during the time was before 1990s, the multinational companies, they used to have a regional headquarters either in Singapore or in Hong Kong. But after 1990s, they gradually moved to Hong Kong, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Beijing and created a Greater China region. So Taiwanese office actually will have to report to Greater China office. That made Taiwan's supply chain subject to the Chinese manufacturing base. That was what happened during the 1990s. And then after 1990s, and then came the China joined the WTO, and China started to rise. The manufacturing capacity of China grew, and which then what happened we know now today. So after 2018, President Trump initiated the Section 301 investigation against China. My government was panicked. It was investigated against China. Why Taiwan panicked? Because there was a study during the time. The top 10 exporters in China, actually 6 are Taiwanese companies. So my government was very concerned our industry will be impacted. So we started that Invest Taiwan program, and then attract Taiwanese companies to come back to Taiwan to invest, and then to disperse to Southeast Asia. So this slide will show you the investment trend. Because Taiwan's industry is a SME composite, SME-dominated economy, and the trade of Taiwan actually is investment-driven. You can see in the 1990s, the investment started to go to China. That was a time, as I mentioned, when China started the 改革开放, open up and reform. US investors went to China, so Taiwanese investors also went to China to serve American customers. And then you can see the most important point is in 2018, the investment to China started to drop. At the peak of 2010, that time, 80% of Taiwan's outbound investment went to China. And now last year, as Minister Lin just in his broadcast reported, was like 7%. And I checked the number, this year was like less than 5%. Where did they go? They came here to the United States. So this slide shows the exports. So you will see the export to China started in early 2000s, and now to the US started to pick it up in 2022. So that was an investment-driven export. So Taiwanese export to the United States actually go hand in hand as the business model of the supply chain serving the customers. And now, I'd like to turn to Mr. Trump's trade policy, or foreign policy, I should say. Now we can see a clear pattern of the trade negotiations. About the, other than the UK, industrialized countries get 15% of reciprocal tariff. Southeast Asia and other developing countries get about 20%. And then they will have to commit that they will levy Chinese import of 40% in order to prevent the transshipment. And that was on the tariff side. And the other thing is the negotiation with industrialized countries were composed of three elements. The first one is market opening of the trading partner. The second one is reciprocal tariff, and the third one is investment. Okay, now it would leads me to talk about the 232 investigation. Did I miss one? So before we talk about 232, I will talk about investment. So you will see all the industrialized countries, partners, will have to commit or pledge investment into the U.S. And from here, we will know Mr. Trump's policy, the top priority is to reindustrialize United States, to revitalize the manufacturing capacity of America. So investment actually is something what the Trump administration is looking for. And then the 232 investigation actually represents the the Trump administration's industrial policies, because these are the sectors the Trump administration wants to focus on to enhance and to revitalize the manufacturing capacity in order to enhance, to strengthen economic security. So you will see the 232 investigation will involve the shipbuilding, automobile, auto parts, steel, timber, lumber, that probably is more of the local politics, pharmaceuticals, heavy trucks, and critical materials, and commercial aircraft, and so forth. I think, I surmise, American government, they already have a targeted partner to help them to work on this industrial policy. For instance, Korea will be working on the shipbuilding. And then I think Taiwanese company will be helping America with the semiconductors. As I mentioned, Taiwanese companies, because we working for our customers. So even TSMC, now a 1 trillion company, is a big one. But the TSMC's technology, the 2 nanometers, 3 nanometers, they have their great commercial value. It's because of NVIDIA, because of AMD, because of Qualcomm, because of Broadcom. So if TSMC is separated from NVIDIA, the research and development investment will not be recovered. It will diminish its technological commercial value. If NVIDIA does not have TSMC to support it, it wouldn't become a 4 trillion company. So that what drew me to my conclusion is the US and Taiwanese trade partnership is a natural partnership. It's an inevitable outcome from the day one of Taiwanese development of its industrialization. It's working with American investment drawn trade, and then the trade will export to the U.S. as a final product, final market, and the products of a Taiwanese investment and research and development and manufacturing process will serve American brand. So what will be the future? Now I would say, starting from the TSMC investment in Arizona, and now we have a global offer, that would draw the Taiwan, and also we have the Quanta and Eventech, those and Fastcom, those EMS, which is assemble companies for electronic products, electronic gadget, into the U.S. That would draw Taiwanese supply chain coming here to the U.S. And those supply chain can survive. Their investment can fly only because they still have their Taiwanese headquarters based in Taiwan to support their critical research and development, to serve their customers, to make their customer excel. Look at the, let me give you an example. All the American brands, if they still connect with their Taiwanese suppliers, they are all global champion. NVIDIA, Dell, HP, Amazon, all the American companies, Magnificent Seven, they all have Taiwanese supply chains. They all keep closer relations with their Taiwanese supply chains. That is the secret sauce of their success in the global international commercial competition. I will stop here, and I'm very optimistic for future US-Taiwan trade relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CC. Appreciate that. We will then move on to Riley.
I don't know if I can follow that. That was pretty good. Yeah, I would like to. I'm going to focus a little bit more on trade. I think the picture you painted over the last 70 years of economics and trade it's wonderful. I'm going to look more maybe like the last 7 months of trade, and then perhaps what the next few could look like. The state of the negotiations. I think what I want to make absolutely clear is I do not have a crystal ball. I don't think anyone has a crystal ball on what's going to happen. USTR is a block away. They're probably changing their minds on something trade-related right now, and even what they present to the president is not going to matter because he'll change his mind anyway. And so things are pretty uncertain these days when it comes to trade. I think where are we at right now? So the 20% tariff that we have that was announced following Liberation Day and the update to Liberation Day is the new normal. But I think what we often lose sight of, because there's so many different things going on with trade. Again, things were being announced last night, things were being announced last week. There's going to be new stuff next week. It's a constantly moving target, and I understand it's hard to follow. But one of the things that I've been following is the fact that even though we have a 20% tariff on imports from Taiwan, over 75% of the goods from Taiwan are currently not being tariffed. Right, so there was this exclusion to a lot of the semiconductors and server products and some of the other high-tech manufacturing things that quickly followed the April Liberation Day announcement that excluded these goods. And these are very important to the monthly trade that we do with Taiwan. I've got numbers, if you don't believe me. So basically, every month, roughly every month, we do about $20 billion worth of trade. That has been growing exponentially this year because of the boom in artificial intelligence. Taiwan is very important to America's desire to build out this new global AI infrastructure. And so what it's also doing is exploding the trade deficit, which I'll get into a little bit later, and why that's going to be a problem for actual trade negotiations. But of the goods that are excluded, again, 75% of these goods 75% of the goods that we import every month from Taiwan are excluded from tariffs. That doesn't make it easier for Taiwanese companies because there are a lot of small and medium enterprise companies that are just making bolts and widgets and other industrial things that go into gas pumps and other machines that you wouldn't really think of as high tech. But they are companies that directly have to compete with countries like Japan, which not only has a lower tariff rate than Taiwan, it has a more preferential tariff rate than Taiwan. The European Union and Japan have, it's not just a 15% tariff, it's a 15% floor. And what that means is anything under 15% is currently 15%. Anything over 15% is an additional 0. With Taiwan, everything gets a plus 20%. So that's sort of the difference there. And so if we're talking about current trade negotiations, which I can't really talk very much about because I think it's been very secretive, and that's probably on purpose. That's probably one thing that they're looking at in negotiating. They're looking at negotiating a lower tariff rate for imports from Taiwan, and they're looking to negotiate a more preferential tariff rate for Taiwan, a much more of a floor than just in the addition, because 20% is a lot, especially compared to historical norms. The thing about the trade negotiations, other than them being very quiet in general, is what I mentioned earlier, is it's hard to really know what this Trump administration wants at the end of the day, because as CC showed, different countries have come forward with different things. We are getting large investment announcements from Taiwanese companies, but is it enough to actually get the rate on imports from Taiwan down at all? I mean, Taiwan's not going to get zero. I think we should all be clear on that. I mean, we have countries that the United States has trade surpluses with that are still getting tariffed, right? So there is everyone's going to get tariffed at some level. The question is, can Taiwan get a lower tariff rate? And I don't want to be sort of facetious, or maybe that's not the right word, but the trade policy of this administration is also constantly changing, in that recently, actually earlier this month, they announced a new program. Excuse me for the acronym. This is Washington. So I believe it's Potential Tariff Adjustment for Aligned Partners, PTAP. Basically, they came out and said, everyone has their tariffs, but on these specific commodities, we might be willing to negotiate down to 0%. I wish I were a trade lawyer, because I would just be raking it in these days in Washington. It was a list of a couple thousand different types of commodities, usually raw materials, things like that. But another target for trade negotiators to consider as they try and first try and get a deal, figure out what that deal is, but then what's a part of the deal. And so, getting lower than 20%, getting the preferential 20%, getting goods that could potentially go lower than 20% or even lower than 15% all the way to zero. It's a headache. Now, are we going to have a trade deal anytime soon? Again, we could have one right now for all we know. We could never have one, honestly. I think a lot of people are looking at APEC summit next month as a potential deadline. I know a lot of Southeast Asian nations are looking to have trade negotiations finalized or just some sort of progress on trade deals if Trump goes to Southeast Asia. And there is a lot of continuity in that with Taiwan, in the sense that, I wish we could pull it up, your slide of the largest countries with trade deficits. The countries that the United States has the largest trade deficits with. That is important for a lot of reasons, in that if you think about the top 10 list, we're talking about the countries with the largest deficit, which are China, Mexico, Vietnam. You've got some European countries, you've got Japan, South Korea, you've got India, and you've got Taiwan. Most of those have deals at this point, in one way or another. Not all of them are the same, and even there's some ambiguity in some of the deals that have been announced. But I think that's the fact that they've negotiated deals with those countries speaks a lot to their priorities, which comes back to the trade deficit. The trade deficit with Taiwan is exploding. It's month over month, it's double of what it was last year. It's probably going to be double what it was at the end of the year. It's probably going to be double what it was at the end of last year, which will probably bump it up to a good number 4 or 5 position, which this administration has not been shy about. Their desire to reduce the trade deficit with other countries. The trade deficit last year with with Taiwan, China is a big one. With Taiwan, though, the goods deficit was only about 6% of the total goods deficit. 6%, nothing. It was a quarter of what China's was, the trade deficit with China was. But the fact that it's on that top 10 list, I think, speaks volumes about where they're thinking about whether the priorities are. Are we going to have a deal? Maybe. The trade deficit exploding really hurts the longevity of a deal, even if we have one. But Taiwan is very important to our AI development, and that deficit is being driven by this demand in AI. And it's going to continue, and we should be thankful that we have such reliable partners in all of this. So other things that they may be looking for as a part of the deal. Again, I think a lot of it comes down to several priorities of this administration. One is reindustrialization, right? So getting the investment from companies like TSMC to come in and build fabs in the United States. That's important. The other is, of course, they've shown an interest in tariff revenue. Don't ask me questions about that. And then the third one is, of course, reducing the bilateral trade deficits we have with between our countries. And I understand that Taiwan is trying, right? They just recently had this farm delegation come and announce this plan to spend over $10 billion worth of goods on farm goods over the next 4 years. The trade deficit in July alone was $15 billion. So it's going to take a lot more agricultural purchases to close that gap. But again, I'm not a real deficit hawk in that matter, but this administration is, and so we'll see how far it actually gets them. I think both want a deal. We'll see how it actually unfolds. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Raleigh. Appreciate it. And then we'll move on to Libby and some technology policy.
All right, thanks. I guess I will echo Riley to say that I am not in the business of telling the future, but I will do my best to kind of describe sort of where the tech of it all fits into what we're seeing right now. I could talk about any number of industries under the umbrella of technology, but I think when it comes to the US-Taiwan tech trade relationship, the backbone of it obviously is, the chips, right? I think that, there's long been a lot of complementarity between the US and Taiwan, echoing what Cece says. Taiwan is the world's hardware powerhouse. It kind of powers our modern life. And on our side, in the US, we are sort of developing this cutting edge software, especially now in the AI era, that's sort of powering whatever the future of our economy is going to look like. And I don't obviously see that sort of complementarity and demand waning. We're seeing US AI companies making huge investments in growing AI data center infrastructure that obviously are going to need to be powered by massive amounts of chips to keep them running. And I think we are seeing that private sector demand also echoed in the statements of policymakers, although to Riley's point, this changes day to day, but I think that demand signal is one thing that has really not changed. Just in the past few days, right, we saw Commerce Secretary Lutnick saying that he, in his trade negotiations with Taiwan, wants to see chip manufacturing reach something like 50-50, right, where the US is able to supply something like 50% of its own demand for chips. That is obviously a very ambitious goal and would be quite a significant change from what we see right now. But I do think that, the idea of bringing some amount of chip manufacturing to the US is, a widely popular one. I think, from my sort of standpoint at SCSP and looking at these tech issues, I think I would maybe first point to kind of 4 substantive hurdles to actually reaching something in the direction of that goal, so we can maybe start thinking about how we would address some of them. So the first hurdle that I see on Taiwan's side, right, is this N-1 rule. So for those who don't know, Taiwan has this principle N-1, that it does not want to allow its chip-making companies to make their most cutting-edge chips abroad. So N-1 meaning that whatever they are making abroad must be at least one generation behind this cutting-edge or flagship product. So obviously, if that holds true for manufacturing in the US, that may limit what companies like TSMC are able to manufacture here, although I think there is some wiggle room in terms of what is considered like the cutting edge or the flagship, but I do think that is an issue that will need to be worked through. I think second, now moving to the US side, it will come as no surprise that the second issue, I think, is the talent gap, right? The US, we can build as many fabs as we want, but if we can't staff them with the right talent, then it's not really, that equation doesn't work. Thinking back to my time in Taiwan, when I was in college, I don't even think 2 hands would be enough to count the number of my friends I knew who were going into a program that was going to funnel them into the chip industry upon graduation. And I just don't think that pipeline exists in the same way in the US yet. And so I think that remains a challenge, and that is now being compounded by these limitations that we're seeing on things like H-1B visas. That is making it harder to bring in the type of tech talent you need, at least as sort of a stopgap measure as we're building some kind of tech talent pipeline. I do think that is, going to complicate things if it's more difficult to bring talent in. Third, I would look at, take a step back maybe and look at the chip supply chain as a whole, right? So chip manufacturing is one very important piece of a very long and complicated supply chain. So we can invest in building many, many fabs here in the US, as companies already are, but if you're not bringing other pieces of the supply chain, whether that's packaging, testing, validation, you may run into a situation where you're making the chips here and then shipping them back to Asia to complete those other steps to then bring them back to the US. And that's not necessarily making the US's supply chain any more secure in the long run without those kind of complementary pieces being brought here as well. And I think we're seeing encouraging signs on that. TSMC, has announced their intention to build an advanced packaging facility alongside their Arizona fabs. And I think that's a really great move in the right direction. And I think that's a really great proof of sort of this win-win, where it's a win for the company and a win for the United States, and something that I really think other companies should really look to as they're thinking about how to make those investments. Then finally, the final kind of hurdle I think we need to address are the resource constraints. Chip making is very water hungry, it's very energy hungry, and there are sort of natural limitations on those two things. And we're already seeing those kind of being tested in places like Arizona, where they need to figure out sort of how to utilize water and energy in a way that it can still be provided consistently up to the levels that are needed, even for current demand, let alone future expanded operations. And so that final hurdle of energy and resources kind of dovetails into the second item that I want to talk about in this kind of tech umbrella. And that actually is on Taiwan's side, which is Taiwan's own energy challenge. I think that Taiwan's energy is often thought of maybe as more of like a domestic issue, whether Taipower will ever be profitable or whether Taiwan is going to use nuclear energy. I don't think people necessarily think about it in the international context, but as Taiwan's chip industry just becomes more internationally strategically significant, I think that issue is going to continue to be internationalized. And so I think Taiwan is in this interesting conundrum. Taiwan is, the world's chip-making hub, super energy-hungry industry. Taiwan also struggles to provide consistent and reliable energy. So Taiwan imports something almost like 100% of its energy. And, that is, I think, seen by many, especially externally, as just an untenable situation. I think in the event of any kind of contingency, any kind of supply chain disruption, whether that is natural or man-made, I think that is seen as a huge vulnerability in terms of Taiwan's ability to provide sort of a continuity for these global supply chains. And I think this is coming at the same time that Taiwan, of course, is shutting down its last nuclear power plant and sort of phasing out, potentially, I guess, that type of energy. And so I think I'm not here to provide an answer necessarily to this question, but I think one thing that I would love to discuss here and just hear more conversation on is kind of the question of, if not nuclear, then what? Personally, I have not necessarily heard a succinct and convincing answer to that question in terms of sort of what the next phase of reliable energy for Taiwan that is not 100% imported is. And I think that it would behoove Taiwanese policymakers to be able to provide that answer publicly and externally and be able to make that argument forcefully. I will note that on the US side, we are kind of re-leaning into nuclear in a way that we have not seen in many years. It's kind of moved off of the back shelf, back kind of into the conversation, especially around this question of AI data centers and this sort of energy demand boom. That is, of course, not the only kind of energy innovation that people are looking at, but it is sort of an interesting sort of resurrection of that question and a place where a lot of innovation is happening here in the US in areas like small modular reactors and the potential for those to maybe provide energy solutions for this AI-driven future. And I think that maybe energy is a place, as Taiwan's trade negotiators and such, as we're having these discussions about where can the US and Taiwan collaborate more, that again, most importantly is beneficial for both sides. I think maybe energy is kind of an interesting place to think of some new ideas. And so, yeah, I will just end by saying that, again, I do see opportunities for collaboration between Taiwan and the US. I think in this new administration, we've seen countries that have been able to do the best in these negotiations are countries that are able to be proactive and come to the table with an idea that has a kind of big flashy number attached to it and that are able to make the case for why this is, how is this going to be sort of strategically beneficial to the US. We can all feel about that how we will, but I do think that is sort of the current reality of how these negotiations are going. And so thinking proactively and not being sort of reactive to what is put out there, but coming up with new ideas, I think, is sort of the only maybe vague advice that I can give. But with that, I will conclude my remarks.
Thank you very much, Libby. I really appreciate that. We are going to go to a question and answer session. Please state your name and affiliation with your question, and please make it a question. If you are watching online, you can do a YouTube comment for questions or send an email to contact@globaltaiwan.org, and please include your name and affiliation as well. We'll start here at the front.
Hi, my name is Jiang Minghua. I am a joint fellow with the East-West Center in Washington, D.C. So I have a question for all the panelists. Is Trump's tariff policy going to rewrite the rule of game in the institutionalized regional economic integration such as ASEAN +1, RCEP, and so on? Because if the U.S. charge, for example, more tariff from the goods from Vietnam, which contains the Chinese component, and this will make the Chinese companies more difficult, less competitive to sell the semi-industrial goods to Vietnam. So despite the fact that between China and Vietnam there's a free trade deal such as ASEAN +1 or RCEP, so is it going to be the case that Trump's tariff policy will make the institutionalized economic integration in the region just different than before? And if that is the case, do you see that is an opportunity for Taiwan? Because if Taiwan can strike a good trade deal with the United States, then that would probably make up Taiwan's absence in the regional economic integration. So do you see that is an opportunity for Taiwan? Thank you.
I'll go, sure. It's an interesting question. I think there's a lot to unpack there. I think one of the things that we don't think enough about with these tariffs is there is at some point, there has been, and there probably will be more, a very anti-China component to these tariffs. And there's probably going to be much more emphasis on that, not always publicly, because I think at a certain level, this administration still understands how diplomacy works and understands that countries in Southeast Asia don't want to be seen as opposing China. But there's always questions. There's with each of the announcement, there was already a mention of transshipment. There's definitely some talk about like percentage of Chinese components within certain goods, or a level of investment in certain supply chains and the risks that pose. And then, there's even people talking about how, as a part of these deals, these countries should also think about imposing their own tariffs on imports from China. So, could it? Yes, I think the answer is yes. And then, could Taiwan take advantage of this? Absolutely.
Yeah. Mr. Trump's tariff made a couple of big changes to international trade rules. First of all, we used to use HS tariff, which is a harmonized tariff schedule worldwide according to specific product definitions. Now Mr. Trump's tariff is using country as the classification of the tariff. So when in the past you have this pen, either it's made from Vietnam, from UK, from Germany, they're subject to the same tariff. But now, the same pen, if it's exported from Vietnam, is 20% tariff. It's export from Japan, 15%. Export from European Union, 15%. From UK, 10%. So that's a big difference. A second difference is U.S. so far still obliged by the trade agreement it signed, including USMCA, Mexico and Canada, where Canada and Mexican goods are subject to, I think, 35% of a reciprocal tariff. But if they follow the rule of origin of the free trade agreement, they will be duty-free. Well, for Taiwan's case, Taiwan was isolated from international free trade agreements. We have a free trade agreement with diplomatic allies, a framework agreement with mainland China, a free trade agreement with Singapore and New Zealand, but that covers less than 10% of our total trade, maybe just 8%. With the United States, Taiwan has been pursuing a free trade agreement in the past. And nowadays, if this trade regime change for Taiwan, at least Taiwan can enjoy a fair game. Everybody is 15%, that's fine. Okay? Although there's a tariff rate imposed on Korea, on Japan, and on Taiwanese goods, then actually, I for one, personally would think that actually is an opportunity for Taiwan to increase its competitiveness. And second thing I like to mention is this disruption to the international trade regime make two significant movement on other trading partners of the United States. The first of all is it actually accelerates the trade agreements negotiation among the trading partners of the U.S. For instance, the European Union is negotiating with, I think it was Vietnam. That helped them to accelerate the progress of their agreement, their negotiations. And second, impact on international trade is uncertainty, because the reciprocal tariff of the United States, nobody is sure is the final tariff. And also there are, as Radi mentioned, a lot of exemptions. When Trump 1.0 levied the Section 301 tariff against China, the cell phone are exempted because Tim Cook did a very good job. So now even with a 20% plus MFN tariff for Taiwanese exports, but 75% of ICT products and semiconductors are exempted. So as a private person, my observation of the trade negotiation of the U.S., the tariff actually is a tool, is a political tool as much as an economic tool to ask people to come to the table and to negotiate. And I would suspect this negotiation will on and on and on throughout the whole Trump terms. So this is the uncertainty where the business will have to deal with, and that will become at least a norm for a period of time. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Can I actually just,
Oh,
I
yeah,
want to follow up. Cece's absolutely right. And, you know, this is an opportunity for other countries as well. And I think it's also, it's something that China is also trying to exploit as well. There's, you know, this is a time of uncertainty with regards to the United States. Southeast Asia in particular is in a bad position when it comes to its trading relationship with China. And it's getting worse. It's not getting better. And, you know, it in many ways, it puts them in a difficult position, but one that they will ultimately have to square up.
Okay. Go ahead, sir. Right here.
Thank you. My name is Daniel. I'm with Georgetown School of Foreign Service. Libby, to your comment about nuclear, do you think that right now we are going to see meaningful action from the Lai administration to restart nuclear? There have been recent referendums that have shown that the public is interested. Polls have shown that as well. And it seemed like an opportune time with the Trump administration trying to unleash a nuclear renaissance.
Yeah, that's a great question. And I do think that the referendums earlier this year were quite interesting on that point, because obviously it did not reach the threshold to pass. But yet the percentage of the votes that were cast were quite, I guess, in favor of sort of reconsidering the nuclear question. Of course, in Taiwan, it's complicated a lot by domestic politics and sort of what you know, the DPP's policy platform is around nuclear. Like, nuclear is sort of a central piece of the DPP's policy in terms of getting rid of nuclear energy. But at the same time, we have seen, I guess, small moves towards openness towards it. For instance, you know, research institutes in Taiwan have launched small, well, relatively small research projects looking at things actually like SMRs, and, you know, pointing out, I think, sort of small in the sense that they realize that there is sort of a gap there to be filled of, Taiwan has been winding down nuclear for a long time, which means that in terms of things like nuclear talent, there's just a huge gap because, as you can imagine, probably not a lot of Taiwanese students are going into like the nuclear field because it probably doesn't seem like a place with a lot of prospects at home as nuclear has been wound down. But I think there are like these little sort of signals that the openness is there. Nothing huge. I think there would still be a lot of political convincing to do on the part of the Lai administration, sort of within his own party, with how people feel about nuclear, and that would obviously be a huge transition for the party. But I think it's not off the table.
Right here.
Oh, thank you. My name is Michaela Ranges. I work for Calcius Group, which is a consultancy based out of Singapore. My question is more or less about how Taiwan can leverage its own interests in negotiations, particularly at a time where they're very well positioned with so many different Section 232 investigations going on, such as lumber, trucks, like there's various different ones, particularly about the piece about like, can Taiwan leverage its interest in producing from our ingredients or other things in order to make sure they get in front of some of these investigations to create carve-outs for themselves? Sorry, I asked a hard question.
No, it's a difficult question, I would say. What leverage does any country have in negotiating with this administration? I think that was something I was kind of alluding to. It's hard to know what you can get with this administration. And so the Lai administration might be, several months ago, Lai put out this article in Bloomberg talking about how, I think it was like a 5-point plan on how Taiwan would love to work with the administration. And, a lot of it comes back to this new proposal about anti-red supply chains or working on export controls and investment review and modernizing our military efforts. So, buying more U.S. Arms sales in order to help Taiwan's own defenses, but also in a way reduce the trade deficit. How much of that matters, I don't know. When it comes to the overall, obviously those are things that they want and things that align with what this administration wants. They could certainly get those things without a trade deal as well. So I don't know, it's a difficult question.
I would say the 232 investigation actually is the Trump administration's industrial policies. In Trump 1.0, there was a 232 tariff on aluminum and steel. Guess what? Many countries, they negotiated an exemption with the administration. But Taiwan was not able to get the exemption, so our export of steel is subject to 25%. But strangely enough, we saw an increase of Taiwanese export of steel into the United States, even with the tariff. So why is that? Take example for Korea. Korea negotiated the exemption of a tariff, but with a quota of 70%. But the quota cannot be transferable. So over the years, Korea's export to the U.S. started to decrease. This year was 70%, next year is 70%, 30% less, and then 30% less. While Taiwanese exports were able to find a niche market, and then a Taiwanese firm, they are the distribution channels. They bought out the American company, help distribute the Taiwan's export into the U.S. market. So there are quite many ways to work around. So 232, we should see it as an industrial policy of the Trump administration. So it's another negotiation. It's a different track of negotiation other than the reciprocal tariff. I would see reciprocal tariff is trying to adjust the trade relations overall. But the 232 investigation is another negotiation, how to help Mr. Trump to achieve its industrial policy goals. So, of course, if there are negotiations, not only in Taiwan, every trading partner would try to find opportunities to increase their interest.
Did you want to say anything? Okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm following you. I keep following you. You spark all these ideas. This is a great thing. I'm glad you mentioned the 232s. And honestly, I would say though that the IEEPA, the current application of tariffs, and the Section 232 application of tariffs, these are blending in many ways. They are starting to become more. And what we've seen with some of the few trade negotiations we've actually seen is like Japan and Europe, they are getting a carve out for some of the 232s that says things like pharmaceuticals and automobiles and lumber and timber and things like that will not be tariffed at a higher rate than perhaps maybe like a 25% that they might announce on one of these things in the future. And so that could be something that the Lai administration also would hope to achieve, sort of getting ahead of future tariffs.
Thank you. We had a question in the far back.
Hi, I'm Jackson Lopez. I'm with the University of Oxford's AI Governance Initiative. I'd like to ask about Taiwan's energy demand. Namely, that in recent years we've seen far higher demand for high-end GPUs, as well as Taiwanese domestic efforts at onshoring data centers and other AI-related infrastructure. Do we have an idea for how this alters our assessment for growing Taiwanese energy consumption? I'm not looking for a firm number per se, but is this going to increase the needs for import infrastructure, as well as general development in the grid and the power plant system? Thank you.
I guess my short answer would be yes. I think that the addition of data center infrastructure on top of existing semiconductor production infrastructure that also is projected to grow will lead to growing demand for energy, which again exacerbates the urgency of this question of how do you guarantee power supply with a grid that at the moment, at times, does have intermittent power outages, in metropolitan areas, right, where you have to kind of make decisions about which parts of Taiwan you are providing consistent energy to. I think that's it's not going to get easier with the addition of data center infrastructure. That would be my short answer.
I have a thought. Sorry, I have a thought on this as well. I was in Taiwan earlier this year talking about this exact thing. And there was a lot of optimism, as there should be. I mean, again, the companies in Taiwan are building the actual infrastructure for America's AI development. But the question is whether Taiwan itself can understand the necessity to build its own infrastructure. And so the way I think about it is, it might end up being a scaling problem. Like we're building football field-sized nuclear generators to power these large data centers out. We got one in Manassas, several out in Manassas. And where is Taiwan going to build theirs? This comes back to the grid problem and the availability of certain energy, reliable energy. So it might just end up that Taiwan has a smaller AI ecosystem than perhaps the United States or some other countries.
Do you have any comments or? Go ahead.
Thank you for that. So Joe Webster of the Atlantic Council is a very, very informative presentations here, very appreciative, and this has been very useful. On that point, regarding North Taiwan, so there's a limitation for what data centers can be installed in North Taiwan. There's a 5 megawatt limitation for data centers north of Taoyuan. So there's not just a space limitation, but also a power limitation, as well as Libby's been mentioning about. And so my question is actually about the political economy of trade and domestic politics in the ROC. So, Riley made an interesting remark about how 75% of U.S. imports from Taiwan by value are excluded from tariffs, right? And SMEs are particularly impacted by this. And so I was just wondering if we look out, if we're to prognosticate 5 years in the future, how might U.S. tariffs impact ROC domestic politics? Because I'm not really curious what you all think, but I think that could work out in ways that are not necessarily favorable for U.S. interests. Thank you.
Anybody want to?
I would love to take this question. There's two sides to every coin. And so on the one hand, again, I think for any political leader right now who's trying to faithfully negotiate with this administration, they're all almost in a losing position, because you're going to get tariffs no matter what. If you do want to make a deal, you do have to offer up some sort of market access. And so, how do you go back home and not just say, these guys, twisted my arm into this position, right? It comes back to the politician, right? It comes back to their ability to message the deals that they're making at home successfully, and then maybe also come up with formulate some sort of economic policy that does support the companies that are being hurt the most. But I'm sorry if we talked about this in an earlier panel, I missed it, but the trade being a center of U.S.-Taiwan relations right now, some have articulated, it is one of the driving factors for U.S. skepticism in Taiwan, and Taiwan is now very much headstrong into having more defense spending and greater resiliency because of that skepticism, and which is also something the administration likes. So, do we have higher tariffs? Yes, it's terrible. Is Taiwan spending more on its defense? Yes, that's great.
I just like to add one thing is I would see the future relations between U.S. and Taiwan investment will overtake the trade as the major topic. On that note, Taiwan has been pushing for a U.S. passage of Avoidance of Double Taxation Act. And I think that will be very important to give a shot in the arm for Taiwanese investors to build up the confidence of investment in the United States. And I think the avoidance of double taxation and also the investment from Taiwan will weigh more than simply talking about the trade balances.
Anybody else?
I guess if I could, before we go to the next question, if I could just quickly pick up on something Riley said around U.S. skepticism. I think that when we first started seeing these narratives come out about, how much should we trust the U.S. a few years ago, they really started picking up, as I was, working more in that field of misinformation and influence operations back then. I think those narratives at that time relied quite a bit more on misrepresenting facts or sort of creating narratives out of nothing to generate that skepticism. And I think now, in this new world we're living in, I think they're sort of able to pick up on more just like the factual realities of the world we live in. Like, it truly is just, not an advantageous sort of negotiating position to be in right now. Like, it has, led to some unpleasantness. And I think that is more, of like a direct reflection of fact to the Taiwanese public. And I think that is, that's not advantageous to us to sort of have that leave that taste in the mouths of the Taiwanese public in terms of their willingness to continue to focus on defense and civil resilience and continue investing in that if that's not reflected in like an increased trust on our end.
Right over here on the left.
Thanks. Good afternoon. My name is Todd Wiggins. I'm a longtime D.C. resident, and I just wanted to mention a pleasant sidebar that abstractly relates to all of this. And the question would be, does anyone know of a piece of artwork that happens to be in the corner of 7th and H Street, Northwest D.C., and what that represents? I'm sure all of you, at least on the panel, knows what that is.
I can say I don't know. Anybody else in the room know?
7th and H Street, Northwest D.C.
I don't think anybody has an answer to that question.
It is the Friendship Chinatown Arch, which was designed by Alfred Liu, who grew up as a teenager in Taiwan and was built under the auspices of the Marion Barry administration back in the 80s. And Alfred Liu unfortunately passed away a few years ago, but his idea was to collaborate with not only China in general, but with Taiwan and Beijing, and to show a sense of camaraderie between our two countries. And so even though Chinatown is not nearly as large as it used to be, it's still there, and it's one of the most beautiful expressions of friendship that I can imagine that's here in the nation's capital. So I just want to throw that out there for people who are visiting, haven't seen it, that it's one of the most spectacular pieces of outdoor art that we have, besides the monuments themselves.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Anybody else have a question? I actually will take the prerogative and ask a question. One of the things that the Vice Premier of Taiwan said when she returned to Taiwan after doing the most recent round of negotiations was talking about exemption from tariff stacking. Can you talk maybe a little bit more about that, what that means and what that would entail and how that is different from reduction in tariffs?
It's a math problem. Let's see. If you've got there's been a lot of concern about these announcements. As Cece was talking about, in the past, a lot of tariffs would focus on commodities, specific commodities. But this administration has been focused more on countries than the commodities themselves. They have been focused on certain commodities, like the Section 232 investigations in automobiles, steel, lumber, timber, pharmaceuticals, things like that. And so when you have these two types of announcements, one that focuses on a country itself, and then a second which focuses on the commodity themselves, well, those countries will export specific commodities, and there's a fear that these tariffs might have ended up stacking. So instead of just having a 20% tariff on in general, or a 25% tariff on a specific commodity, it would end up being a 45% tariff on those commodities from that country. And so I think they've been pretty clear about how they have tried to avoid it. Typically, it defers to the greater number. So if it's a Section 232, that's its own, and then anything outside of that is just a preferential, the country-specific one.
I mean, I'd like to touch upon domestic politics of Taiwan. Since this is a trade negotiation, Taiwan with the U.S., also Korea, also Japan, and Japan get a deal of 15% maximum. Above 15% will be zero. Korea will get a 15% plus MFN tariff. But as I mentioned just now, Korea has an FTA with the U.S. So basically, it's a 15% plus zero duty. So it's a 15%. While Taiwan now gets 20% plus the MFN duty, which is the normal duty which U.S. will levy upon imports of the products. So the goal, or the policy goal of the government is to negotiate down, first of all, from 20% to 15%. And secondly, the 15% should be the ceiling without adding up the MFN duties, so to make a level playing field for Taiwan's exports. I think that was the rationale behind the policy.
Just wanted to make sure that we covered that, because I think it's a very important piece in the negotiations. I think we are almost running out of time, so if we have time for one more question from the floor, if anybody has one. And if so, I think we are done with this panel. And thank you so much to our three speakers for a very great presentation. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go ahead and get started. As moderator, I have only one job I'm responsible for, which is to make sure that the trains keep running on time and this schedule waits for no one. And because it looks like we have reached the appointed hour to begin, I will start off by saying thank you for joining us this afternoon and for staying strong throughout the entire program. I think I am speaking for everyone in the room and those who are joining us shortly when I say that Taiwan is an amazing and a beautiful and a vibrant place, which makes it all the more unfortunate, all the more tragic, if I may say, that virtually every conversation about Taiwan these days will eventually veer towards the topic and focus of our panel right now, which entails the security threats to its very existence. Storm clouds really do have a way of casting a long shadow. Of course, every challenge creates an opportunity, and so I believe that the trick for those of us who care about Taiwan is to balance between both sides of this coin. We can't and should not gloss over the problem, but at the same time, we should not overlook the opportunities that exist. And thankfully, I believe that we have a great lineup of experts with us here over the next hour or so to help us do just that. And I'd like to start off then by taking a moment to introduce everyone on the panel here. Obviously, their full bios are in the packet, so I will only touch on the high points. To my right, I am joined by Admiral Mike Studeman. He is the former commander of the Office of Naval Intelligence, an expert on national security and Asian affairs. Admiral Studeman spent 3 years as the Director of Intelligence for U.S. Indo-Pacific Command, where he was a major contributor to supporting Taiwan's democracy and security. Next, we have KJ Xu, who is a Taipei District Court judge specializing in espionage and national security. His work focuses on legal warfare, the rules of engagement in hybrid warfare, and institutional reform. He was a visiting fellow here at GTI and at NYU. To KJ's right, we have Jaime Okan. He's a young leader at the Pacific Forum, a research associate at Taiwan Security Monitor, and a student at Georgetown's Security Studies program. The former lead defense anchor at Taiwan Plus, he follows the South China Sea, cross-strait relations, and Indo-Pacific strategy. And to Jaime's right, we have Allison O'Neill, who is a China researcher at the Institute for the Study of War, a graduate of Georgetown University's Security Studies program, which is clearly well represented here today, and she specializes also in cross-strait security as well as Chinese foreign policy. So the best thing a good moderator can do is get out of the way and let the experts have at it. So with that, Admiral, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be back here at the Global Taiwan Institute. This forum is really important, I think, for educating a lot of people who aren't as close to the problem set as I think everybody in this room is. So glad that this is live streamed. We need to get a lot of bounces out of some of this deep insight that you're getting from various panels. If I could beg an indulgence just to begin here of Michael and the panel. We lost someone who was a very strong supporter of Taiwan in the last 2 weeks. Kathy Johnston was a senior defense intelligence expert who was killed biking in Michigan, and her loss is a significant loss to both the United States and to all democracies that she supported over her career. If we could maybe just do a 10-second moment of silence, and maybe you can pray for her family or think about everything that she gave to the country and also to Taiwan. She was born in Taiwan, spent her first 13 years there. Thank you for that. Her funeral service, by the way, is this Saturday here, and I'll give a talk there as well. Okay, so we're supposed to talk about threats directly to Taiwan, and I would like to use a little bit of license as a senior officer who's retired and be able to say that maybe we can blow up the idea of what a threat is so that we can talk honestly about a few things. The greatest danger, I think, is ignoring the kinds of threats that we face today. It is very clear that authoritarianism is on the rise. And it's not just over there. Authoritarianism, which is edging into tyranny, is happening across the globe, and it's happening in all of our countries. As people try to concentrate power, get things done, foist their views on the societies, and try to make a difference in a very volatile world. While it may be legitimate to try to get things done, how you get it done really, really matters. And so what we're finding is that it's getting blurry between the good guys in the white hats and others out there, the black hats. And this shouldn't be confusing given what history tells you about the kind of organizations that you're dealing with from a Taiwan perspective in the CCP. And yet, there's a growing sense of moral equivalence between what China does in the world and what the United States and Russia are doing in the world. And this is a danger, and this is a threat unto itself if the United States is unable to hold the moral high ground. Like, we are in a battle for legitimacy, right? And the world is watching and making decisions based on where they would like to make alliances and relationships and which ones are going to be stronger and which ones will just be played for the expediency of playing them for economic issues or something else. And I'm afraid to say that one of the most significant threats right now to what we're trying to accomplish to secure democracies is a policy approach that in fact distances itself from the rest of the world and has no vision for what a future world looks like. And this matters because if you don't have a vision on the good guy side, then the other guy is happy to fill in a relatively fake but a very mellifluous sounding vision, like the global you fill in the blank initiative. There are 4 words you can fill in: security, development, right, civilization, and now the governance one. That vision, frankly, on its surface is a better one than American first but America not alone. Are you going to rally around the latter, or are you going to rally around the former? And many countries are making decisions to rally around, right, the CCP view, because it actually charts a future that looks like it could be something worth striving for. And this is my concern as we start talking about threats. I think we begin from the most macro, geostrategic, and then on down. Because if you can't see the danger in the trend line, the momentum happening now, you won't be able to address it, you won't be able to fix it, you won't be able to support people who can actually do something about it. And this, to me, is one of the greatest dangers, and it's an internal us danger rather than something necessarily coming at you from overseas. I would also tell you that we get fixated on combustible threats. Right? We have a very different dynamic now occurring where we're seeming to militarize our foreign policy. We are missing the point that, in fact, it's not all about the quick threats or something that could be a tectonic plate shift that results in an earthquake which suddenly devastates things in a short period of time, right? There are plates out there that subduct other plates without creating the kinds of earth-shattering things you're talking about. And so you have sort of the outside-in threats that may be a military force that could be crossing the Taiwan Strait. It could manifest in a blockade. It could be missile firings, whatever. We are so obsessed with this that we are missing the inside-out threats, including ones that are inside our own houses. Right? We haven't prioritized them. We haven't organized for success sufficiently to go after them. Now, in this room, there's a profound sense of awareness about what political warfare, looks like. But most of our societies, the larger average citizen probably does not have the kind of education that we need to give them to be equipped to actually demand something to be done about it because they recognize the challenges. And I'm afraid that we need to be better at talking about, as we balance our conversations about threats, that we have the fast ones, the combustibles, and we also bin over here the slow ones and the ones that are going to be more like, a disease that grows over time. And you can die from both a disease and guess what? A gunshot, right? And until we recognize that's the reality of our time, in fact, you're not safe anywhere, that the dangers are actually 360 degrees and not just from a vector to the west, we're not going to be able to actually deal with these things in the proper way. So political warfare is underway. You know that. Economic warfare is underway. Information warfare is underway. Cyber warfare is underway. Our societies, Taiwan's trying to deal with those. Is the United States understanding the kind of warfare, the kind of realities that we face here with nation-state threats? And I'm afraid to the extent that we do not recognize this, we won't be able to get after it. And I'm very, very afeared that America's brand has plummeted so fast, so hard, that whatever moral high ground that we've jumped off of, that China now automatically has an elevator ride right to the top here, which if they're successful means that they'll buy influence, they'll buy market share, they'll buy technology, they'll buy support, and we're going to find ourselves more and more isolated over time, which means that it has an economic cost down the road, not just for Wall Street, but for Main Street. As Chris Wray would tell you, our old FBI director, who was one of the few truth tellers in the last administration, this stuff has kitchen table consequences for all of us. Identifying threats, Very, very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. KJ, please.
Yes, thanks, Michael. So it's my honor to speak here at the GTI here. And as a practicing judge, I will tell you more on the front line of the CCP infiltration in Taiwan. And I think the CCP infiltration not only challenge Taiwan, but also make a lot of kind of trouble for the authoritarian power to against democracy. So today, I think two things matter. The one is awareness of national security. The second is how can we shape the legal framework to against authorities in a democratic era. So it's quite important, and I always describe the national security as an ecosystem. It began with the awareness of national security, which drive to intelligence and investigation. And the investigations will lead to prosecution and the trial. And the outcome of the trial, it will in turn reshape the awareness of national security. So it becomes again and again, and it's like a circle in this ecosystem. And today we already have awareness, but still not enough because people are easy to forget. So we should do more awareness to support legal framework. And today I will emphasize my advocacy, which is we should do more from passive to proactive strategy for kind of offensive counterintelligence. I will tell you more. And before that, I will show the data trend for you guys. In 2022, there's 28 people, prosecutors under national security law. And only 2 years later, is increased 6 times. In addition, we can see after the huge amendment of national security law in 2019, also the average sentencing also increased from 8 months to 2 years. It is still not enough. We can see the Washington Post already exposed the unification party in Taiwan, and they quote a statement from the former FBI officer. It say Taiwan's sentence is very ridiculous. Even though I'm a judge, I still somehow agree for that. So that's why legal framework is matter. And except for the data, I think the method of infiltration also changed a lot. It changed from the elite to society, and they target from the military to like people in the society. For example, I think in the military, a lot of junior soldiers, they are tempted by a little bit money, just $1,000 US to sign a surrender agreement. And this paper looks harmless. However, in reality, at least have 3 negative influence. The first is the CCP spy will use this as a blackmail to push them provide more sensitive document for money. The second is related to psychological warfare. And the CCP spy will use this agreement and tell everyone, surrender. Everyone, the Taiwanese are not willing to fight for themselves, so surrender. And the third is more chilling because for this, they will make the deal like, for these people, during the wartime, they will do nothing or lay down their arms. So it's worse for us. And in society, I know maybe some people know there's a lot of fake think tank use the name of Japanese academic institutions or even Atlantic Council to soliciting paper from the expert or professional to provide a sensitive document in exchange for also a couple thousand of US dollar. So how can we prevent this? As a former director of Military Intelligence Bureau said, we have 5,000 spies in Taiwan. So can we catch them all? I don't think so. So we need more active strategy to deal with this. Last September, we already have the National Security Corps to deal with the case. It is different from a foreign intelligence surveillance corps in the U.S. The U.S. Corps can only civilian approving or denying the operation from the U.S. government. However, for Taiwan Corps, they can hold the case. In the past, I think most of the judges, they only have one or none case in their whole life. So it's not easy to accumulate their learning curve. So right now it's a time to cultivate more warrior in the infiltration battlefield in Taiwan. In addition, I think that's still not enough because I will give you an example. for the legal framework. In our country, even I think also in the state, the spy, they have no way to turn back. So two things will happen. They will to leak out the information or capture. So they only have the two. No one want to turn back. So that will cultivate more spy in the country, especially for Taiwan's national security law. There's two condition for some people being catch. The one is confession. The second, they should use the confession to prevent national harm, or they should expose their handler or their spy network. So you can imagine there's no hope for those cases to happen or get more information from those people, because when they be caught, the national harm already occur. In addition, there's a very low possibility for those kind of handlers be caught, because those of handlers are in mainland China or overseas. So it's hard to catch them. However, when we take a look for the U.S. system, we can find that the prosecutors grant use or derivative use immunity or kind of police bargainings or immunity agreement to provide those defendants to cooperate with the intelligence agents. So those spies can turn from the spy to double agents, and the double agent can leverage to get more information. It's so-called offensive counterintelligence. And if we don't have this kind of system, we will only stop them, and also we get nothing. We only get one people. It's so-called counter-espionage instead of counterintelligence. So that is quite important for this. I will give you some example. Like Robert Hansen is a former FBI mole. They plead guilty in exchange to avoid death penalty, and he told more detail for their spy network. In addition, Alexander Ma, a former CIA officer, he also plead guilty in exchange for his cooperation and sign a plea agreement with the intelligence. And his sentencing will depend on how his cooperations in the future. So that's quite important. If we only tell people to enhance the awareness and do nothing for our legal framework, it will be very dangerous. That is what we are doing right now, including Taiwan and the U.S. So I think Taiwan is a testing ground. What happened in Taiwan will not only stay in Taiwan. And Taiwan know the culture, know the language from the CCP, so Taiwan can really help. And I think the U.S. Legal framework institutions or kind of a training skill can also help Taiwan. You can imagine Taiwan just have the journey from authoritarian to democracy. And in the past, a lot of intelligence agents, they have a good capability. However, it's very notorious. However, nowadays in democratic era, those kind of intelligent agents, they already lose the capability for intelligence or even counterintelligence. So it's quite a danger. So I think it's a time to build up a legal framework to against authoritarians to protect the global defense of democracy. If we work together in the future, I think we can truly achieve the defending democracy, but should be very careful because I always say the most critical issue is how to balance between human right protection and the regulation. If a regulation is very loose, it will have no effect to stop the espionage. If the regulation is very high, it will create another dictatorship. So should be very careful. But right now it's a time to discuss and face the question and use the ecosystem for the national security, including the awareness and the legal framework. So I'm ending here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Jaime, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much to the Global Taiwan Institute for hosting this event, and thank you again to Mike for moderating the panel. I'm really excited to hear a lot of the opinions in this room. I just want to start off with saying that as a journalist, as a former journalist based in Taipei, the past 4 years have been absolutely turbulent in the sense of how many geopolitical events we've kind of seen in the Taiwan Strait, from Pelosi, Joint Sword A, B, C. I'm losing track now, but as Mike said, I was a lead defense reporter for Taiwan Plus, which is Taiwan's largest English language TV channel. And interestingly enough, I was one of few, if not the only Americans that was in the domestic defense corps, the defensive press corps. And what that means is that I got tremendous opportunity and access to Taiwan's military, from seeing weapon systems like HIMARS, Abrams tanks, F-16s, to even speaking to young officers, pilots, sailors, and having tea time with Defense Minister Wellington Koo, who loves the media. My goal today is to kind of highlight some of the observations that I've seen over the past 4 years, not from a analyst point of view or a policymaker point of view, or even an academic point of view, but from what's directly happening on the ground in Taiwan. And simply put, these past few years have seen incredible and fundamental changes in the way that the Ministry of National Defense is changing the way that it conducts both its military exercises and also the way it wants to project its image to the international audience and also audiences in Taiwan. And I'll break that down into 3 main themes. The first is an increase in speed and urgency. Officials in Taiwan for quite some time have been concerned that an exercise like Joint Sword A or Joint Sword B will then suddenly transition into a pretty large-scale blockade, limited quarantine, or maybe an actual invasion. And so that's why in March of this year, the MND, Taiwan's Defense Ministry, conducted a brand new kind of military exercise called Immediate Combat Readiness Training. And basically what that means is that you're not using live ammunition, but all of the troops were mobilized and deployed to defensive positions, and they practice all of the maneuvers that they would conduct if there really was a crisis. So just to kind of paint a picture in your head, imagine the streets of Taiwan filled with tanks, armored vehicles, leaving the base, going to the shoreline, and kind of moving to their various spots. We saw a ton of mobile surface-to-air and anti-ship missile launchers as well, going to parking lots, that sort of thing. I remember when I covered these drills, my press officer, who's usually in a suit like this, was in a full-scale military outfit and equipment, because the goal of this is that every single person, regardless of their position in the MND, knows what to do and where to go in the event of a crisis. And it's kind of funny because that also served as a bit of a warm-up, because a lot of the local media and people there were calling it mini Hangguang, referring to the Hangguang exercise that would happen about 4 months later in July. And I believe that this mini Hangguang is now actually a thing, and it's going to happen every single year. The second thing is a change is an attempt, and I really want to stress that word, an attempt to move away from scripted exercises and conduct a more realistic training. And I think the biggest signs of this was in the recent Hangguang military exercises that we really see Taiwan is moving in that direction. This is a decades-old drill, Taiwan's largest. It's an annual exercise, but this specific iteration was the longest in history, extended from 5 to 10 days. We saw a number of new developments. For quick context, years before in Hangguang iterations, one of the highlights would be a coastal defense component. So basically, Taiwan's military is practicing how to defend against a very small-scale amphibious invasion near Bali Beach. So this is near the port of Taipei, about a 30-minute drive to Taipei, to the capital. And basically what happens is that you have red team and blue team. And it was so scripted to the point where, as media, we would get press releases where, and I can read it to you, we would get something as Apache helicopters come in at 3:15, blue team moves in at 3:17, blue team wins 3:19, and blue team always wins. And so that's what kind of the criticism was, that there wasn't even time for officers and soldiers on the ground to even think about what to do, problem solve, have space to kind of be creative. And Taiwan has since gotten rid of that exercise. And what we're seeing now is less of this flashy grand show of force and more of an emphasis on mobility and asymmetry. And some examples of that are the heavy use that we saw in this year's Hangguang is the use of sea mines and anti-ship missiles, not just on Navy ships, but also on Coast Guard corvettes, which is the first time we saw that. You can also see it in the wide distribution of shoulder-mounted man-portable rocket systems, things like javelins and stingers. When we were in the field, it seemed like almost every single unit had 1 or 2 soldiers with this piece of equipment, so much more availability, and that's something we hadn't seen before. I also saw some interesting steps in the sense of this approach towards a decentralized military strategy. And I really saw that in the fact that Hangguang traditionally, you would see it from military headquarters, but a lot of the military units, specifically the army that was in the field, were using temples and parking lots as headquarters, which was something that was brand new. Reservists who got called up for training were not meeting in the barracks. They were going to schools, temples, and then they would be training in underground parking lots before they head out to the field for the next 9 days. So that's all brand new. And another thing is that a lot of the lessons that we're seeing from Ukraine, and everyone talks about lessons from Ukraine, were actually being put into action. And I think some of the most visually striking images came in about the midway of Hangguang, where we saw Taiwan, specifically the military police that is in charge with protecting the capital, specifically the presidential office. They were practicing how to move munitions like Stingers using the public MRT transit system at, I think it was 2 o'clock in the morning, moving it from one station to another one, not using electric trains and using diesel as a backup redundancy to move equipment across the city, which I thought was very interesting. The last kind of part in Hangguang was an interesting tactic in which the military was using public buses. So if you've been to Taipei, these beautiful pink buses that everyone, they never arrive on time, but these beautiful pink buses that the military used it to block roads and almost funnel the enemy into an area that they felt like they had more control. They called it a tactical retreat. I'm not familiar on that language, but the whole point was to kind of understand the situation a bit better. One last tactic that I saw that was quite interesting is that the Marines that were usually along the coast, on the side closer to China, they pulled back and are now stationed at Songshan Airport, the airport that's in the capital, protecting that center. And they're now practicing how to use drone cages on the top of all their tanks and armored vehicles. And they're actually getting rid of their tanks in the future in replacement for UAVs and UASs. So I think that's a good step in the right direction. The last theme that I'll talk about is awareness. And simply put, it's just that Taiwan understands that there's a lot more eyes, people are watching, and people are also critiquing. There's also so much attention right now going on in social media and the news about Taiwan that the military is now trying to adjust and almost curate the best possible image to show that it is serious about its defense. Some of the newest tactics that I talk about weren't shown in a press release. They were just released through military YouTube videos or through heavy use of domestic media to showcase those developments. During that Hangguang exercise, you could also see that it was a very coordinated effort, that every single day for the 10 days, there was one system or one idea that they wanted to showcase, and that was it. To give you a sense, Monday was sea mines, Tuesday was the Abrams tank's first ever live fire. Wednesday was HIMARS, and so on and so forth. And the goal for that is to get the maximum exposure possible and to show to not just domestic audiences in Taiwan, but also to the United States that they have a variety of resources they can use to thwart any kind of military action. And I think looking recently right now, I think towards my last year in Taiwan, I definitely saw that the military is growing more aware about other possibilities to boost its defense, not just looking at the United States government, of course, still relying heavily on it for its military equipment, but looking at other avenues like private companies, civil defense groups, even European friends abroad for possible cooperation. And that's great for Taiwan because if you were in Taipei recently at the major weapons expo, a number of MOUs, dozens of MOUs were signed with European drone makers, software companies, all working together to kind of utilize what looks like a very fast and mature defense industrial base in Taiwan. And, this all sounds great, but it's not all positive. And I think that the question now is going to be, is Taiwan moving fast enough? And can it maintain that speed, the frequency in those improvements? Because there's still a lot of challenges in the future from what I hear, especially with the core press group and people in Taiwan, specifically being, can Taiwan pass these bigger special defense budgets, these larger defense budgets, especially with the LY being controlled by the opposition government? And then when you look at issues like the low birth rate, absorption of new weapon systems from the United States over the next 2 years. How will the military handle that? As well as the constant gray zone threat as Taiwan continues to spend more money to sustain and have maintenance for those platforms that respond to those threats. So again, at the end of the day, while it is very clear that Taiwan is making great strides towards this realistic defense strategy that we're all hoping for, the real challenges I think are going to be in the sense of, can the United States and Taiwan, can they adapt to the speed in which that security environment is changing? It looks like Taiwan is taking steps, but can it run and actually implement that strategy, something that I think we should look for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaime. And Allison, please.
All right, thank you so much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. So today I'm going to be discussing patterns of PRC activity around Taiwan, specifically in both the aerial and the maritime domains. This is something that we have tracked at Institute for the Study of War for several years. So our key takeaway here that I'll just start out with to kind of frame the whole talk is that the PRC has increased its coercive behavior around Taiwan in both the maritime and the aerial domains. So I think the way I want to go about this is first address the aerial side of things, that is the ADIS incursions. So I'll discuss our tracking of that for the past few years since 2022. Then I'll get into the maritime domain, what we've observed on that end, specifically with regard to the Taiwanese outlying islands. And then I'll conclude with a couple of remarks on the implications of this, specifically in terms of gray zone warfare. So one other quick definition that I want to get into before I start out is, what is gray zone warfare? Essentially, this is short of war coercive actions that the PRC uses. They're not considered full warfare, hence the term gray zone or short of war, but that doesn't mean they aren't coercive, right? Gray zone warfare is something that we've seen the PRC apply in many places, not just Taiwan, but what I'll be focusing on is, again, outside of Taiwan. So to begin, I want to start by talking about ADIS and what we've seen chronologically in that space. So ADIS is Air Defense Identification Zone. Essentially, ISW has measured PRC incursions into Taiwan's ADIS over the past few years. The key thing to know here is that they have more than doubled since we began observing them. Taiwan's Ministry of National Defense tracks these. They publish a daily tracker, and we then collate that into a graph that clearly shows an increase over time. We started out with about 100 to 200 ADIS incursions per month. Since then, it has increased to over 300 per month, only dropping below 300 if, for instance, there is inclement weather in the Strait. So to discuss sort of in timing order, when we first began following this in about 2022, the ADIS incursions in a month would really only spike when there was some sort of dramatic event in cross-strait affairs that the PRC wanted to frame as an act of aggression by Taiwan, let's say that. So the first of those was the Nancy Pelosi visit. That was in August of 2022. We saw the ADIS incursions in that month spike to 446, and since then it has never gone that high again, luckily. That was the worst it's ever been. After that, it dropped off again. In 2023, it spiked to 370 in one particular month in response to U.S. Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's visit with then Taiwanese President Tsai Ing-wen. So really the pattern that we were seeing at that juncture was the PRC would use these as sort of a coercive mechanism to essentially frame something that Taiwan did and paint them in a bad light of, you did this in cross-strait affairs, you were the aggressor, so we are going to increase ADIS incursions as a result. So those are sort of the outlier cases, right? To move into 2024, that's when we really started seeing the normalization at a very high level of very frequent, over 300 a month levels of ADIS incursions. So this really began with the inauguration of current Taiwanese President William Lai. That was in May 2024. So the key thing to remember here is that these provocations have been going on since then. The PRC has very much normalized this high level of coercive activity. And this falls in line with its efforts to portray Lai in a bad light, to kind of demonize Lai and the DPP more broadly, and to cast him as the problematic actor in cross-strait relations when, as we know, the PRC is the one doing the aggression. So that's the key information there for ADIS incursions. The important thing to know is that the PRC uses these essentially to surround Taiwan, to intimidate psychologically, as well as to attenuate resources. Every time that the MND is forced to see another one of these incursions, it lowers Taiwan's threat response threshold, essentially kind of creating conditions where these are so normalized that if the PRC ever did decide to flip that switch and cross over into a real contingency, like an invasion or a blockade, it might take Taiwan longer to mount a response because they're used to seeing a pre-existing high level of aggression already. So that's things on the ADIS front. I'm going to discuss a little bit about the maritime front. And specifically with that, I want to focus on the outlying islands. So the ones that we've been tracking the most closely are Kinmen and Pratas. Those are significant because in about 2024, we started seeing a lot of PRC activity around the outlying island of Kinmen. The significant thing to know here geographically is that Kinmen is very close to the PRC, which makes it easy for the PRC to kind of meddle in its waters. And that's exactly what they've done. In 2024, we began tracking what the PRC refers to as the Kinmen model, which is essentially, the way the PRC frames it is that it is the protection of PRC fishermen that are just hanging out in the area. As we know, they're fishing in Kinmen's waters, which is not allowed, but of course that's not how they frame it. They frame it as a protection mission. And so they're doing this in order to erode Kinmen's control over its own jurisdiction, its own waters, and just like with the ADIS incursions, create kind of a high threshold of response that becomes normal over time. So that's something that ISW began tracking fairly recently. Even more recently, we have begun tracking the PRC's activity around Protus Island. What we think might be happening is that the PRC is sort of extending what looks like the Kinmen model or the early stages of the Kinmen model into Protus. And what's happening is first we saw ships moving kind of suspiciously around Protus, maybe turning off their AIS, very unusual behavior, that's automatically a red flag for us. And now we are seeing, just like with Kinmen, presence of the China Coast Guard or the CCG as well. And so this is something that the PRC does, again, to erode control, to normalize very high levels of presence, to ultimately create this psychological effect and lower the response threshold. So now that we've talked about ADIS and the maritime side of things, I want to get into the implications of what this means. I already referred to the fact that it's a psychological effort, it's an informational effort, it's the PRC's attempt to essentially make Taiwan feel isolated and surrounded, which falls in line with what it does on the international stage as well, right? The PRC wants Taiwan excluded from international organizations. It wants it not participating in things like UNGA, which just happened last week, right? We see evidence of this everywhere. But the interesting thing about gray zone warfare is that this can almost be considered a rehearsal in some ways. This isn't just for psychological purposes. It's also serving the purpose of the PRC being able to theoretically flip that switch at any point in the future and cross over into full-on warfare. And to give some examples of that, I want to refer to a couple of military exercises. That would be Joint Sword and Straight Thunder. We've seen some iterations of these over the last couple of years. Oftentimes when Aegis incursions spike like that, it's because of a dramatic increase from Joint Sword or Straight Thunder. So the important thing here is that when you map out these exercises, you actually see the physical locations of where they take place in the maritime domain and in the aerial domain. Interestingly, it forms the shape of a blockade around Taiwan if you map it out physically. And this is something that the PRC, they portray this in their own information as well. They're very much not hiding that they're doing this. In fact, if you look at from one of the recent exercises, some of the propaganda that the PRC produced drew the outline of a heart shape around Taiwan, and the caption said something along the lines of, "This patrol is in the shape of loving you." And as funny a visual and as silly as that is, it's very concerning because it shows how open the PRC is being with this and how they're really just not afraid to flaunt that and say, Taiwan is the aggressor, we're surrounding them, we're doing what's best for them. Essentially, this also falls in line with their efforts to portray lie in a negative light, to kind of showcase this idea that the DPP is the problem, align themselves maybe slightly more with the KMT, for instance, and really just create these kind of psychological operations and degrade threat awareness around Taiwan. So I will conclude by saying that, just because the gray zone isn't considered a full war, that doesn't mean that it's not considered a dress rehearsal for one, perhaps. So this is something that Taiwan and the US should be keenly aware of. We should always be looking out for these signs of an impending blockade or an invasion contingency. It's not at that point yet, but it's something that we should be keenly aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Thanks once again to all of our panelists. Very enlightening comments, and might I add, as a moderator, I appreciate the fact they're very succinct, which leaves us with plenty of time for Q&A. And at this point, then, I will seize my prerogative as moderator because we have plenty of time to start out with a question for each of the panelists, after which I'll open it up to the audience. And for those who are joining us online, please, just as Lada had mentioned as well, for everybody, please ask questions in the form of a question. And then second, if you are online, please put your questions in either the YouTube chat or send an email to globaltaiwan.org. And for everybody, please let us know your name and affiliation. With that, I'll stall some time for people to think of good questions. Admiral, if I could start with you. Thank you, first of all, for a career spent on the front lines of dealing with these challenges. And I really appreciate this sort of first principles conversation you started us with. So can I ask the big question, how can those of us who care about this problem set make the case to American voters, and especially younger American voters who are very disillusioned with the uses of American power in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, that there isn't a moral equivalence between our side and the other side, and that Taiwan does indeed matter to, as KJ said, kitchen top tables issues. I'll run down the list and everyone can mull over these. KJ, thank you for your entire career spent on the front lines of dealing with this very difficult challenge in Taiwan. Is there a role for Washington or the United States to play in helping deal with the infiltration challenge, given the fact that the U.S. has sometimes been a bit ham-fisted when it tries to help kind of confront these types of issues, which require a real granular understanding of the domestic political landscape? Jaime, all of us, and as an academic, me foremost, appreciate your on-the-ground reporting over the years. It's an invaluable perspective that most of us Americans can't get without people like you doing the work. As you know, a lot of people would make the argument when it comes to military transformation, it requires profound cultural change. Sounds like the right things are happening at the top of the military political organization, but would love to hear your thoughts and experiences talking to the rank and file, since obviously a transition to decentralized, asymmetric warfare requires empowering non-commissioned officers and young lieutenants and captains to make decisions. Do they feel ready to make decisions? Do they feel empowered? And how do you assess the prospects for that? And then finally, Allison, thank you for all the work that you all do in terms of providing transparency and the data about this gray zone threat. As an academic, I obviously love to devour this type of information. But one could make the argument that transparency does have drawbacks, especially as you aptly point out, the point of the gray zone is to influence the psychology of the target. So could you help us think through both the pros, more information generally better, but also the cons, the potential downsides of transparency, and given how transparent the MND and others have become on this issue, is there any way of putting the proverbial cat back in the bag? Admiral?
Yeah, thanks. All difficult questions, perhaps. But in the case of how to convince America, I don't know how to convince people out that have been consuming so much propaganda, because that's what it is, and misinformation that they can't back out of and suddenly start to filter correctly. They don't trust anybody to actually deliver the news except their favorite news source and their favorite people. And so this is a classic case of the power of information that we refuse as a country to recognize. We haven't been able to deal with it, and it has warped minds, and it has motivated actions that are based on flimsy, if weak, or misinformed information about the world around them. And I don't think people in key positions of influence have been all that morally courageous in getting back to the truth. In fact, their advantages lie in twisting it. And so I have a fairly, bleak sense of how you back out of something that has actually transformed our society in a way that now we're convinced that your fellow citizen is your enemy, that protesters ought to have, active duty soldiers, stopping them. And so the conversation about over-sensationalizing threats inside our country and ignoring or quietly dealing with maybe the most significant ones is not a recipe for success. And so, look, it doesn't matter what administration you're talking about. Democratic and Republican administrations have largely failed at the presidential level and mostly at the cabinet level in convincing America about the problem and the dangers with regard to the rise of not just of China, but China and Russia and North Korea's and Iran's and their client states, and how they're reshaping the world. We haven't had a strategic conversation. You have people that write national security strategies, and then we fail to follow through and implement them. It's the most beautiful document ever. And yet, in reality, we have been insufficiently engaged, insufficiently educated to be able to convince people that this is actually worth spending our time on, and so something else is brought in as a substitute threat for political expediency. This is partisanship and party, over compromise in country. When you take a look at the stakes of another nation like China actually having a dominant position and primacy in the world is very significant to guess what? If it's not yours, it's going to be your daughter's and your son's economic viability. And you're going to wonder, how did we get here? So how do we get political leaders, entertainment producers, the media, think tanks, academia to do the right thing with moral courage and start explaining this to most of America in a way that they understand? And we have, I think the problem is elites talk to elites. You know, how many farmers read Foreign Affairs, right? And yet our elites and our academics keep pouring themselves into their echo chambers. And so we're just not, establishing this as a priority. And I don't think you get any real action or sustained support for very difficult policies unless you have an ability to win hearts and minds with the truth. And so this is a responsibility that the senior-most members, the most influential members of our society are frankly falling and failing in. And they're misleading us down a path that, history, I think, will be sure to highlight for us. But should we wait until the reality is upon us, or do we have the right kind of leaders that actually define reality, give us hope, and mobilize us in the right ways?
Yes, Michael, to answer your question, I would say we should, I provide the three exchange for people, exchange for intelligence, and exchange for institution. For people, I think the sunlight is the best factor. So we need more exchange for people to people, then we can expose the espionage activity. That will somehow reduce the cost, enhance the cost of espionage from the country's enemy. For example, in Taiwan recently, the prosecutor and the intelligence agents and also investigations people, we so-called three, it's a triangle. They team up together, they start to talk, because in the past, the intelligence bureau always keep a secret and a kind of a mystery for people. However, if you can talk and expose more, I think it's good to public, especially for awareness in the public. For example, I remember in 2012, our VP, Xiao Biking, has inquired to the director of National Security Bureau and say, you should expose the method of infiltration from the CCP. And after 13 years, in this year, 2025, the director from the National Security Bureau already exposed that there's a fight method for the infiltration from the CCP. So I think it's a good start. I think somehow the society should to realize how severe, and we need to show more evidence. We can see in Taiwan is already the society already become divided because everyone talk about cognitive warfare, but most of the case lack of evidence. So if we can tell them more and show them more, it becomes a good start. So if Taipei and Washington can talk with each other, so maybe we can figure out or collect or map out of the CCP infiltration all around the world. Because we realize CCP not only is infiltrate for Taiwan, they always have a mobilization or civilians or even intimidation in Europe or even in the US. A lot of the case is like that. So it's a time for all the diplomatic countries to team up and map out the infiltration way. For the second, for the intelligence, I think right now we can't only rely on people to people. Maybe Taiwan and the U.S. government have a good relationship recently. However, we still need like a relatively formal intelligence MOU with each other. That's not to provoke the CCP. It's a way to ensure that both sides can face the same question in the same framework. And also for the institution, I think it's a time for us to make a platform to talk with each other. For example, Taiwan have a national security corps, and the U.S. have foreign intelligence surveillance corps. Maybe for the judges, they also can exchange and discuss how to protect the human right and how to prevent espionage. So for this, we still have a lot of things to do. So that's my thought for the three exchange.
Thank you.
So to Mike's question about if we're seeing actual changes being implemented about the decentralized command and efforts towards that strategy, I think my gut tells me that it's a bit too early to tell, because I think Taiwan doesn't, going back to Taiwan as a core from the military in the sense of it doesn't have that much space to train. It's very limited because of the weather. You can't just do an exercise just willy-nilly in public. And I think looking at how Hangguang has developed, that from its core has been good in changing to more realistic. But then you also have to look at Hangguang in the past 5-6 iterations. You look at 2021, it was the pandemic in Taiwan, so there wasn't full participation. 2022 was still scripted. 2023 and 2024 were halfway canceled because of a typhoon. And 2025 was when decentralized command was actually implemented. So it's a bit too early to tell, but where I am, I do see some optimism. And this is going to sound kind of the opposite is I see a lot more hiccups and mess ups with the military, which I think is good because they're trying out something they've never tried out before. And an example of this is in Taipei, I remember one story I did where we got a call, I think it was 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, somewhere around midnight, and the military was trying to move a Patriot system from one side of the city to the other side of the city. And if anyone's ever been in Taipei, those alleys are small. So trying to get this massive Patriot system, I think it took maybe 3 hours, 4 hours. And I think in record time, the U.S. can move it in, 50 minutes, 60 minutes? If everything works and everything folds correctly. But things like that I see, also, there was a lot of, and this is not good, but I did see a lot of car accidents because, the military is driving on these roads, massive military vehicles, and they don't see pedestrians, they don't see motorcycles and taxis, and they're learning what roads work during peacetime, and then now they're going to learn what roads maybe work under a more highly kinetic situation. So I think it's still too early to tell, but I think that the fact that we're seeing a willingness to kind of maybe swallow some pride and say, okay, wait a minute, this is the first time we're doing it. We're not going to be the best at it, but maybe next year and the year after that, we slowly get, to a better position. But it goes against my last point, and I made in the beginning, which is, does Taiwan have that time? Is Taiwan moving quickly enough? So it's kind of that balance between, how much time do you have, and can you implement that quickly?
Thank you. Allison, please.
All right, thank you so much for your question, Mike. So to reiterate, you asked about the pros and cons of transparency and reporting certain aspects of the data, right, including the negative aspects. So what I want to say to that is that definitely there are pros and cons to both, and that's something that we consider a lot when we're reporting out certain information. It does seem to paint kind of a grim picture when you say that gray zone warfare is increasing around Taiwan, but I'm kind of a firm believer in, like someone said, sunlight is the best disinfectant, right? So I think that that's a great saying. And I think that that applies to this as well. Let's see. I think that, in order to turn the corner in terms of Taiwan's defense and in order to really have something done about it, you first need to report the threat out accurately. That doesn't mean that you have to fall in line with existing PRC information operations, but it does mean that you should report the numbers because that's the only way that something will change. And so for an example of that, I'll discuss another aspect of PRC gray zone warfare, that is the undersea cable cutting. So that's an issue that we've really seen Taiwan turn the corner on because we've seen several examples of PRC crewed ships operating very suspiciously. They're cutting the cables around Taiwan. They drag their anchors. This is kind of like a plausibly deniable tactic that the PRC uses to isolate Taiwan informationally. But the reason I bring this up is because it's an example of reporting really does lead to positive change. Since this year began, Taiwan has implemented a list of suspicious ships. They now have a registry. The Taiwanese Coast Guard, the CGA, is taking it very seriously. They're actively, tracking these ships and doing something to observe, in addition to 24-hour patrols around one of the cables that was cut this February by a suspicious ship. They also deported the crew and arrested the captain. So they're very much like just that example alone. Jaime also alluded to Hong Kong, for instance. We have a lot of examples of how reporting does lead to Taiwan improving certain aspects of its defense. And I think it's very important that they feel empowered to do that because this is something that we can't afford to give up on.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Opening the floor to questions. Sir, please.
Hi. Excuse me. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for all of your insightful comments. My name's David Chu. I'm a master's student from Georgetown School of Foreign Service. Glad to see folks from SSP here. My question for the panel is, to what degree, to what proportion do you think that Taiwan should respectively continue to develop its capability in terms of defense, in terms of denying China the capability to launch their offense, and respectively, to continue to rely on the U.S. The deterrence, extended deterrence from the U.S. Thank you.
I mean, it's existential, so I don't think 5% is enough, but, they're the realities of political issues. And look, the KMT, some, many, whatever the number is, are active CCP proxies. They are stopping the ability of President Lai, and the DPP from actually moving towards those target goals. So you can talk about them, and it's good rhetoric all you want. I mean, it's helpful. The intention is there. But if inside the Chinese have been able to, co-opt political leaders to be able to not just block those things, but start to transform the authority of the president, whatever, you're seeing Orban's Hungary in action. You're seeing inside the United States with Project 2025. This is a well-known tactic now that you can actually resort to a way to manipulate a democracy and its rules to be able to place weights in different places legally and essentially grind an opponent to a halt, right? So I don't think that the real issue is about what you go to. I think the real issue is that you got enemies inside the House that are doing Beijing's bidding, that are blatant about it. They go over and go talk to Wang Huning, a Politburo Standing Committee, right? So you got politicians going over kissing rings, clearly getting strategies, right, on how to do the manipulation inside Taiwan. And this is political warfare, of a very, very significant degree. And the only pro, in my view, of all of this is that if China believes that it has a chance to be able to continue this manipulation and they have leverage and they're seeing success with it, that maybe that forestalls a war, a global war that would affect, 10% of the global GDP, affect, millions of lives, et cetera, right? Because the Chinese will believe they haven't exhausted all their abilities to get their way and win without fighting. But that's one of the only pros, I think, we're seeing.
Jaime, did you have thoughts also?
I was just thinking about, you mentioned about the push for maybe domestic defense industry and getting creative about how to provide an effective deterrent. I remember my last, I believe it was the last couple months of 2024, we were getting a lot more stories from drone manufacturers that are saying, hey, listen, can you put a spotlight on us? We're looking to get either exposure from the MND, domestic defense industry base, particularly, AIDC. They're the company that upgraded the F-16s for Taiwan domestically in-house. Zhongshan Keyuan and the NCSIST, I believe I got the acronym right. But also just the doubling down, I think, of systems that the United States has continued to push for Taiwan to develop. So, anti-ship missiles, drones, sea mines. It almost felt like Taiwan was a bit resistant to that because of the structure that it was. They're like, no, we like tanks, we like legacy platforms. But specifically these past 2 years, I have seen a swallowing of pride. Like, okay, wait a minute. This is, from the Taiwanese perspective, it looks like they're understanding that, wait a minute, this is the way to go. And help will be provided if you search for it. And I think when you look at the recent expo, deals with companies like Anduril to create low-cost anti-ship missiles, co-production, things that, when I attended expos a couple, 3-4 years ago were whispers, and now you can see them happening in real time. I think that's fantastic. So to answer your question, I think that Taiwan is doing good on the innovative side, but it goes back to the speed component of it.
Thanks. Other questions? Sir.
My name is Yaya Fanusi with the United States of Africa 2017 Project Task Force. It's Mr. Studeman. I gather from your initial comments that you want a flashback to protect the post-war world order. I think that post-war world order is disintegrating. And you have to think about another way for America to meet its commitment to Taiwan. It's not going to be like before. I am a revolutionary. 50s, 60s, 70s in Africa. I was a guerrilla fighter in Africa. All that Donald Trump is doing now is for things that we're trying to do that we not accomplished. Destroy the international world order at that stage, imperialism, etc. We are against globalization. He's against globalization. We are against WTO. and also global warming, the way it structures. So in a way, he's doing what we failed to do in the 60s and 70s and 80s. That's revolutionary. So it's not going to happen like before. It's a gone world. So you have to think now, what in the fact that U.S. power is now limited, how can the United States protect Taiwan? That's the way you all should focus.
Yeah, I'm not a return to what it was, because the realities are that when China became so strong it didn't follow any of the rules of the WTO or anything else and cheated and stole its way to power, that essentially you can't abide by the existing system that allows, you know, the second most powerful and the only other superpower on the planet to essentially not follow any of the rules and yet pretend to. So you can't stomach it just on that face alone, much less all of the other issues that you fought against bravely over your time. And so we need a new world order for sure. Well, what's this group's over here's view of what it should be? And I'm afraid we've got deconstructive, you know, policies that are very clear in what they tear down. The Chinese have a view of how to rebuild it, by the way, and they are gleeful that America is dismantling what we created, and we get the blame for it, and then they get the catcher's mitt on the way back up what it will be, because they're going to stick inside these international institutions. They're going to, whatever agency they have left, whatever legitimacy they provide, China's going to buy into that. And we walk away and we leave a vacuum, right? The Chinese will fully capitalize. And so what is the constructive, inspiring vision of the world that recognizes the realities of countries that are not going to follow those kind of rules? And I think what you get to is a disintegrated world, but I think that you can integrate parts of it in a way that makes sense. So what does it look like in terms of these blocks? What is the friendly block? And are we actually promoting policies that create those friendly blocks, right? Or are we simply becoming repellent to the world and confrontational and selfish, right? And the more you keep that up, then the more you're not going to actually have a block that you can actually friend-shore with, reshore, whatever, in a way that actually is advantageous to you, where you can have some guarantees that this block of nations is going to follow the rules and work for mutual benefit, right? So there ought to be some real constructive thinking about where we are going, but unfortunately right now, it's just rip it all down. And that's not going to promote, you know, the interests of the best things about what the international order was, to re-maneuver those into a place where it's workable and it works for all nations.
KJ, please.
Yes, I agree with Mike. Because I think some statement might be a political warfare. No matter how globalization is right now, I think right now it's Trump administration is not isolatism. They just want to like kind of a multi-bilateral negotiation with many countries. And also for Taiwan, we don't want to some people to blame us, or you are the son of the president of America. So we still have a very strong connection with EU country and the other country. Even though we have very small diplomat country, right now it's 13. So we still do our best to talk with others and help others. So for example, I can take the 2758 resolution. This issue is still very popular. That is because in this September, the UN's meeting already start. So we should prevent the CCP to use also resolution to say, oh, Taiwan is not a country, it's a part of China. So we still need to tell the world, our country for that. So that's why the director of AIT and also some politician of the US, they also say one China policy will become undecided during the wartime if the CCP invade Taiwan. So I think no matter how the globalization is, we still need to talk and make a friend all around the world. That's what we are doing right now.
Thank you. Sir, right here.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Bazewin. I'm with the Pentagon. In a lot of my readings, I've heard, and it was mentioned this morning, about maintaining the status quo between the straits. That's in a lot of the correspondence between the United States and China. It's mentioned a lot in Taiwan press. Xi Jinping loves to say it in his New Year's Day speeches as well. I think that Ms. O'Neill made a very good presentation about the amount of ATIS violations that are happening, as well as what's happening with what they refer to as multi-domain pressure operations. Is this, in fact, the new status quo put forward by Beijing, and how could Taiwan, besides what they're doing right now, defense-wise, rise to the occasion and push it back to a status quo that more proffers a peaceful state of condition on both sides of the straits? Thank you.
Thanks. Allison, you want to lead us off?
Yeah, thank you for your question. That's a very good one. So what I first want to say is that the PRC definitely does want to normalize this as the status quo. Some of their propaganda has even kind of implied that this level of aggression will continue until conditions change on the Taiwan side. That doesn't mean that Taiwan should back down, right? I think that appeasement is not the solution here, because Beijing is going to do whatever they want and then justify it by saying, oh, it's Taiwan's fault. Taiwan's the aggressor. Blame William Lai, blame the DPP, whoever they want to use as their scapegoat. But that doesn't mean that they're correct in saying that. And so I think that the important thing to remember here is that just because the PRC wants to normalize that as the status quo doesn't mean that Taiwan needs to have it be that way. As for specific solutions that Taiwan could use to address this, that's a little more challenging, right? Because I think that even Taiwan's MND has stopped scrambling jets in response to the high levels of ATIS incursions. They don't want to respond because at this point they're at such a high level that it would just be a waste of their resources to attenuate them over time in response to 300 ATIS incursions a month. And so I think that your question is important because it really drives at the heart of what is the solution here. And I would say, to speak to sort of the symmetric and the asymmetric side of things, I think that Taiwan, as people have alluded to already, is sort of turning towards an asymmetric defense strategy, but that doesn't mean that we should forget about the gray zone, especially as we're seeing additional incursions in Kinmen, in Pratas. Actually, ISW has assessed in the past that a Kinmen contingency, whether that's a blockade or an actual invasion, is probably more likely at this juncture than a full-on invasion of Taiwan's main island, at least right now. So that's something to keep in mind, because as we're focusing on the asymmetric side, it's still important to keep in mind that these escalations are taking place on the side with the gray zone intrusions into the maritime and the air domains.
China's activities have done more to destabilize the Indo-Pacific and Western Pacific than any other one thing. They are the genesis of the problem, despite what they say. And so they're playing with fire on their own, because they're essentially backing Taiwan into a corner and many other nations, and they're getting close to the red lines, and there will be incidents, right? Take a look at, the Chinese Navy seamanship in the South China Sea, where they killed their own people, right? Because they are bullying and pressuring in such a fanatical way. This goes down one way. It will lead to mishaps, crises, and it's going to create even more tension, which builds spiral theories, more arming up, et cetera. And that's what is happening in the Indo-Pacific, supposedly going to be the engine of growth of the world economy, where we want it to be stable for everyone, including China. And yet, right? And so, this accountability and responsibility rests solely and completely on the PRC and Xi Jinping side for pushing too hard to change things too fast and not resorting to peaceful ways to resolve problems.
I just wanted to add to what Allison and Mike are saying too, is that I think if you speak to anyone that's in Taiwan, if you ask them about the possibility of a conflict, they say we've been living under this fear for a while, but I'm more concerned about an accident or a mishap, just because the two sides don't communicate. And then to the point about what Allison was saying about ADIZ incursions, I think it was in 2022 or 2023 where we were in the MND and we were asking about that policy of scrambling for jets every single time. I remember one official was saying that they only have a 1-to-1 policy where if it's a fighter aircraft, they will send one fighter aircraft and 2-to-2, 3-to-3. But when it comes to maybe the naval domain, it's getting very hard because, as everyone knows, just the shipbuilding capacity of China and the amount of Coast Guard ships, the amount of Navy ships. Taiwan, in press releases, will be very clear to say we matched them ship for ship. But me personally, I don't think you need to do that. You know, I think it's much cheaper now, you know, to fly a drone, get a complete picture, take that intelligence and learn from it. But there's still that pride that, you know, of course, no military wants to get rid of. So can Taiwan adjust is something we need to see.
As moderator, I have one job, which is on time. I have 5 minutes. I see two people who have been patiently waiting right in the back corner here. So maybe if we could just get two questions together at once and then answers and one last round of thoughts from our excellent panelists.
Thank you, and thank you to the panelists for a great effort. I'm Ben Lewis from PLA Tracker. My question's for Allison. As a fellow ADIZ watcher, really enjoyed your presentation. I was curious for your observations on the quality of the PRCs and the PLA's activities around Taiwan as time has gone on. Have you seen an improvement in the quality of their training, these large-scale exercises? Are they doing their own version of theater like Taiwan used to do more with Hongguang, or are they focused more on realistic operational concepts? Thanks so much.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I would say, you know, the important thing to remember with the PLA is that they do a lot of flashy drills. I imagine that there's some degree of realism in them, but that is always going to be limited by the fact that they haven't fought a war since 1979, and they didn't even do that well in it. So I think it's very important to remember that the PRC, they use a lot of propaganda and they use a lot of rhetoric to portray themselves as very strong. But there's a couple of military challenges. For instance, interoperability is something that they're very challenged in. Again, realism, sort of rivalries between the services. These are things that the PLA is facing. In addition to a lot of military purges that are going on in the rocket force, the procurement side, you know, really everywhere across the PLA, there's massive, massive purges. And I think that's going to continue for a while. At least that's what it seems like. So in addition, like to add to all of that, all those existing challenges, you have the fact that an amphibious invasion is just incredibly hard to pull off. And I think that the PLA is aware of this, and that's one of the reasons that they use a lot of rhetoric. They want to portray themselves as very strong without necessarily needing to take that risk of doing an invasion right now. And, you know, that's very good for us because we can kind of assume that the PRC is at least somewhat deterred by the difficulty of an amphibious contingency, which is why a lot of analysts have assessed that a blockade scenario is very more likely, as well as a possible Kinmen scenario, as opposed to a full-on invasion of Taiwan.
And then one more, right? Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Fanny Chow. I'm from Taiwan. I'm from Taiwan's think tank DSET. And I think you have mentioned the co-production between the US and Taiwan. And actually, DSET, we're like working on this, and we're very curious about your thoughts, general thoughts on the co-production future between the US and Taiwan. Thank you.
Goodness. I mean, so I think the first thing is, you know, I'm no legal expert. I imagine there's tons of red tape in terms of what U.S. systems can be produced in Taiwan. But I'll just say that when the war in Ukraine started, a couple months afterwards, a lot of people in Taiwan were saying that Taiwan, if that was to happen, you know, Taiwan doesn't have a Poland. Taiwan doesn't have a country that can funnel resources in it because of its geography nature. And I think that's really important. It's something that Taiwan kind of woke up to, looking at, you know, what's going to happen when, you know, God forbid the bombs drop, but what's going to happen if Taiwan's, you know, biggest weapons producer can't produce the capacity it's producing now? There was one debate, I forgot where, but a couple of businesses were asking, you know, what the contingency plan is, and there are recommendations to take that shop and go underground, use tunnels, find other ways. There's some drone companies now that are 3D printing that drone frames that can maybe be printed in, I think it was 4 hours. And you imagine that the amount of, you know, how consumable these systems are. I think it just makes sense for Taiwan to co-produce things like a low-cost anti-ship missile. I believe 30mm ammunition for some of its armored vehicles is underway. I don't know what else is in the future. I know F-16 parts can sometimes be swapped. I'm not too sure, but I definitely think it's the future is bright for that. Whether or not sensitive technology can make it to Taiwan, I don't know.
Any and all routes are needed to be able to bolster Taiwan's defenses in the amount of time that we're all worried about, right? And this is the decisive decade. So on the U.S. side, there are expanded authorities and theater security cooperation to be able to actually allow for third parties to, you know, work essentially foreign military sales, direct commercial sales, and that's a good thing there instead of being so hidebound to our pre-existing system. And so I think obviously there's a flow issue, there's a munitions issue, there's a timing thing. So we need to be able to use all options, right? Taiwan needs to have those options. They deserve to have all those options. And they need the wherewithal to be able to exercise all of them, which comes down to the defense budget. But I do think that this combination, this hybrid approach, which is a lot of indigenous production, which gets a lot of capability growth there too, playing on the strengths of Taiwan's capabilities in this regard, along with these relationships with other external partners, that's going to be a winning formula. And already you can start to see that there's a growing volume of things that could prove very problematic for any PLA attempt to take Taiwan physically.
All right, on target, on time. John, thank you and the GTI team for organizing this, and please join me in another round of applause for our panelists.
Once again, everyone, if you could begin making your way to your seats, we'll get started with the final discussion of the day. Thank you. Okay. All right, everyone. We're going to get started with our final discussion of the day. Throughout the course of the day today, we've had 4 panel discussions laying out some of the major policy areas between the United States and Taiwan. And to conclude things today, we wanted to do something just a little bit different. Rather than a formal panel discussion, instead a more informal discussion with 2 former very senior policymakers within the United States government to get their thoughts and observations on the current state of U.S. policy. First, to my immediate left is Lieutenant General Wallace Gregson, who had a very distinguished career in the United States Marine Corps. That culminated in senior assignments in the Pacific from 2001 to 2003. He served as the commanding general of the 3rd Marine Expeditionary Force in Japan. And then from 2003 to 2005, he served as the commanding general of Marine Corps Forces Pacific and Central Command. Following his career in the Marine Corps, Lieutenant General Gregson served as the Chief Executive Officer of the U.S. Olympic Committee, as well, and then in government as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs from 2009 to 2011. We also have with us today Dr. Eli Ratner, who obtained his PhD from the University of California at Berkeley. And has served in a number of senior research positions in the think tank field, including being an executive vice president at the Center for New American Security, a senior fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, and a political scientist at RAND. Within government, he served from 2015 to 2017 as the Deputy National Security Advisor for then Vice President Biden, and served as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs during the Biden administration, and now serves as a principal at the Marathon Initiative. So we're very fortunate to have both of you with us today, gentlemen. And just to start things off, I guess wanted to ask you for your thoughts about one of the things we've heard discussed today, and so I guess one of the themes that was in the first panel of the morning was sort of the question of continuity or change in U.S. policy, I guess towards Taiwan specifically, but even beyond that, towards the Indo-Pacific region more broadly. And so I wanted to ask you about your thoughts and observations on that particular point. If you were to look back over the last, say, decade, the last 10 years or so, at what points do you think there have been sort of dramatic changes in the course of U.S. policy, and in what areas do you think there's been more continuity across presidential administrations? Any thoughts from you?
Well, I'll give it a try first. I think going back a little further than 10 years ago, as we came out of the Cold War, we were convinced that the best path was to help China to reintegrate into the existing international system. And we sponsored that. We even encouraged that. We got China into the WTO when they clearly didn't qualify. And the idea was that as China got more wealthy, it would become more moderate. In fairness, George H.W. Bush and President Clinton faced a choice. They made the choice to try and help China to reintegrate into the international system. Our body politic was not ready for another Cold War after we just won the previous one. The business was looking for business in China. So it was probably not a bad idea at the time. But in my opinion, we went far too long before we faced up to the fact that China wasn't following the script that we expected them to do. And most famously was the massive dredging operation in the South China Sea, much to the detriment of the ecology and the marine life there and the fish that everybody depends on. It was President Xi Jinping looking President Obama in the eye and saying he would not militarize those features, which he promptly did. The Philippines brought a case to the Court of Arbitration. They were backed up by Vietnam. The U.S. remained silent. These types of things. It was not exactly strong support or strong deterrence on behalf of our allies. And this started changing about 2015, 2016, when we got a little bit stronger in what we were facing there.
And Dr. Ratner?
Well, yeah, I think I agree with everything that Chip said, and what we have seen is, I think, an evolutionary change toward more focus on the PRC as the pacing challenge from a defense perspective, and I think the realization that business as usual was not going to work in terms of maintaining peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific broadly, but in the Taiwan Strait as well. And so we've seen, I think, in the last several years, greater effort to try to focus on the kinds of capabilities we need, the kind of new operational concepts we need, development of new force posture in the region to get away from our Cold War footprint there, and the integration of allies and partners, including Taiwan itself, as more active players in deterrence and potentially in defense. So I think that we have seen that. I think we made big strides in that over the last several years. And I think to your question of continuity or discontinuity today, I think we can talk about bits and pieces. I think from a defense perspective, we don't quite know yet because the national defense strategy isn't quite finalized yet. There's been mixed reporting about exactly where is Taiwan and China going to be in terms of prioritization from a regional perspective, from a capabilities perspective, and some of that reporting is on both sides, and that document is reportedly close to completion. So I think we'll have a better sense, at least from the Pentagon, about what its Asia strategy and China strategy and approach to Taiwan are going to look like. From a whole of government perspective, I think we've seen a lot of different departments and agencies acting in different ways, and we haven't really seen a coherent regional strategy from the administration yet. But I think we'll get an attempt at one from the National Defense Strategy in the coming weeks or in the next couple months.
Now, if you had to make an educated guess as to what might be in the national defense strategy when it emerges, and of course, this is entirely speculative since it has not been made public yet, but do you have any thoughts or expectations as to what that document is likely to look like based on policy that we've seen from the administration thus far?
I don't even want to hazard a guess on what they're going to come forward with.
I can respect that.
Maybe rather than guessing what it will be, I can talk about what will I be looking for in a document like that. I mean, we have seen reporting, and I think the administration has made clear there will be a strong emphasis on the U.S. homeland. That was part of the Biden administration national defense strategy as well, though I think in this instance that will be more focused on not just defending the homeland from foreign threats, major actor threats, but also the southwest border, some of the Western Hemisphere activity as well. So I think that will feature more prominently. And I think the question of China and prioritization of China and whether the focus on the homeland is coming at the expense of a focus on the Indo-Pacific is, I think, what we don't know yet. And obviously there are major figures within the Trump administration who have argued in the past about the severity of the threat, the importance of maintaining the status quo in the Taiwan Strait. So we'll just have to see how does the Indo-Pacific and the China threat shake out as it relates to the homeland and also as it relates to other major regions. Are we going to see prioritization of the Indo-Pacific, for instance, over U.S. resources in the Middle East and Europe? And we've seen sort of opinions about that, but we haven't seen major policy shifts in that regard. So the NDS will be telling from that perspective as well.
Okay, thank you. I was also curious to ask the thoughts of both of you, sort of in regards to the current state of U.S. policy and sort of where you see it being located within U.S. Indo-Pacific policy in a larger sense, and also maybe contained within that, in terms of the Washington-Beijing relationship as well. And I guess I'm particularly thinking in past years, how it's very often been the case, or it seemed to be the case, if we do go back a number of years, if we go back to the Clinton administration, the George W. Bush administration, the Obama administration, on up to the present, there had been a tendency for sort of Taiwan policy specifically to sort of almost be thought of or treated of as like a subset of U.S.-China policy, and maybe even like a problem in the U.S.-China relationship, an irritant. If only like there wasn't this this issue with Taiwan, we could have more productive relations with Beijing. So I wanted to ask both of you sort of your general thoughts on how you see, I guess maybe a two-part question. Sort of first, how you might see policy with Taiwan fitting into or affecting either the U.S.-China relationship, or again sort of that triangular relationship between Washington, Taipei, Beijing, and then also I guess maybe the second part of that, how we should be thinking of U.S. policy towards Taiwan within the broader context of policy towards the Pacific.
Well, I think at the moment Taiwan is in a fairly good place. Taiwan's industrial skill, particularly high-tech manufacturing of chips, puts them in good stead. There doesn't seem to be any burning trade issues with the People's Republic of China at the moment, so that tends to bring the temperature down on this. It's interesting that the reported rhetoric treats our relations in Europe, which with much more criticism than any of the rhetoric about our allies in Asia. So I have some hopes that whatever we get out of the new strategy is going to reflect that and is going to take advantage of the business and the scientific and the technological links between the U.S. and Taiwan to further that relationship.
Yeah, I think, John, I think it's a mixed picture in terms of what we're seeing in terms of current approach and policy. I think on the one hand, as I mentioned, there are individuals within the administration who believe strongly in the U.S. commitment to the Taiwan Relations Act and the U.S. role in the Indo-Pacific. I think we've seen the manifestation of that in certain regards. On the other hand, as it relates to Taiwan policy, we have seen some actions over the last couple months that are pretty troubling in terms of reports that the administration was discouraging or preventing President Lai from transiting through the United States. We have presidential drawdown authority that reportedly these are military capabilities that the Pentagon has the authority to take U.S. capabilities that are in inventory or on contract and transfer them toward Taiwan. Congress gave the administration that authority during the Biden administration, appropriated money against it. The Pentagon prepared a package to deliver to Taiwan, and reportedly the White House has decided not to execute that package. So there has been what appears to be a reduction or slowdown in what had previously been an all-of-the-above strategy in terms of trying to help Taiwan's strengths of its defense and its resilience. So I think we've seen some troubling signs about some ambivalence about supporting Taiwan, and the exact roots of that are unclear. I think what you're mentioning, John, is that perhaps some of that could be in the context of the administration's approach to China. We know the President may, I think he put on social media today, potentially looking forward to a meeting with Xi Jinping at some point this fall, and whether or not these actions were in the context of that. But we also saw just in the last couple days, the administration put out a new rule related to export controls and companies that are on entity lists that is actually quite severe toward Chinese companies. So we are not seeing a very clear 100% sort of policy of accommodation toward China during this period. So I think whether that's a negotiating strategy, I don't think we know. And I think that's all the more reason why there was a question in the last panel, which I thought was terrific. So congratulations to all the folks who were on that panel. It was a really interesting discussion. But this question around sort of how do you raise a national conversation about the stakes for the United States in the Taiwan Strait so as to elevate and clarify for folks why is it important that the United States be committed for its own reasons, not just for instance, some act of charity for Taiwan, but for its own reasons. Why is it in the national interest of the United States to support peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait? I don't think we're seeing that as clearly in the public domain as we should out of either the administration or frankly out of Congress, out of people who traditionally would be making that argument. So again, I think the administration's policy, and it's still, we're still in month 7 or 8, so the administration's policy is still under development. Maybe it will crystallize and be more clear. I think at this point it is a lot of mixed signals, which actually isn't good enough, because it is possible that Beijing is going to read that as a lack of commitment, maybe testing the administration in the gray zone as the previous panel was describing, and those kinds of activities can become really destabilizing if left unaddressed. So I think it's not clear, and we ought to hope that we see greater clarity and commitment in the coming period.
In regards to one of the, I guess this question gets a little bit more specific or particular, but I guess in light of some of the policy statements that have been coming out of the State Department, I think like one thing that attracted a lot of attention or media attention in Taiwan just last week was the State Department statement that Taiwan's position was unresolved, that the U.S. did not take a position on it, which I actually think has been the U.S. government position for a long time, although it usually hasn't been stated in public. Any particular thoughts on that as to why that statement might have come out at this particular time, or is it really difficult to say?
We've seen more than a few instances of government spokesmen, and this is a bipartisan problem, saying something to the media that is off-putting and sounding bad. So I'm not terribly excited about the unresolved thing. I mean, in objective terms, when we have the 3 communiques, the 6 assurances, and it takes you 20 minutes to explain our policy about Taiwan to people that are otherwise witting of foreign policy things, you know we have complications. And until that statement you mentioned is backed up by some other authoritative spokesman indicating a major break with the past, I'm not terribly alarmed about that.
Another brother. Okay, fair enough. This is a very broad question, but I would be curious to sort of get your thoughts. If you were to find yourself back in your former policymaking positions, if a magic wand were to be waved, and you were to find yourself once again Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific security affairs, are there any particular policies you would be advocating for right now? Anything the U.S. government should be doing more of or less of? What would you be advocating or pushing for if you were back in that position?
Most important is I'd like a better parking spot than I had in the last time I was in there. But we do have some positive increases in the exercises that we're doing with our allies out there now. We just finished a big exercise in Japan. There's more and more presence in the Philippines. It's rotational presence, but nevertheless, the Philippines has kindly given us access to these Enhanced Defense Cooperation Act sites in the Philippines that are all in very strategic places. And in Palawan and in, forget the name of the island, right just north of Luzon, that's right next to the passageway. The Australians and the Japanese have reciprocal access agreements. The Japanese and the Philippines have reciprocal access agreements for their forces. And not so many years ago, who would have thought that that was ever going to happen? So, in addition to our stated positions and things, there is a certain reassurance value and a certain deterrence value to continually increasing the frequency and the scale and the relevance of our exercises out there.
Terribly sorry, I thought it was on mute. And Dr. Ratner, yourself, sir?
Well, I'm not too far out from having had the job, so I can maybe talk a little bit about what some of the priorities were at the end of the administration. I mean, the first thing is consistent with some of the remarks that I just made. One of the most important things the United States can do to protect its own interests in the Indo-Pacific and thereby globally is to help Taiwan strengthen its own defenses and resilience. So Taiwan has a major role here. It is not going to be able to defeat the PLA by itself, but it has a major role in deterrence and potential crisis and contingencies. In terms of return on investment, penny on the dollar, working to strengthen Taiwan's defenses is incredibly important, and we know that from modeling and gaming and simulations and common sense. And so continuing to accelerate Taiwan's ability to defend itself is in, frankly, the world's interest. And I'm really encouraged by, I had the chance to visit Taiwan a little bit earlier this year, really encouraged having been on the ground and seeing the results of a lot of the work that many of us did over the last several years together with Taiwan counterparts to do that. So again, that's foreign military sales, it's foreign military financing, it is co-production and co-development, which was described in the previous panel. It's supporting Taiwan's indigenous defense industrial base, as well as training and planning and new operational concepts and otherwise. So continuing down that path of work is really priority number one. Of course, the United States, as part of the Taiwan Relations Act, folks often mention the clause about the United States providing defense as arms to Taiwan. There is also a clause in that legislation about the United States maintaining its own capacity to respond to crises in the Taiwan Strait, and that needs to continue in terms of investments and capabilities relevant to the Taiwan Strait. And there are new and old capabilities that remain important: undersea, autonomous, long-range strike, all of which can allow the United States to play its role in a way that is politically viable. And then, as Chip mentioned, the role of the rest of the world is important too. And I think there has been a major evolution over the last 5 years in the willingness of countries around the world to talk about the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. This is something you would never have seen 10 years ago in a readout of a bilateral meeting between the United States and Japan or South Korea, much less the Europeans. Now it's in almost every one, or it has been, and that's really important. And it doesn't mean that every country around the world is going to be a coalition partner in major combat operations with the United States during a contingency, but it does mean that countries have stakes in peace and stability, and they're going to try to defend those stakes through diplomacy, through economics, and having the Europeans operating in the Indo-Pacific doing Taiwan Strait transits is really important. Having the Australians and the Japanese and others, European powers, doing what they can to contribute to Taiwan's defense and resilience is really important. So bringing more than just having it be China being able to isolate and coerce Taiwan or vector its energies all against the United States, but have to deal with the global community more broadly is really, really important. So finding ways to continue to do that work should be also at the top of the agenda.
To add to everything that Eli said, and I certainly agree with it and endorse it, Taiwan's got a policy and a intellectual obligation here too. It's no secret that we're seeing warfare changing quickly, instantaneously almost, in Ukraine. And the Ukrainians are leading the way, and the tactics and techniques they brought on board, the things that they've done with their industrial base to connect the wizards in the rear area with the troops at the front to be able to alter algorithms in the drones and things in real time while they're under fire indicates that this is not your grandfather's war anymore. And Taiwan's got tremendously qualified people. There's a lot of scientific knowledge there. They're the world leaders in the chip industry. There's no reason why Taiwan can't get a big lead here over the mainland by getting organized on how to experiment with this stuff, how to test it, and how to decide how Taiwan's going to fight in case, in the event that China should decide to attack Taiwan.
That's great, Chip. You actually partially preempted one of the questions I had in mind or was thinking of, which was exactly like related to the war in Ukraine and what lessons Taiwan should perhaps be taking away from that. But I think I might try to use that as an opportunity to sort of fold itself into a related question. Which would be, well, I guess I think, as it seems to me anyway, looking over the last several years, in terms of defense policy, it's sometimes seemed to me that sort of defense policymakers or defense policy commentators here in the United States or in Washington, D.C., and then defense officials in Taiwan to some degree might be sort of talking past or looking past each other, particularly in regards to asymmetry, however that's defined. That word is thrown around a great deal, particularly in terms of comments or pressure from U.S. interlocutors to their counterparts in Taiwan. You need to adopt a more asymmetric defense posture, even though, again, that may be very vaguely defined as to what exactly that means. But it's really seemed to me, again, there has been sort of a problem with the two sides talking past each other to some degree. But so I was curious to ask both of you sort of your thoughts on that in terms of sort of big picture defense policy. What does asymmetry mean, or I guess more specifically, what should it mean for Taiwan? And if you were providing advice to persons in the MND or trying to present your perspective on that, what would you have to say about that?
I would agree that we've been far too glib over the years in my tenure in the in policy was well before Eli's, but when I was there, we were hectoring all our friends about, you got to be asymmetric, you got to be asymmetric, but we never defined the damn term. The easiest way to define it is shooting the enemy when he can't shoot back, which is a very advantageous position. But regardless of whether we're trying to take a hard-to-explain English word and translate it into Chinese, which makes things even worse, and then the defense industry gets it, and every weapon they want to sell, they're calling it an asymmetric weapon. Weapons aren't exactly asymmetric. It's how you use the weapon. But one of the things we can do is look at the aforementioned Ukraine war. Ukraine managed to sink the Russian Black Sea Fleet without a navy. And that's exactly analogous to the situation that Taiwan faces when they're looking across the strait. Turn the strait into a boiling moat, as Matt Pottinger termed it. So taking the advantages that we see in plain sight right now from the people who are fighting and experimenting and innovating on the fly is a great way to get a head start on what we want to do with Taiwan's forces and U.S. forces, for that matter, to make sure that we present an impossible situation to the Chinese. More theoretically, there are those that believe that things go in cycles with technology. There's technology that favors or very much disfavors maneuver. Think of World War I. The French developed a doctrine when they came out of the Franco-Prussian Wars in the early 1870s. On the losing side, the French decided after deliberation that they had not been aggressive enough. So they instituted a very aggressive doctrine for fighting, missing the fact that between 1873 and 1914, we invented barbed wire, we invented the machine gun, we invented standardization of artillery, we invented, we expanded railroads and things, and what the French ran into in 1914, and other nations too, was a battlefield that was incredibly hostile to maneuver. And 1 of every 6 Frenchmen of military age in 1914 was dead by 1918. And that's a massive loss of human capital. So then the same thing, we decided World War I was trench warfare, and we adopted a doctrine that disfavored maneuver, and guess what? Then the airplane was expanded, radios were expanded, all these things that brought maneuver back to the battlefield, and then you had the Germans bypassing the Maginot Line. So the point being that this is a real-time thing. One must not get too in love with the doctrine that one has, and it's got to continually be tested. And Taiwan's in an ideal position to do that. The island is inherently defensible. Taiwan's got magnificent mountains that seem to go straight up from the sea. The flat land that exists in Taiwan, in my opinion, is either urbanized or it's inundated with fish farms and rice paddies. This is not great maneuver territory for anybody that's invading Taiwan. With that advantage, then we have to take full advantage of the intellectual capital that's present in Taiwan and experiment with things and come up with a way to fight that's not based on what some old generals said 4 decades ago, but on something that is built to counter the exact threat that Taiwan faces. And the U.S. should be a vigorous partner in this development.
And I would just add, John, I think I actually think there is more shared alignment on some of these definitional issues than maybe is popularly understood. I mean, one of the things that we did when I was at the Pentagon, we actually literally exchanged definitions of what do we mean by asymmetric weapons to try to get to a shared definition that we could all agree on. We did that as an exercise in 2021.
Were you really able to come to resolution as to what the shared definition was?
And I think it set the stage for then you have some mutual understanding about what you're talking about here, set the stage for then processes that we had separately and together to actually identify priority lists of capabilities, rank ordered in importance, and then went about trying to work toward providing those. So I think there is a shared understanding. There's always going to be some disagreements. There's always going to be bureaucratic politics. We have that in our own country. It's not as if the U.S. military perfectly reflects some exact military strategy. We have stakeholders, we have politics, we have legislators. There's changes people want to make to our military too, that strategists that don't get made as quickly or in the way that maybe makes sense from a military perspective. So bureaucracy exists. And then as the previous panel discussed, Taiwan faces a day-to-day gray zone threat and needs a certain degree of conventional capabilities to be able to respond to that. And that's as much as a political problem as it is a military problem, and finding the right balance between the asymmetric capabilities for a high-end warfight and some of the conventional capabilities to deal with day-to-day gray zone activity is a perfectly good and reasonable and healthy debate to have, and we may not always agree on what the right distribution of those are or whether a particular capability is appropriate for one. But I think the overall thrust of the direction of our shared vision for what deterrence looks like is actually relatively in place and moving in the right direction. And it's a question now, I think, of speed, not of vector. So I'm relatively confident that it isn't just the United States, nor is it just the senior-most leadership in Taiwan that have this view. I think it has infiltrated down into the bureaucracies and institutions, and we're seeing that moving forward. So I'm a little less skeptical that we're sort of two ships moving in the night in the wrong direction.
Sure. Actually, if I could follow up on that a little bit, in regards to sort of the discussions you can find in Washington and in Taipei regarding the nature of the threats that Taiwan faces. And actually, for what I'm about to say, I do think this thinking is changing a little bit now, particularly maybe on the U.S. side. But I'd say maybe going back a few years, I don't know, last 5 years, last 10 years or more, there also seemed to be a delta between defense policymakers or commentators here in Washington, D.C. and in Taipei, sort of regarding the nature of the threat that Taiwan faced. And it often seemed that folks on the U.S. side were very much focused on the threat of a full-scale, all-out invasion. The PLA is loading up 500,000 guys on boats, and they're going to try to cross the water. Whereas on Taiwan's end, it seems that there was a much greater focus or concern about these ongoing daily gray zone operations that would be encroaching more and more on Taiwan's ability to exercise sovereignty over its own territory, sort of crowding in more and more in its airspace and its sea space. And it seemed to me anyway that sort of part of one of the ways in which the two sides might be talking past each other a little bit was on that particular point, sort of how they identified or thought of the threat to Taiwan. Now, I think maybe that's in my own view anyway, I think that's changed a little bit on the DC side, because you do hear more discussion of or concern about a blockade, for example, and measures sort of short of open outright warfare that threatened to Taiwan. But I wanted to ask both of you sort of your thoughts on that and sort of how you evaluate the nature of the threats to Taiwan and sort of how we should be approaching this conversation. Any thoughts from the two of you on that?
I think China would love to be able to make all the noise rattling their saber and have us believe that what we're trying to counter is this massive and conventional amphibious assault across the strait, when the most, in my opinion, the most dangerous threat to Taiwan lies in the political warfare arena. And the more that they can pressurize Taiwan, first we had the midline across the Taiwan Strait, and then they started violating the midline. And since they violated the midline with impunity, not even a diplomatic protest, as far as I can tell from our side, we don't talk about the midline anymore. There's the other dark arts of espionage introduced into Taiwan. There's the standard for Taiwan of election interference, and Taiwan seems to do a great job in weeding this out. But this, to me, is where we've got to pay a lot of attention, because this is the way around it. Toshi Yoshihara, who's now with the Center for Strategic and Budgetary Assessments, wrote a book on how the PLA learned to have a navy This is right after, in the ending days of the revolution. And interestingly enough, they tried an amphibious assault on Kinmen Island, and it failed. An amphibious assault on Hainan succeeded. Hainan, they had a strong presence ashore already, clandestine and political. On Kinmen, they didn't. So there's common sense cues here to the things that we need to worry about based on past experience a long time ago.
Maybe just add a couple thoughts here. We could do a whole other hour on this question you've just asked, John, but a couple points to make. I mean, one, there are again, debates to be had, and they are had in Washington as well, about the imminence of any of these things, whether it's a blockade or the intensity of the Gray Zone Act or an invasion. So how you think about prioritizing your energy and resources is somewhat related to what you think are the most imminent challenges. So there are some questions about that. There's also the point that this is a interactive strategy that has to be related to how we understand Beijing's strategy as well. And from my perspective anyway, I've spent a lot of time writing about, thinking about the gray zone throughout my career. I agree, it's incredibly important. That being said, ensuring deterrence against Beijing's principal aim of being able to execute a short, sharp invasion of Taiwan that forces Taipei to capitulate at acceptable cost to Beijing has to be part of the formula for the United States. So there was urgency in catching up on a lot of wasted time from the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan to ensure that we had deterrence in place around that central aim of Beijing. I think we are getting there, and what that means is a couple things. Both the United States and Beijing are going to start broadening their strategies, and I think what we're going to see from what we are seeing from Beijing is both the intensification of the gray zone activity, as Allison described, in part response to the realization that the short, sharp invasion may not be actually on the table at acceptable cost in the way they'd hoped, and therefore we're going to have to do it through a much more intense gray zone strategy, which may include things like blockade or quarantine or otherwise. So the United States, yes, over the last couple of years has become more attuned to that problem set as it has become perhaps more on the table for Beijing than as it was in the past. And then at the same time is the other side of the ledger, which is Beijing is not going to succeed in the short, sharp invasion at acceptable cost, so they're going to start preparing for protracted conflict. And we're seeing that as well in terms of how they're thinking about being resilient in that way. And that puts the onus then on the United States and Taiwan to be thinking about how would we think about a conflict that lasted months and years and not just a couple days. So this is not sort of a one-off, do you need to prepare for this or do you need to prepare for that, but how are you thinking about the rack and stack of the urgency, and then as you start achieving goals, what kind of are the secondary consequences of that, and how do you start getting after what is going to be the future challenge, even as you start getting a grasp on one. So it is all of those, but I think the conventional deterrent was really, really important to start getting some grounding on, and yes, we absolutely need to be focused on both gray zone and protracted conflict going forward.
Fully endorse all that. One of the other things to think of, blockade always comes up as something that the Chinese could blockade Taiwan. A symmetric response would be us going in there and trying to reduce the blockade. An asymmetric response, I submit, was that we do a distant blockade of China. There's 7 straits that allow access to the South China Sea and the East China Sea that are used by commercial shipping. We can easily block those, either diplomatically, because most of them come through friends and allies, or occasionally we could make sure that we can enforce the blockade. That would invite something else too, which we need to consider. Note that we always think of the wars, the potential conflicts in Indochina, in the Indo-Pacific rather, as discrete. We have a conflict in Korea. We have a conflict over Taiwan. Given what we see now with North Korean troops serving with Russia in the war in Ukraine, China cooperating with Russia to keep their economy afloat and give them military technology, I submit that any war that starts anywhere in East Asia is going to go everywhere very quickly. it's in China's interest, if they're going to attack Taiwan, to divert us by getting their little brother, the North Koreans, to come across the DMZ in Korea, those types of things. And it's so it's one of these things that besides the war lasting a long time, that it's going to probably spread horizontally too, in my opinion.
All right, thank you very much, Chip. Unfortunately, we could continue conversations on all these topics for at least a few hours, I think. However, we are at time, and I wish to be respectful of the time of Dr. Ratner and General Gregson, who've been very generous to share their expertise with us today. If I could have a brief round of applause for our two distinguished speakers. Thank you. And with that, that will conclude today's program. I want to thank all of you, or on behalf of GTI, I would like to thank all of you, both those who have joined us live in person here in Washington, D.C., as well as those watching online. I want to offer a personal note of thanks for your interest in GTI's programs and in US-Taiwan policy. Please keep an eye on our website for future programs. We will have more forthcoming, as well as an annual symposium in 2026. We hope to see you then. Thank you very much.